Much better, Jennifer. There you go.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, and I'll begin with our land acknowledgement. The Township of Severn, we recognize the following land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather and which the Township of Severn operates is part of the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe. For thousands of years, Indigenous peoples have been inhabiting and caring for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Ojibwe or Chippewas peoples. This territory is covered by Lake Simcoe Treaty 16 and the J. Collins land purchase. We are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. Now we'll be passing our national anthem, please.
Hold on, we'll restart it. Restart. Oh.
We have a presentation this morning. I haven't got a microphone over there, but council would like to take a moment to acknowledge, Tim Morris, the manager of roads and fleets for Severn, for recently earning his certified road supervisor designation from the Association of the Ontario Road Supervisors. This CRS designation is given to those who have fulfilled the educational and experiential criteria outlined in the program. It serves as an objective confirmation of a person's knowledge of public works technologies, relevant regulations, and contemporary supervisory and management practices, highlighting the accumulated experience and education one acquires through their career in public works. This achievement reflects Tim's professional expertise and his pride in his work. Tim will be entering his 6 years of service with Severn in early 2025, and in spring 2026, he will begin his second year in his management role. On behalf of council, staff, and the Severn community, congratulations on this achievement, Tim. We are incredibly fortunate to have you as part of our team. Come on up here, Tim. Okay, any disclosure of pecuniary interest?
Your worship, I believe we have to adopt the agenda first.
Oh, do we? Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to adopt the agenda.
Okay, so motion to adopt the agenda is circulated.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
So today we have 3 delegations, and welcomed all the presenters. There is a 10-minute time limit for each one. Jennifer, 10 minutes. You heard
Yeah,
me.
I heard you, sir.
So our CAO, Madam CAO, will keep track, and there'll be a beep just before, is it 30 seconds or 1 minute? 1 minute. Okay, first up. Oh, it's Jennifer. Director of Sustainable Township of Georgian Bay, 2026 budget request, Port Severn Food Bank at the Baxter Ward Community Center. Welcome, Jennifer.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. It's so nice to see so many familiar faces in the crowd. And of course, on the diocese as well. I am Jennifer Schnier from the Township of Georgian Bay. I do know many of you. I'm delighted to be here with my colleague, Tricia Walton, who is the key contact for our Port Severn Food Bank. We're here today because poverty, unfortunately, does not know any municipal boundaries, and we are struggling a little bit on this side of the imaginary line because we have a lot of residents from Port Severn who are coming over and accessing the food bank. We don't ever want to turn anyone away, and Tricia will speak to that for sure. But Your Worship, we are here today to ask you for a commitment of $5,000 for the next 3 years. The reason why we are doing so is because we just want to have a security for the next few years, especially with an election change, possible election change, that our food bank will be in good state forthcoming. So I would love to introduce to you my colleague Tricia Walton, and hopefully she'll be able to run the slide deck as well, or Allison may be able to run the slide deck.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. Thank you for having us today to talk to you about the Port Severn Honey Harbor Food Bank. So I think that's just the written report, Allison. There should have been a presentation, but I can just skim through it. It's not a big deal. Basically, what it says is kudos to the Township of Georgian Bay for being one of the only municipally ran food banks. It's taking ownership and providing sustainability into our residents, and not just our residents, but also residents of Severn Township and Tay Township. We're realizing that there's an increase, and we do not turn away anybody, and the only reason is because, well, if they're hungry, and I'm not going to let them walk away. I am here right now. You can't see because my background is blurred, but today is a food bank day, and I look to see at least 4 to 6 families from the community of Severn. And that doesn't include the transient ones that come in and out seasonally. We also, I just want to say, like right now, it's across the nation that we're seeing an increase in poverty and the use of food banks. It has went up in the last year. It was, when I first did my report to council 2 years ago, we were sitting at a 20%. We are now at 25.5% of the population is seeking assistance in poverty. That is 1 out of every 3 children. To put that into a realistic number for you, that's over 2.5 million children go hungry. We've been talking about this, and we do a lot. So we have a few campaigns that help out. We're doing the Slaying Hunger campaign, which generously is matched by a community partner. And this year the family has increased their matching up to $25,000. So we're looking to raise money for that. So the Slaying Hunger campaign, you'll see posters and stuff on our socials, as well as the All Aboard for Giving from MacLean. The CPKC rail train comes through on November 30th and generally donates around $7,000, and we're looking to match that with community efforts. And then we also have the Toys for Children that we've been working closely with an organization out of Township to be able to provide children in all of our area for North Simcoe and Southern Muskoka, toys and gifts for under the tree for Christmas. We are looking for help because, as you know, the increase is happening. We have steadily increased over the last 3 years, triple the amount. We started serving 13 households and we now can see up to 46 households on any given week. I've had to decrease the opportunity to be in here biweekly just due to workload and the volume of people that we're seeing because our budget can't handle that. And so I think with that short presentation, you can see the presentation in all your agenda items as well as the report that I wrote. So if you have any questions, now's your time because I only have like 5 more minutes left.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Through the chair. Do you work with the Coldwater Food Bank?
So we've collaborated on a couple of things through, sorry, I didn't do that properly, but through you, Mayor, we've done the Segbay golf course. We sat up together. If I have extras of anything, I do give them a little shout out and I drop things off. We are not opposed to collaborating on any projects. We just haven't done anything that
Not
far.
a project. Do you like, I know that if the food bank in Coldwater gets a lot of baby items and they don't have a lot of children, they will trade off with other food banks to say, if you need these, you have these, we do that. And I think that that's a good possibility for you to work with them because I know that they've done some really big food drives and that might be an opportunity for you to be able to help work with them where they could trade off food with you, because we do get to a point where when the due dates are on them, nobody wants to throw it out. And I know they're saying you can, but we don't know that as well. So I just think that might be something if you got hold of Brenda Ewell, she now runs it. And I think you could really do some good work together. And if it's possible, even because they're open every Thursday, your families that are from Severn could go there and get some in between in case they need it. And the other one is, do you collect food like at your Santa Claus parade and things? Because that's what we do in our Witches Walk and all our events.
We, through you, Mayor, yes, we have collected food in different avenues as well as we do different like cottage drives, stuff like that. Like we're not recently the Port Severn General Store in August with another community partner put together a fantastic fill a truck event. We had over 2,000 pounds of food and over $700 was donated. So we're not opposed to and we do collaborate. We have worked with the Coldwater Food Bank and shared our resources that way. What we are looking and seeing though, it's not just Coldwater, and I'm sure the Coldwater Food Bank is also tapped out. We need to see more collaboration and more support coming from top down. We need that financial support. It can't just be all, we need to take a priority in serving a sustainability within our residents. And that's what we're bringing this report to you for.
Okay, thank you.
Members of council, Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you through the chair to Tricia. This $5,000 request, is that $5,000 a year or is it $5,000 over 3 years?
Through you, Mayor, that is $5,000 a year. So that would potentially serve at least three families for 6 months. So you're looking at, we spend on average now, groceries have gone up exponentially. And so when I first started, the same list was $1,400 to $1,600, and now I'm spending $2,200 to $2,500. So,
Any further comments? Would council like to refer this to budget, or how would you like to do it? Refer it to budget, Madam Clerk. Thank you for the presentation. And thank you for all the work that you do.
Through you, your worship. So the motion reads that the delegation from Jennifer Schnier, Director of Sustainability, Township of Georgian Bay, regarding a 2026 budget request for the Port Severn Food Bank at the Baxter Ward Community Center be received and referred to the mayor for consideration during the budget.
Mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Taylor, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, your worship. It's always great to see you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Green Haven Shelter for Women, budget request. Welcome, Krista. And you have. Morning.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us. My name is Kyla Epstein, and I have the pleasure of serving as the board chair for Greenhaven Shelter for Women. As someone who grew up right here in Severn and with parents, in-laws, and siblings who still call this township home, it's especially meaningful to be here today speaking with you about the important work we do. At Greenhaven, we are deeply committed to supporting women and children affected by gender-based violence, an issue that continues to impact families in every community, especially our own. Our work extends far beyond emergency shelter for women and children. It includes safety planning, counseling, children's programming, outreach services, and meaningful partnerships that create safer pathways. Forward for those experiencing abuse. As a volunteer board, we take great pride in strengthening the governance, sustainability, and long-term vision of an organization that provides life-saving support every single day. I'm honored now to introduce our Executive Director, Krista Story. Krista brings exceptional leadership, compassion, and deep understanding of the complex realities surrounding the issues we are facing in our community. Under her guidance, Greenhaven continues to grow, respond, and innovate to meet the evolving needs of women and children in our region.
Thank you, Kyla, very much. Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As a longtime Severn resident, I am extremely proud to be representing Greenhaven Shelter for Women this morning. And I'm thrilled to see all of these people coming out to listen to our presentation. So thank you all for being here. I'd like to acknowledge also a couple of our staff members that we have here. Casey Span, who is our Senior Program Manager, and in the back we have Jessica Gouveia, who is our Manager of Administration. We're going to try and advance the slides here. Greenhaven Shelter for Women has been providing safety and shelter, hope to women and children escaping violence for over 34 years. Our 14-bed facility is 14,500 square feet and offers accessibility and complex security for safety. We value a person-centered approach, honoring and respecting without judgment or bias, meeting people where they are with a trauma-informed wraparound approach. We also value inclusiveness, collaboration, leadership, education, and advocacy, and will continue to speak out to influence social change. Is it not working? Sorry, next slide. Next slide. Using a trauma-informed and harm reduction approach, Greenhaven staff are trained in crisis response, PTSD and parenting, and child and youth support, specific to the violence against women sector. We work in partnership with a variety of agencies with a goal of successful outcomes. Next slide, please. The crisis support team provides immediate support and crisis intervention and are available 24/7 to safety plan with the women and children experiencing violence. In addition to crisis support, frontline staff work with clients to explore options, offer resources such as referrals, housing, employment, and financial and legal supports. Shelter stays range from days to weeks to months, depending on the client and the supports they need, and depending on when they're ready to leave and have available resources such as housing and employment. Next slide, please. Sorry, it's crisis. Thank you. There seems to be no end to gender-based violence. In fact, many communities across the province have declared intimate partner violence an epidemic. There have been 40 femicides in the past year in Ontario, including the most recent in Barrie just weeks ago. Although these and other statistics are staggering, one is too many. In the 24-25 fiscal year, Greenhaven crisis workers fielded 1,025 crisis calls. Callers don't necessarily become shelter residents, but are most often in distress looking for advice, guidance, direction, or help with planning. Our staff listen and assess each situation and can connect callers with appropriate support such as shelter space, counseling services, legal support, and help with safety planning and stability. Next slide, please. Our outreach program is one of the things I hear about most from members of the community. It's so heartwarming to hear how many have been helped through these services, which proves that our work doesn't necessarily begin or end with shelter stays. 125 women accessed outreach counseling and 351 attended drop-in programs last year. Next slide, please. Our facility offers a bright, open, multi-purpose space for outreach programs, training, meetings, and even movie nights for the kids. Next slide, please. It's important to take the opportunity to share this detailed information with council and the public, as I feel that there's a lack of understanding of what Greenhaven offers. This is not a homeless shelter. However, women and children leaving a violent situation often become unhoused. After careful assessment, clients go through an intake process, and over the course of 6 weeks, they work with our team on a variety of goals. This is done through a trauma-informed, person-centered approach, and each individual has their own needs, and our crisis staff and systems navigator work with them on a solid plan for a positive way forward. If they are committed to the work and 6 weeks isn't enough, staff will reassess and their stay may be extended. Next slide, please. The shelter offers bright and spacious communal living and private rooms. Next slide, please. Greenhaven's fiscal year is from April to March, in line with the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. During the 24-25 fiscal year, our crisis staff fielded 1,025 crisis calls. We housed a total of 112 residents comprising of 79 women and 33 dependents in shelter, each for a period of 6 to 8 weeks. Outreach and system navigation services and programs are offered in addition to in-shelter supports, and many outside agencies refer women to these services. The referrals listed here are those who contact us or come to us. We, in turn, referred 52 of those individuals to other agencies who, for instance, offer more appropriate services for the individual's needs, and 209 were referred to other shelters due to capacity limits. Next slide, please. Greenhaven offers a bright and open outdoor space as well. Thanks to some federal funding, we will be installing CSA-approved accessible playground equipment in the spring. Next slide, please. With a full-time child and youth worker, we are able to assist with a variety of needs relating to coping strategies, age-appropriate evidence-based programming, parenting supports, and working with community partners throughout the county. Next slide, please. Our child and youth worker has a private office for counseling, but our indoor and outdoor spaces also provide room for kids to be kids. Next slide, please. Our systems navigator provides support to those in shelter, as well as a number of clients who are referred to Greenhaven for systems navigation support. It is a key role to ensure that women are set up for success by connecting them to the appropriate services for their individual needs. This could be anything from getting their taxes up to date, renewing their identification, applying for funding supports, housing, transportation, legal supports, and so much more. Next slide, please. Due to the housing crisis and mounting cost of living expenses, in addition to women adjusting to new realities, staff identified a need for longer stays for certain individuals. Because the ministry only funds 12 out of our 14 beds, staff took the opportunity to begin a pilot project for transitional living. This one bed offers transition out of crisis care into independent living. The pilot began in mid-May, and the person in this program has already upgraded her education, applied for funding, attending regular counseling, and feeling confident and ready to move out mid-November. We have somebody ready to move into that space. Next slide, please. The transitional room is a single room with privacy and offers a longer stay for achieving longer-term goals. Next slide, please. We also operate in an area that is subject to rural and remote realities. Rates of police reported intimate partner violence experienced by rural women in Canada are 75% higher than those for women living in urban centers. Rural realities create further complex issues for women in dangerous domestic situations. Those with family farms, individuals who engage in abusive behaviors may threaten or kill or neglect livestock, and as a means of financial and emotional abuse. The person connected could be have connections to the land itself, a long family history or ancestral relation to the land, a commitment to family business, fear of sacrificing their children's inheritance, and these may serve as a further deterrent to escaping abusive situation. There's also a normalization of firearm ownership in rural settings. They are often considered as tools, but between 2017 and 2020, the number of Ontario femicides committed on using a firearm was substantially higher in rural areas. Even knowing that there is a gun on the property is enough. There are also geographic barriers for those living in remote settings, physical and social isolation, for example, incidents of domestic abuse during COVID-19 and even the ice storm. Transportation challenges. Many families share vehicles. Public transportation isn't available. Taxis aren't available, and they're expensive. We also have communication barriers out here. As you all know, cell phone reception can be limited in rural areas, leaving women without reliable lifelines. So here's the bottom line. We are a 14-bed, 24/7, next slide, please. We are a 14-bed, 24/7 shelter for women and children escaping violence. This is not a homeless shelter. However, those escaping abusive situations often find themselves unhoused. We have 9 full-time and 18 part-time staff who are trained in trauma-informed care specific to the violence against women sector, and we are the only provider of these services in the immediate area. We have a 14,500 square foot facility with complex systems, and our annual operating costs are approximately $1.5 million. The province only covers 60% of those costs, leaving us with a $600,000 shortfall that we must raise ourselves. Ministry funding has increased by 8% over the last 3 years, while staffing costs alone have increased by 12.5%, not to mention all of the other costs. We rely on grants, fundraisers, and private giving. Our $80,000 emergency generator project was not anticipated and subsequently not in the budget. Although a very successful campaign, fundraising dollars raised over the past many months have gone directly to that project. As identified in our statistics, the numbers are staggering. Over the past 3 years, we have seen a 76% increase in women and a 57% increase in children in shelter and 67% increase in referrals due to capacity limits. None of this is acceptable. And we need all levels of government to work together to be proactive through education and eradication and to support qualified caregiver organizations such as Greenhaven for both the in-shelter services and follow-up care. We are considered a vital service, and yet provincial funding is not keeping up. So we are seeking your support in the amount of $15,000 to help women and children in our care. Next slide, please. By approaching surrounding municipalities in the county of Simcoe, Greenhaven aims to develop partnerships and becoming more financially stable. This would allow us to spend more time focusing on the proactive work with the hope of being a leader in eliminating gender-based violence. Places like Greenhaven don't exist because we want them to. It exists because it has to. As one survivor pointed out, to survive, you have to live in a community that takes responsibility for your safety. We can't continue to do this without you. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation, Krista. And thank you very much for everything that you do. Members of council, questions? Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion to refer to budget, please? Deputy Mayor Cox?
Yeah, I'm on the Couchiching OPP board, and they brought their stats in, and the cases are up. But they did say, as much as it's, how do you word it? As much as it isn't nice to see the stats of abusiveness up, it's nice to know now that people are calling and it's now more acceptable to, and that they now can get in to help. Whereas before they knew that if they went, lots of times it was no, 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 no. So it's a double-edged sword, but I was glad when the sergeant told us that, you know, like as bad as it looks, in the end, it's a good thing because more people women are standing up and saying, I'm being abused, now I want out. Whereas before they might have not even called, or when police did come, they would say, no, 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 it's okay. So, I mean, we are getting somewhere. Sadly, we shouldn't have to get anywhere, but it was interesting for them to show us those stats and explain it.
Thank you. Sorry. More danger. And just as just to repeat what Kyla said, the statistics that came out from OITH, which is an Ontario organization that provides us with Ontario statistics, at the end of September, the number of femicides was 35. The statistics at the end of October was 40. That is unacceptable. And we are very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today as decision makers, but also members of the public to hear the realities of all of this. It is something that isn't talked about enough. And I'm glad that you brought that up. And it's working with our partner agencies such as the OPP is so important. But as Kyla mentioned, even women bringing it up, yes, makes it more dangerous. Yes. And especially, and I do also want to just tap into we have a very short period of time to present so much information. But another piece of being in a rural setting is that we also have women whose abusers may be on police forces, fire departments, in service clubs, in church groups. So this is another piece that we know each other, and but it's something that we need to talk about, and we need to support each other, and we need to provide women with a voice and the opportunity to talk and have professionals in the local area to support.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the motion reads that the delegation from Greenhaven Shelter for Women regarding a 2026 budget request be received for information and referred to the mayor for consideration during the budget.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day. Next, Dr. Cindy Gilmour, Gloucester Pool Cottagers Association, rising phosphorus and E. coli on Gloucester Pool, Little Lake and MacLean Lake. Welcome.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. Allison Gray is going to run the slides, I guess. So thank you for doing that. So I'm here representing the Gloucester Pool Cottagers Association, and we have a volunteer organization that does water quality sampling on our lake, which you know is half on the Georgian Bay Township side and half on the Township of Severn side. We've been monitoring the lake for many years and continue to do so. And I really want to thank the Township of Georgian Bay for providing the continued support to do this. And as we go forward, some increased support to do this more intensively going forward. Next slide, please. We have two major things that we'd like to talk to you about today, two concerns that arise from what we see at our cottages and also what we're seeing in the data that we collect from our water quality sampling. So the first one is increased algal growth in a lake, and this is driven by phosphorus. So phosphorus is the nutrient that limits algal growth in fresh waters, and it's one of the two things that our water quality monitoring program monitors, is the concentration of phosphorus in our lakes. And what we're seeing over time is the concentrations are slowly going up, and that's leading to more algal growth in our lakes. So when I say algal growth, I mean more weeds around our docks, as well as now we're starting to see blue-green algal blooms. So that's the first of our concerns. The second of our concerns is coliforms. So coliforms are bacteria that are indicative of leaking septic systems, leaking sewage systems. And they're detrimental to water quality. Of course, lots of us drink water from the lake, and we've seen elevated coliforms in some specific areas, including on the Severn Township side for many years. And that's one of the things I'd like to talk to you about today. Next slide. This is a little data slide. So across the bottom is all the years of sampling. And on the left-hand side on the y-axis is the concentration of phosphorus that we measure. There's a lot of dots on the right-hand side in the last couple of years because we've increased the number of samples that we take so we can do a little better job of monitoring. But the lines that you see across this graph tell you something about the trophic status of the lake. And what that means is how much algal growth there is as a result of the phosphorus concentration. So these lines are Ontario Ministry of the Environment levels for oligotrophic, mesotrophic, and eutrophic lakes. And those are just big words that mean really clean lakes, sort of clean lakes, and dirty lakes. And you can see that there's lots and lots of eutrophic samples in Gloucester Pool over the last several years, leading to more algae in our lakes. Next slide. These are the spots that we monitor. You can see we're monitoring all over Gloucester Pool, including on the Severn Township side in MacLean Lake and Black River. Next slide. I'm going to skip that one. Next slide. One of the things that we're very fortunate to have on Gloucester Pool is a long-term monitoring site that's run by the Ministry of the Environment, by MECP. And they monitor a lot more different kinds of chemistry than our volunteer program can monitor. And this is their data going back to 2005 for phosphorus concentrations at the dam at Port Severn. They basically monitor monthly during ice-free season. And you can see that line is the regression line, meaning you can see the phosphorus going up over time in their data. So their data and our data are telling us the same thing. We have too much phosphorus in Gloucester Pool. Next slide. There's also a District of Muskoka monitoring plan. It's called the Lake Partner Program, and they do a little bit of sampling in MacLean Lake, but it hasn't been very intensive. They haven't had collected a whole lot of data in the last 10 years. So we're kind of filling in the gaps for that. Next slide. Next slide, thank you. So where does phosphorus in Gloucester Pool come from, and how can we fix it? There are some natural processes that leach phosphorus from soils into the lake, but most of the phosphorus sources are from people. They're from our septic systems. They're from clearing our shorelines so that phosphorus that gets on the land actually gets into the lake. Buffer zones are so important in keeping phosphorus out of our lakes. They're from fertilizer use, from ag, fertilizer use from our lawns. And so the two things that we can control, of course, are our septic systems and our shoreline vegetation. Next slide. Phosphorus management in Ontario lakes is complicated. And as I understand it, and I should have told you at first that I'm a cottager on Gloucester Pool, but I'm also a research scientist in the United States at the Smithsonian Institution. I run a research lab that does lots of this kind of monitoring in and around streams on Chesapeake Bay. So I'm pretty familiar with how we regulate nutrients here in the United States. I'm less familiar with how it works in Ontario. But my understanding is that MECP and the District of Muskoka encourage local governments to do lakeshore capacity assessments if they think they have an issue with phosphorus. And that's basically a mass balance, meaning you ask how much phosphorus can a lake handle before we start to have more algae, and where is that phosphorus coming from? So it's a formal process that's well defined by MECP. There's a few lakes in the District of Muskoka that have taken this on. I don't know whether there's any in Simcoe County that have taken this on. Of course, Lake Simcoe has done this and has a very robust program. But for some of the smaller inland lakes, I don't know of any other lakeshore capacity assessments that have been done. We'd love to see one done for Gloucester Pool. We think that would help us out a lot in trying to understand where our problems are coming from and how to fix them. Next slide, please. Our second concern is coliforms. And this is also the data from our volunteer program going back to 2000. And what I want to call your attention to are the light green dots, which is a particular location in Severn Township on Black River. So this is the river that the little outlet from MacLean Lake that flows into Little Lake. And we've seen high coliform levels there for more than 20 years. And so one of the things that we'd like to request from Severn Township is either septic inspections in that area or follow up on septic inspections to try to address that problem. Next slide, please. So again, just to summarize, we don't have a specific budget request. But we just want to call your attention to these issues. We'd like to call your attention to the growing water quality monitoring program that Georgian Bay Township is supporting for all of the inland lakes, as well as Georgian Bay within that township. And like to ask you in the future to think about how Severn Township might contribute to that. This is a strong program that doesn't cost a lot of money to run because the volunteers do most of the work, including most of the sampling, and we pay for the boats, and the township is paying for some of the analysis, the sample analysis. And then next year, they're going to start paying for a new program manager for this, which is really great to hear. So the program is becoming more robust as the years go by in response to the problems that we're having. Next slide. And then our second request, of course, is since we'd like to call your attention to these high coliform numbers in MacLean Lake, but especially in Black River coming out of MacLean Lake, and ask that the township follow up and see if they can find where that problem is coming from and perhaps move to fix the problems that we're seeing there. Next slide. And with regard to the phosphorus problems on Gloucester Pool, I again call your attention to these lakeshore capacity assessments, just to put it in your minds that this is something that could be done in a formal way to try to understand how bad our problem is and maybe how we can begin to fix it. Next slide.
You have about 30 seconds, Doctor.
I am done. We wanted to thank you so much for your efforts to educate the public, especially on buffers. That is so helpful. And we want to thank you again for the opportunity to show you these data today. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions, Councilor Taylor?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. A lot of information there. And I would ask for a motion that refer to staff for report, because items were mentioned there that we are doing septic re-inspections, shoreline planning, et cetera, and the SSAEA. So that's what I'm asking for that.
Madam CEO.
Thank you. I'm definitely not a water quality expert, so forgive me if I get any of the terms wrong, but I would suggest that your motion perhaps be that we refer it to SSEA to do, because last month or last meeting, you did a referral, something similar for T Lake. So I think SSEA maybe for us needs to look at things more holistically about what we do for our lakes and don't within the budget that we can provide. So I don't have anybody on staff that can speak knowledgeably to water quality issues for sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow, we do have a septic re-inspection with rotation 5 years around. So we are doing something. And so that's, if there are defective septic systems, that's something that we can handle within our septic re-inspection program.
Councilor Brennan.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Excellent. Just with regard to the motion, I would be particularly interested in the potential to do the lakeshore capacity assessment, how will that work with MECP as part of our request or our interaction with the SSEA on this. That sounds like it would provide some pretty significant information in moving forward to try to make some corrections to some of these challenges.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Doctor, Okay, go ahead, Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask on the slide with the graph for phosphorus, you have MacLean Lake listed there. However, on the slide for coliforms, I don't see MacLean Lake listed. So is testing being done in MacLean Lake, or is it just being done in the Black River?
It's been intermittent over the years. I started working on this program 3 years ago, I guess. And we started adding sites and adding dates to get more intensive data with support from Georgian Bay Township to pay for the collar plates, which is the way we do the analysis. And so getting into MacLean Lake has been kind of on and off over the years. We're doing more of it in the last several years. So our MacLean Lake data has intensified in the last 3 years. But
Okay,
before
just
that, we don't have a lot.
supplemental. So I guess the water flows out of MacLean Lake into the Black River. So
It does.
seeing the elevated levels in the Black River, you would assume there's an issue happening within the MacLean Lake.
The center of MacLean Lake is where one of our sampling sites is. And the coliform levels aren't too terrible there. They're
Okay.
much worse in that little outlet from MacLean Lake. So I suspect that the septic systems that have a problem are actually there near the outlet to the lake rather than back in the lake itself. But that's one of the things that the township could address with their septic reinspection program is focusing on those areas, seeing if there's particular sites right around Black River that haven't been inspected in a while, perhaps.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Very much appreciated.
Thank you again.
Thank you through the mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Further to Member Taylor's question about sampling, we do the septic reassessment program, but the reports that come to council are sort of a report of the inspections that happened throughout the year. So it's never proactive input from council, or we don't know what you're testing next year. So, or in the next 5 years, it is a 5-year rotation. So further to Member Taylor's, I'm wondering if we could get a report about what the rotation is, if it's area by area, because I don't believe it's property by property. And I have no idea when MacLean Lake and Black River are on our 5-year rotation. So that's my first question. And then my second question is, I realize the presentation specific to Gloucester's pool area, but a lot of people here, I'm just going to guess, are also waterfront property owners on different lakes. And the presenter, you mentioned Simcoe County and not sure what's happening there. So, and I know that's not for us to discuss, but we also have growing levels of weeds and things that you flagged as our indicators of increased E. coli and phosphorus in our lakes potentially. So this is one lake and specifically, but it begs the question. So either we add a motion for some follow-up information on what can be done, or I can address it by email. We can work through what that might look like for the next meeting.
Thank you. Any further questions? Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, we do have it was with our presentation from the septic reinspection. She told us the next 5 years where we're going. There's a rotation, and it started at MacLean and Gloucester Pool, then it went to T Lake, then it went to T Lake, and then it went to, anyway, we have that in a report from that. But I think the biggest thing is education. And you have that in your report. And I think that education through FOCA and your cottage associations is the one that has to tell the people who live on the water how to not abuse it. And I think that's very important. It's the types of soaps you use. It's abusing your septic systems. It's cutting your lawn right down to the waterfront and putting fertilizer on. It's when you're changing gas in your boat. I mean, there's a whole ton of things. And I know people know it, but sometimes people don't do it and they forget. And we need to have that out there through your associations as much as anything. We can do their septic reinspection and we give them all the information we can, but it's up to the property owners to care for that water in front of them. And I think it's very important that we all understand it. And if we have a problem with the erosion, SSEA gave ideas to many people I know. They planted dogwood. They plant plants on the side of the side of the lake that the roots hold on to that so it doesn't erode. You don't always need to put the lovely brick breakwater up. Keep it as natural as possible. So I'm just saying that if we all work together and really push this education part, because cottages sell and people move in. And I mean, no offense, there are people out there who bought a cottage and they have no idea what a septic system is or how to use it or what they do with it. And we have a lot of information. I know we have here at the township. We even hand it out to new subdivisions that are being built because people buy a house in Marchmount or Coldwater and it's on a septic and a well. And they toddle and they throw the sprinkler on and they do everything. And then they don't understand why their well goes dry or their neighbors do. So everybody really needs to understand and know these things. Thank you.
Any further? Councillor Brennan.
It's just through the mayor, just further to that, and I suspect you're familiar with it. On the educational front, probably the most active and one of the most effective is Watersheds Canada. They have some amazing educational materials related exactly to the challenges you're facing. You may have already worked with them, I don't know, but it's not like you have to produce your own stuff and have all those costs. There's tremendous material and advice and even programs out there that can help a little. It's not going to solve the problem. I realize that phosphorus is a huge challenge in a lot of lakes, as has been said. Thank you.
Further comments? So I think, Doctor, you're well aware that I can't remember, it was the federal government or the province that slotted money for Lake Simcoe because of the high phosphorus levels. And Lake Simcoe flows to Lake Couchiching, which flows down into the Severn, which flows into Sparrow Lake, which flows down into Gloucester Pool. So it's got the black that comes from up north, Huntsville area. I'm not sure where it starts. That also flows. So there's a huge watershed and it could be coming from anywhere. But, happy to hear what SSEA has to say. I'm not a water expert. And I know that we do have rotations, and you can go back in our agendas. Our staff are out there diligently doing the lakefront properties first with septic re-inspections, as Deputy Mayor Cox has said. There is an itinerary for them. They know where they're going next year by year, where they re-inspect, and that was given to us. And I'm sorry, I don't have it at our fingertips, but we can get that information for you. I don't know if when was the last time MacLean Lake was done?
In a year or two ago.
It wasn't, and our staff are very diligent with anyone that is doing something that they shouldn't be doing. Anyways, any further comments?
I'll just say the Black River just flows out of MacLean Lake, so it's very local. It's not coming from a big watershed. It's just coming from MacLean Lake. You're of course right. The Gloucester Pool receives input from the whole of the everything upstream in our big river system. Doing a phosphorus mass balance, a lake assessment would help us figure out how much of the phosphorus in the system is coming from upstream and how much is coming from our lake. Our data pretty much tell us it's coming from the lake because we know how much is coming in down Big Sheet, and it's probably not the majority of the phosphorus in our system. The other thing I'd like to mention is there are, I think, 4 other long-term monitoring sites that the province runs in your county and your township. 2 of them are on the Coldwater River. One, I think one's upstream of Coldwater and one's downstream. And phosphorus levels in both of those places have been rising for the last decade. So the problem of increasing phosphorus isn't just limited to Gloucester Pool. There's certainly issues in the Coldwater River. I tried to find phosphorus data for Sparrow Lake, and I couldn't find much of any recent. So, and I know cottagers over there are concerned about increasing weeds. I have lots of friends over there. So something that their cottagers association might consider would be to start a monitoring program for phosphorus and get a real handle on where their problems are coming from and how much of a problem they have.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk,
Thank
yep.
you.
Motion reads that the delegation from Dr. Cindy Gilmour and the Gloucester Pool Cottagers Association regarding rising phosphorus and E. coli on Gloucester Pool, Little Lake, MacLean Lake be received and referred to SSCA and staff for report.
Thank you. Mover in a second, or moved by Councillor Taylor, second by Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. Any members of council like to pull anything? Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yes, I'd like to pull, sorry, E 3.4, E 3.6, and E 3.7. Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
E 3.9, please. Oh, sorry. Thank you. E 3.9.
Any other members? Councillor Taylor.
I don't want to pull it, but I just want to focus on E 2.3. Severn Sound Environmental Association memorable moments from Q3. So this outfit that we just spoke about does a great job for the township and the health of our waters, and just pay attention to that. They're a very active association. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion?
Thank you. Motion reads that the consent list for November 19th, 2025 and the recommendations contained herein be adopted as resolutions of council with the exception of E 3.4, E 3.6, E 3.7, and E 3.9.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That's carried. Moving on to
You've resolved in a committee of the whole at this point, your worship. So
we're done right to E.4. Okay, Councillor Taylor,
so
it's all
mo-
yours.
motion to resolve into committee of the whole.
Mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Taylor, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Okay, we'll transition into the committee of the whole, and I'm the chair, Mark Taylor. Welcome and good morning. Today, there are two public meetings regarding proposed development applications in accordance with the Planning Act. I'm pleased to advise that this meeting is being broadcast live on the Township's YouTube channel, where a recording of this meeting will be available. Notice of the meetings were sent out by first class to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject properties. Signage was also posted on the subject properties to provide information about the application. All of this was done in conformance with the Planning Act process for a statutory public meeting for a zoning bylaw amendment application. The purpose of the meeting is to inform and provide the public and committee of the whole with an opportunity to ask questions or express views with respect to the proposals. The format of the public meetings will go as follows. 1, the applicant's agent will generally explain the purpose and effect of the application. 2nd, the township staff can provide further information and clarify any statements of the applicant and or their agent. 3rd, the public will be then permitted to ask questions and express views on the proposal, and then the public portion of the meeting will be closed. And lastly, members of the committee will be given the opportunity to ask questions for clarification on the proposal and provide comments. At the conclusion of the meeting, the applicants, their agents, and if required, township staff will be given the opportunity to respond to the questions and comments received. No decision will be made today at the public meeting on the proposed zoning bylaw amendments. Following this meeting, the information obtained, including questions and comments submitted by members of the public and committee, will assist the township to determine next steps. The township is the approval authority for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, for which this committee may recommend the bylaws to be considered at a future council meeting or ask additional information prior to the council's further consideration. If in the future, township council decides in favor of the application, members of the public who have provided oral or written submissions but disagree with the decisions may be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal under the Planning Act. Individuals attending the public meetings in person or by YouTube, Zoom, or telephone may email or call the township's planning department to submit contact information to receive notice and decision of the applications. So our first public meeting is for 1826 Foxmead Road, a zoning bylaw amendment application. And I'll ask the applicant's agent, Craig Matheson, who's on Zoom there from Skelton and Vermel, to present your information within F 1.1 of the agenda package and explain the purpose and effect of the application.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. I'll share my screen so you can see my slideshow. Yeah. Is that coming up?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. All right. Good morning. My name is Craig Matheson, and I'm the planning consultant with Skelton Bromwell. I prepared the planning justification report on behalf of the property owner at 1826 Foxmead Road in Coldwater. I'm just giving a short overview of the zoning bylaw amendment application that seeks to recognize an existing additional residential unit, or ARU, that has already been built on the property. A pre-consultation meeting was held with the township planning staff in January of this year, where it was confirmed that a zoning bylaw amendment would be required, along with the supporting scoped environmental impact study to authorize the ARU on the site. So the property is about 6.4 hectares in size, with 85 meters of frontage on Foxmead Road, which provides access to the site. The owner's main home is located near the road, with several farm-related buildings clustered nearby, including barns, a workshop, and a drive shed. The ARU, or secondary dwelling, is located further west in an existing clearing in the wooded area on the property. The eastern portion of the site is mainly open pasture land, while the western side is wooded. The area around the site is predominantly rural, with large lots, farm properties, and woodland cover. Here are some photos showing the primary residence, the accessory structures, and the ARU in that existing cleared space between the trees. These help illustrate how the ARU fits with the existing cluster of rural farm uses on the property. In terms of land use planning context, in the County of Simcoe official plan, the property falls within the Greenlands, rural and agricultural designations. Under the township's official plan, it is designated Greenlands, and under the zoning bylaw, the property is zoned agricultural. So while most of the property is agricultural or rural in nature, the ARU itself happens to be located within the Greenlands area, according to the county and township official plans, which is important for the next part of the discussion. So the application is for a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment to recognize the existing ARU, which was built in the existing cleared area in the woodlands. This woodlands area was previously used for grazing by cattle. So the ARU is a two-story self-contained dwelling with bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It has a footprint of about 55 square meters or 600 square feet, and a total floor area of about 111 square meters or 1,200 square feet. The building is about 5.8 meters in height. The main house is also 2 stories, and the property includes the 4 existing farm buildings which continue to serve the agricultural operation. There are no new buildings or site changes proposed. This application is simply to bring the ARU into compliance with zoning. So the amendment seeks to recognize the ARU and provide some site-specific exceptions to the agricultural zone. This includes allowing an ARU in a detached structure on the property, recognizing a slight increase in floor area from the permitted 110 square meters to 111 square meters, and allowing a height of 5.8 meters instead of the 5 meter limit. It's important to note that an official plan amendment is not required because both the county and the township official plans already permit detached ARUs in the Greenlands designation, provided there are no impacts on the environment, which is confirmed through the scoped EIS. A ZBA is only required to allow a detached ARU within an accessory building, and due to the 1 square meter overage of the permitted floor area and the 0.8 meter overage of the permitted height. So a scoped EIS was prepared by Skelton Bromwell. This study confirmed that no development occurred within the wetlands, wildlife habitat, and there was no loss of ecological function. The placement of the ARU was also involved additional fencing installation, which removed cattle from a portion of the woodland, which had a positive impact on the woodland. Overall, the EIS concluded that the project does not create any negative impact on natural heritage features and is consistent with the provincial planning statement and conforms with the county and township official plans. So in summary, this application is simply to formally recognize an existing ARU on the property. Supporting studies confirm that the proposal is consistent with the PPS, conforms with the county and township official plans, and represents sound land use planning. So for these reasons, we think the zoning bylaw amendment should be supported. That concludes my presentation and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll move to an opportunity for staff to speak. Does the township's planner, Brad Oster, have any further comments to this? Good morning, Brad.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. So as the applicant introduced, this application does propose to recognize an existing detached additional residential unit on the property. Despite this building being in existence and having been constructed without the benefit of a building permit, township staff did review the application as if this was a proposed structure and as if it was not in existence today. Township staff have been in discussions with the applicant for more than 1 year. Initial contact with the property owner occurred in October of 2024, followed through with a pre-consultation in January of 2025. The zoning bylaw amendment application was submitted in April of 2025, and upon receipt of additional and supplemental information, the application was then deemed complete in October of 2025. As the applicant had noted, the purpose and effect of this application is to permit a detached ARU on the property together with site-specific provisions related to its size and height. Although it is unfortunate that the ARU was constructed without the benefit of a building permit, the policies are quite supportive for additional residential units on lands across the township where appropriate servicing can be provided and there's no impacts to any natural heritage features. ARUs are encouraged to be located within existing building clusters to minimize disturbance and take advantage of existing infrastructure such as the driveway. Given that this ARU was constructed within a forested area outside of the building cluster, township staff did require an environmental impact assessment as a complete application. That EIS did assess the impacts, and as the applicant indicated, it concluded that there were no impacts to any natural heritage features on the property and identified that the nearest natural heritage feature to the proposed development was more than 120 meters away. For those reasons, staff are recommending that the environmental impact assessment be accepted without the need for peer review in this particular case, given those unique characteristics. Township staff are also recommending that the zoning bylaw amendment application be amended to include a provision establishing a maximum separation between the primary dwelling and the ARU. Although this building is currently in existence, this would safeguard future redevelopment. In the event that the ARU was ever reconstructed, it would still have to be within a maximum distance of the primary dwelling. ARUs do assist in increasing affordable housing opportunities across the township and the county, helping to meet that 10% affordable housing options that the county's affordable housing and homelessness prevention strategy achieves. The township's building division has reviewed this application and has no concerns related to servicing and are comfortable that a septic can be accommodated on site to service this unit. Please note that should council choose to approve this application at a future meeting, the building permit fees would be doubled per our building bylaw because this was constructed without the benefit of a building permit. Any comments that are received at today's meeting will help township staff to determine next steps. A future recommendation report will be brought to council summarizing any and all comments received and whether they've been addressed, as well as evaluating the application against applicable policy. If there's any questions, happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Then I'll move it to the public questions and comments section. Any persons present in person, on Zoom, or on the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registered participant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have the ability to edit the live stream to remove any personal information provided in the course submitting comments or questions. So I'll ask upon Brad again, are there any members of the public registered to speak?
Thank you, Chair. As of yesterday morning, there were no persons registered to attend, and I don't see anybody in attendance online seeking to unmute at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll ask if there are any members of the public here today who didn't get called or would like to speak, or sorry, if you're on the telephone, if you'd like to speak, please unmute yourself now. Or for those in person, please approach the microphone and give your name and address for the minutes. So A, on the telephone, or B, anybody in public today. Okay, this will give a chance for either, does staff want to make any more comments and or the applicant? Brad, did you want to speak any? Are you happy? Okay, I'll turn it over to the committee. Does the committee have any questions? Member McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the chair, a couple of questions. When was the ARU constructed? Can the applicant's planner tell us about this?
I actually cannot recall. Does Brad know?
Okay.
Through the
Go ahead, Katie. Thank you.
Through the chair, I believe the agent, who's actually separate from the planner in this case, is on the line. She might be able to provide the answer to that question. I don't know if Jessica's still on there.
Yes, I am. Thank you. But I do know the homeowners there and his son as well, and they can answer that more specifically to give you the exact date. They stated they were attending in person this morning.
Come forward then and speak. That would be great. So people can hear you. You have to come up here if that's okay, please. And if you speak into the mic and just if you could provide your name and address would be great. Thank you.
Bolton Liston, 1826, and it's built for 3 years.
Okay, maybe hang around in case there's any more questions there. Thanks. Go ahead, Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. Follow-up question to Colton. How many bedrooms as the ARU have?
3.
3. Okay. Is it presently occupied? Do you live in it at the moment?
Yeah.
Okay. And I didn't hear any mention about a well and septic separate from the main dwelling. You have a well and septic on the property?
Well is shared with the other main house.
Mhm.
They're separate septic. Yes.
Okay, for now, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Member Briquette.
Thank you through the chair. Thanks, Colton. Did you come into the office to acquire a building permit, or did you just take it upon yourself to build a house?
Well, at the time, there was no option for a alternate ARU at the time, and this was actually the only option for my that I could afford at the time for my family.
You didn't come into the office to ask if you could.
We did ask it.
Oh, you just didn't like the answer.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, does the committee have any other comments?
I thank you through the chair to Brad perhaps for planning, because both agenda, like this item and then the following one, are for the same issue, basically. For my own understanding, the doubling the building permit fee is the penalty. Is that the right term? I don't know. Or is that the result of that? Are there fines also, or is that something in our policy? I'm just not aware, and I'm only curious.
Go ahead, Katie. Thank you.
Through the chair to Member Minnings. Essentially, for everyone paying attention, I suppose, the way it works in Ontario is that the township could pursue legal action through the courts. However, that is costly to taxpayers. So essentially what many municipalities, us included, do is that you pay double the building permit fees. So when they go to get the permit, which would be if council approves this rezoning in the future, not only would they have to pay an engineer in order to assess the building, because obviously we're not inspecting it during the process of it being built, they then pay double the permit fees. So there is essentially a fine built into that. However, I think for council's information and for taxpayers' information, I think what Mr. Oster said during his presentation is important, that we've been working with these folks for over 1 year. So although they're paying double the permit fees, this is still a burden on the tax base. I just want that to be clear, because we as a planning department have worked with these folks for over a year. The building department's worked with them for over a year. So it's not as though, you know, they're fully probably covering the cost to the tax base. So, you know, that's probably something we're going to be looking at in the future when we do look at fee review, because unfortunately, this is something we're dealing with a lot. Both applications this morning for public meetings are people building without permits.
Thank you. And just subsequent, and the reason I ask that is not specific to you necessarily. We also have a big planning item on today's agenda around resourcing the entire department, et cetera. So thank you for your answer, Katie, because that gives me a better understanding of the effort required for a building permit before the fact and perhaps after the fact. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. You can speak there.
Just so you know, we already have had the engineer out and he's gone through the building and everything, and an ESA inspection. And what else is there? Wet certification, pretty much everything that the building department has asked for initially before the planning part started. You've completed within a timely manner.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other comments from the committee, I'll ask for a motion from our clerk.
Thank you. So the motion reads that planning report P25-045 dated November 19th, 2025 with respect to zoning bylaw amendment application file number Z2506 for the subject lands located at 1826 Foxmead Road be received as information, and that council concurs with staff that as the area is located more than 120 meters from an identified natural heritage feature in the township official plan, the environmental impact study not be subject to peer review. And further, that the draft zoning bylaw amendment be amended to include an additional site-specific provision establishing a maximum separation distance between the primary dwelling and the ARU without the need for additional notice in accordance with section 3417 of the Planning Act. And further, that comments received at the public meeting be considered as part of any recommendation report for a future council meeting.
Thank you. We have a mover. Moved by member Cox, second by member Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Now we'll go to our second public meeting for 3300 Cox Drive. It's a zoning bylaw amendment application. I'll now call upon the agents, Bobby Livington from Design by Bobby, to please present the information provided within item F 1.2 of the agenda package and explain the purpose and effect of the application. Good morning, Bob.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Is the microphone on? Excellent. My name is Bobby Levington of 190 Taylor Road, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1J9. I am a design consultant and I'm here today on behalf of the owners who are also with me. Next slide, please. Our request is for your consideration in approving a zoning amendment for a screen room at an 8.3 meter setback where 8.6 meters exist today to the cottage, to permit a covered porch at 19.7 meter setback where the cottage exists at 8.6 meters, to permit an increased lot coverage of 17.8% where 15% is permitted, and to recognize the structures and permit them within the EP zone. Next slide, please. This is a site plan overview, and I just want to highlight the cottage in blue in the center. IT comes out of the closet. I love that. I want to highlight the cottage in blue in the center with the screen room to the south. Angle of the cottage made the screen room project slightly closer to the shoreline in that location. Covered porch at the rear, shoreline deck, and a deck on the cottage. Next slide, please. The property is approximately 1,285 square meters with a frontage of 31.3 meters on Lake St. George. An as-built front deck replaced and enlarged an existing deck that dated back to 1997. The existing dwelling is non-complying and is located closer to the shoreline than the required 20-meter setback as it exists today. And the screen porch encroaches slightly closer of 0.3 meters into the existing non-complying front yard. And lastly, the as-built structures are located within the property zone of the environmental protection. Next slide, please. These are photos of the as-built structure. On the left, you can see the rear porch. And on the right side is the screen room with the lakeside deck. Next slide, please. Further pictures of the lakeside deck as constructed. And the next slide showing the shoreline deck. My clients did renovate and move forward without permit in an effort to improve the condition of their property. And as soon as the building department provided notice of violation, my clients reached out to retain our services. And we have the plans set in front of the building department for issuance should we be successful in your approval today. Next slide, please. In addition to my closing summary, I wanted to address the 5 comments in the staff report for your consideration. Number 1, the driveway will be reestablished at an 8-meter maximum. Number 2, staff feel that the shoreline dock is a shoreline deck, and we will ensure it's in compliance with the zoning bylaw. The screen room, as per staff, should be called a 3-season addition. But screen room and 3-season addition are not defined terms in the zoning bylaw. And we feel that a screen room is a term, a 3-season sunroom, a Muskoka room, but it's all habitable space. And that's what we're asking for the 8.33 meter setback, is to recognize that existing habitable space, that screen room that's closer. The hot tub we will relocate. We're not aware it was an issue. It was not brought forward. We will relocate it in conformance with the bylaw. And the last thing that was brought to the attention of us in the staff report was the shoreline vegetative buffers. We did the calculation on the shoreline vegetative buffers and we're required to have 50%. As it stands today with what sits, we have 60% shoreline vegetative buffers. We are in compliance with the bylaw. So based on the summary of the planning justification report provided by our professional planner, that we are consistent with the provincial policy statement, that we conform to the county of official plan, and that we conform to the Severn's official plan. We are here to seek your support today, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And once again, I'll call upon our planner, Brad Oster, to add any materials and information presented by the applicant.
Thank you, Chair. As the applicant had noted, this application is brought forward seeking site-specific provisions through a rezoning to legalize existing buildings and structures constructed on the lands without the benefit of a building permit. These buildings and structures include an addition to the existing dwelling, an attached deck at the front of the dwelling, a rear porch, and a shoreline deck. Again, despite these buildings and structures being in existence, the review of this application was undertaken by staff from the perspective of them being proposed and not in existence today. Township staff have been in discussions with the applicant for this property for more than 1 year. Initial contact was made by the planning department in July of 2024. The zoning bylaw amendment application was submitted in June of 2025. And after additional information was provided, it was deemed complete in October of 2025. As noted by the applicant, the purpose and effect of this application is to legalize the existing buildings and structures with an increased maximum permitted lot coverage, reduced front yard setbacks, and allowing structures within the environmental protection zone. The subject lands are designated shoreline residential in the township's official plan, which establishes strong policies for the protection of the shoreline's integrity, ensuring that the development aligns with the area's scale and character, minimizing any environmental impacts, improving infrastructure, and development is also heavily controlled in this area to maintain the natural and recreational quality of the shoreline area. Further to the policies requiring the enhancement of the character in the area, minimizing environmental impacts, a 30-meter setback is encouraged by the township's official plan to protect those features, and the preservation of natural vegetation is emphasized. In the absence of a full policy review, it is the preliminary opinion of township staff that we have concerns with the amount of development proposed in the immediate shoreline area on this property. The policies of the official plan do encourage maintaining and improving a shoreline buffer, including native species, and to achieve this, that 30-meter setback is encouraged for all development with the exception of shoreline structures. Further, the township's official plan encourages the use of development agreements to protect or implement those shoreline buffers on properties as conditions of development. Within the planning justification report that was provided with this application, it does speak to opportunities to improve the shoreline buffer. However, no details were provided with the application as to how that would be implemented or achieved on site. As the applicant had indicated in their presentation, upon site inspection by township staff, there were a number of additional concerns that were raised by township staff, as we didn't feel that the application as submitted encompassed all of those matters. Notably, the driveway had been widened without obtaining any entrance or road occupancy permits from the township's Public Works Department, and it was in contravention of the township zoning bylaw. It was unclear whether the proposed reduction in size of the shoreline deck and dock would actually bring that building and structure into compliance with the zoning bylaw. A hot tub had been installed within the front yard. Staff had initial concerns with the description of the addition to the building as a screened room, as it included 4 walls, a roof, and windows. And there was also concerns related to those shoreline buffer requirements. With respect to the EP zone along the shoreline, township staff did research all available records, including the township's official plan, the County of Simcoe's official plan, as well as the MNRF Make a Natural Heritage Map program. And there were no identified natural heritage features along the shoreline that the EP was applied to protect. I did just want to, again, remind council that should you choose to approve this application in the future and the applicant were to come in for building permits, those permits would be subject to double the fees as it was constructed without the benefit of a permit. And any comments received at today's meeting will again assist township to determine the next steps. And a future recommendation report will be brought to council summarizing any of those comments and include a applicable policy test. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. I'll open up to the public portion where you can have questions or comments. So any persons present in person or on Zoom or on the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registered applicant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your computer, on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have the ability to edit the live stream or to remove any personal information provided in the course submitting comments or questions. So once again, Brad, I'll ask, are there any members of the public registered to speak?
Thank you. Through the chair, no, there are no members of the public registered to speak. However, if there's any in attendance.
Hey, are there? Okay, we'll do the people online first. Anybody on the telephone or online that wish to speak? Okay, none. Now we'll have the public. If you'd like to come up, sir, and speak into the mic, and if you could provide your name and address, that would be great.
Good morning, Council. How are you today? I'm John Braid. I'm from 3410 Hawkins Drive. I'm a neighbor around the corner from Bill and Janine, who's got the application in front of you. Just as the planner was, township staff's planner was talking about, the application, you mentioned a 30-meter setback. Am I correct? You're saying there has to be a 30-meter setback from the shoreline for buildings? That we were saying in the report there? Is that correct?
I'll let Brad speak to that.
Through the chair, the township's official plan establishes policies to encourage a 30-meter setback for development from the shoreline where feasible. So if there's justification to permit a reduced setback, then that could be something considered by the township.
I just want a clarification on that because I'm just in walking around our neighborhood. I don't think any of our cottages would meet the 30-meter setback because of our lot lines. So I was just wanting clarification. I know currently there's a new house being built on Cox Drive and they don't have a 30-meter setback. So I just want a clarification on that in regards to for the rest of us in the area or any other person that's got a cottage on a lake or river system around Severn Township. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Brad.
Thank you, Chair. I could just provide additional clarity there that the 30-meter setback would be for new development requiring Planning Act approvals. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else from, yeah, go ahead, Bobby, you want to come back up, please? Yep.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I forgot to mention that we received a numerous number of letters of support from neighbors and the surrounding areas around the lake. They were submitted to the planning department as well as one received this morning. Excuse me. So we do have a number of letters of support for our application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next step, I'll ask the planner if there's any additional correspondence that you'd like to share with us at this point, Brad.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there were 5 letters of support received citing support of the application for improved aesthetics and property values, alignment with neighborhood character. These letters do encourage council to approve the application and were received from neighbors at 3300, 3410, and 3433 Hawkins Drive, as well as 3294 and 3362 Cox Drive. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. If there's no other public information involvement, I'll ask the, yeah, sir, please come up to the mic.
Vito Benetti, 3921. Vito Benetti, 3921. Tree Line Drive, Wishago. So I'd just like to quickly ask a question in regards to what I've been hearing here in regards to the building permits not being had. I'm not saying anything against these properties right now, but so far that's 2 that I've heard in just one meeting of people that have built structures without permits and then no repercussions from it. So the reason what I want to ask is I'm just concerned not in regards to these situations here, but I'm just wondering if my neighbor who does not follow laws and regulations because they run the Airbnb, if they suddenly want to construct any kind of structure in their backyard, which I wouldn't put past them for 1 second, because they really don't care what anyone has to say. They're foreigners that have come recently and they just, their whole sole thing is in regards to a business matter. I'm just concerned that if there's no building permits that are requested and that they build a structure in the back, then the planning department will oversee it and then just charge them double and allow them to keep it if it's within the regulations. Is that correct?
I'll let staff speak, and this is something new that's come to us recently, but I'll let the CEO speak and then our senior planner.
I'll start. It's a great question. I'm not sure I have a great answer at the moment. At some point, council will definitely have to take a stand against building with a permit, without a permit, and we have to figure out what that looks like. We're seeing more now than we ever have before, and we're not sure why. I think if you were here earlier, the mayor noted that we had 400 kilometers of road. I think our township is 565 square kilometers, and it's hard for us to be everywhere. So we respond. Typically, we find these things through neighbor complaints, as much as some neighbors may support. So, you know, we try and do some proactive enforcement, but it's difficult for us to find every spot. So it's a great question. I don't have a great answer at the moment, but it is definitely something that is increasing a lot, and we're going to have to find an answer for it.
I guess just in conclusion, I guess basically what I'm asking is if they have built this structure without a permit, and then I complain to this forum in regards to this structure, you know, at what kind of actions are going to be taken, if any? And I think it's very important, because this can get out of control and structures be built that shouldn't be there. Because right now our neighbors have been dumping a lot of sand into the water, and they're not supposed to, you know?
Okay, I'm going to let Katie speak. And we do have a complaint section in our that you can on our website, put in a complaint, and it'll get channeled to the Register Authority. But I think our senior planner has comments for you there.
Thanks through the chair. I just wanted to clarify, as I believe we said, or Mr. Oster said earlier, for both of this application and the previous one, we do have to treat these as though they have not been built. So if this does not get approval, they will have to tear it down. So it's not that there is no repercussions. I mean, these folks, for example, built an addition. If they can't get approval to keep that addition, then they have to tear that addition down. So it really isn't just double the permit fees and nothing happens. It's that, you know, there may be real consequences in that they spent a lot of money to build a large deck and an addition in this case, and they may have to tear those things down if they don't get approvals to keep them. But if they meet the policies, which is what we're doing here today, so the process for those who aren't familiar is this is a zoning bylaw amendment, which means that the people here are not meeting the township zoning bylaw. So the township zoning bylaw establishes maximum lot coverage, setback from waterways, setback from lot lines, what you can do on your property in terms of use. When you don't meet those things, you can get either what's called a minor variance, which is a slight variation from those policies, or a zoning bylaw amendment, which was basically a more significant change to those policies. So today they're asking for a zoning bylaw amendment. If staff, you know, analyze the application and don't feel that it's met the provincial planning documents, the county's planning documents, and the township's upper level planning documents, which would be the official plan, we would recommend to council that that application would be denied. And then if they cannot get approval, they can't get a building permit and they have to tear it down. And that's when then we would go through the court process and go through that process. Typically what happens is that applicants, I think as Bobby, the agent for these applicants, mentioned, they may already be removing part of the deck or doing things to try and comply. So that's where some of this time frame comes in, where there's a bit of back and forth on, you know, we'll take away some of this deck and then maybe it'll be closer to the policies and then we'll be able to get through it. But if it met the policies, there would be no open forum, there'd be no public meeting, because it would just be a building permit where they pay double the fees and they get the building permit. So it just depends on, you know, if they meet the regulations, as you say, then it's just a building permit. There is no notice to neighbors. There is no public forum.
Well, thank you very much for that. I understand how that works. I just want to be prepared in case something gets out of control next door, because, you know, things are not good over there. So I wouldn't doubt that they'd build an apartment building for rent and block my lake view. So.
Okay.
You know.
So thank you for your comments. And
thank you. So
I'm going to open up to the committee for any comments on this application. Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. How long has the structure been there on the lake?
Yeah, please come up and maybe answer them.
Bill Kent, I'm the owner of 3300 Cox Drive. Been there, I would say we bought the property about 2 years ago. Been there about 17, 18 months.
Okay, Mr. Kent, is that a permanent residence? You live there year round?
We live in Guelph, Ontario.
Okay.
It's our cottage. We're there mostly 2-3 days a week, mostly in the summer.
And I guess just sidestepping you for a second to the planning department. The septic met all kind of regulations. There's no difficulty with the septic system there in terms of being close to the water and all.
I can actually address that. We just had a septic inspection just this past week. I
Okay,
spoke with Amanda Renton.
yeah,
Just a couple of days ago, she asked me to supply a copy of the latest septic cleanout, which we did at some point through the summer. And I'm actually on my way to the cottage after this meeting to get that for her.
okay, and finally, I guess my last question through the chair would be concerning the setback, but if we know that the building was built before the 30-meter setback regulations came in, where does that leave us with the planning department, Mr. Oster?
I'll let Brad speak there.
Through the chair, the policies of the official plan apply based on the date that the application was made. So as the application was made following the approval of the township's new official plan, those policies do apply in this case.
So just to be clear on that, the setback of 30 meters does not apply to this, or does apply?
Through the chair, the township's official plan policies that encourage a 30-meter setback where feasible would apply in this case because those policies were in effect prior to the application being submitted to the township.
But saving except that the structure's been there for maybe 20 some years before, when it was a 20-meter setback. Am I
I
correct?
can speak to that. The structure was built in 1960,
Okay.
so it's been there for 65 years.
You see where I'm going with this. I'm trying to determine, maybe with the CAO can help us with this.
I think Ms.
Yeah, I'll let the
Mandeville has her
CEO speak
hand
and
up.
then Katie can speak.
Katie's good.
Through the chair to Member McIntyre, essentially what you're talking about is what people would call grandfathering. So what we call that in planning is that it's a non-complying structure. So there's legal non-complying structures, which means that they were legally established prior to policies being in place. And then there's illegal non-complying structures, which means they were not established with any permits or anything like that. Our zoning bylaw currently establishes a 20-meter setback, first of all. It's the official plan that encourages a 30-meter setback where feasible. When someone builds closer, they need a minor variance or they need a rezoning, which is what we're doing here today. There is consideration given to expanding existing grandfathered or legal non-conforming structures because, you know, in this example, most of these properties we see are very close to the shoreline and are already developed in that manner. However, we have to look to the provincial planning documents, the county's planning documents, and the township's planning documents to see if it's appropriate for where and how they are going to propose to expand the building. So typically, people expand away from the water, not closer to the water. And I believe what was mentioned here is that they were going closer to the water. And that's essentially a no. So typically people build additions to the rear of the dwellings. There's grandfathering rights about tearing down and rebuilding what you already have. It's all in the planning policy documents. So as always, we always encourage people before they do anything to come and talk to us, because typically there's a path forward where they don't need a zoning bylaw amendment or they don't need a minor variance if they build at the back, which is the roadside in this case, because the front is the water side. So although it says in our official plan 30 meters now, it does say where feasible, and, you know, concessions would be given for people on small lots, people who already have existing development, etc. But typically those concessions are given when people are building further away from the water than what's currently there.
So just in summary, through the chair, this structure would be considered legal non-conforming? Illegal non-conforming, well, maybe the Madam CEO.
House, not the addition. The house is legal non-conforming. The addition is.
Okay, and
illegal.
so that's the separation is the additions vis-a-vis the house. Thank you.
And through the,
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, through the chair, when we're discussing closer to the waterfront, it's 0.3 meters, which is 1 foot. That's how much, and that was an error.
Okay, a member Burkett and then member Minnings.
Thank you, through the chair. Katie, not to dwell on this, but for the benefit of John, because I think I'm a little confused as well, explain how this 30-meter setback where it comes from, because I think residents are thinking it's our policy. Can you just explain how it arrived, where it arrived from, and who actually provided it to us and where we take direction from?
Thank you. I'll ask Katie to answer that.
Through the chair to member Burkett, Essentially, the 30 meters comes from industry best practices, and it originally came also from the province. So we used to have a thing called the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, which established a 30-meter buffer essentially from water courses. That's in accordance with industry best practices for the riparian zone, which we actually talked about earlier today when the people from Gloucester Pool Cottage Association came and said that in plantings and naturalizing that first 30 meters of the shoreline, which is called the riparian zone, increases water quality and water quantity and all that good stuff. So that's where that 30 meters comes from, is that that portion of the waterfront is supposed to be naturalized in order to avoid things like algae blooms and poor water quality, because really everything you do on your property is running down through your property, through that first bit of property between, you know, the water and upland, or whatever the technical term for that would be. So that's why septic systems have to be pushed back further from the water. That's why we do septic reinspection on waterfront properties. That's, as the deputy mayor mentioned earlier, it's important to think about what you're putting on your lawn, what you're putting through your septic system. So any naturalization that can occur between human development and the water is protecting the quality of that immediate shoreline area, but also the quality of the water. So that 30 meters is from industry best practices, because that's the amount of space to kind of naturally, you know, depollute the groundwater essentially before it runs into the lake. So we try and push the development back from the water as much as possible to try and preserve that waterfront and that water as an asset to the community.
Thank you, Katie. And through the chair, if I may, so to John's question, most of the cottages in the area are 60, 70, 80. There were no rules, so they could build as close to the water as they could. Today, because of provincial policy, which we have to take direction from, we have these setbacks that we have to adhere to. So just to answer what you asked.
Thank you, Member Minnings, and then Member Cox.
I thank you through the chair. So when I'm looking at the report and the photos that you provided in the agenda, we're not talking about a 1 foot closer to the water. We're looking at what I can tell from here by piecing together a whole 3 photos, because there isn't one photo of really getting a good scope of what's going on here, is that there's been an addition. And I think that that's been noted in the staff report, because there are walls and glass windows, so it's not a screen porch. I would agree that it's an addition, and I haven't seen it, but I know our staff have. From that point, there's what looks like a brand new deck, stairs, and then a lower platform deck, and it's that goes right out to the waterfront. So it's almost, and correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't been there, but it looks like most of the grass is covered from the cottage now, regardless of, you know, it being the addition. Even if it was the original cottage, it's still not allowed, is what I'm understanding from the staff and the planning department report, to take from the edge of your house or cottage and cover it in decking, stairs, and more decking right out over the water shore, the natural vegetation and the rocks. We've already heard this presentation. We've heard everybody's opinions on the importance of protecting that. So, and with the recommendation, so that's my observation of this, is that it's quite a substantial covering, and appreciated that 5 residents on Cox and Huffman sent in letters saying that they support this or they don't have a problem with it. But there was a complaint made, and I would just have to assume by default that not everybody on that street, and there's a lot more than 5 or 6, have brought their names forward, and they have every right not to do that. So I just want to know what the recommendation is here, because it was like a yes or a no. What are you asking us today for? Because you also mentioned in your report that part of it wasn't even covered from the concerns you noted. in this current application. So what is today's approval? I just want clarity on that.
Yeah, maybe I can jump in too, because I think their planners said that they addressed your concerns, and is that true?
Through the chair. So the recommendation today is just to receive the report as information and directing that any comments that are received as part of this public meeting be considered as part of a future recommendation report. The applicants, through their presentation did identify how they will address the comments from staff or how they plan to address the comments from staff. None of that has been accepted by staff at this point. That's sort of the applicant's proposal. If they choose to amend this application to include additional requests or additional site-specific provisions through the rezoning, additional notice may be required. So there may be an additional public meeting. It would sort of depend on how the applicants choose to proceed with their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. And Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chairs. So in the staff report, it says, staff are concerned that the land now appears not to meet the landscaping shoreline buffer requirements. Am I right? So, and then there's also the driveway, which did not get an occupancy permit. And then there was also the dock that is a deck that they're going to change. And did I get that right? So what I'm saying is these issues that haven't been solved, I would like to see you go back and work with them and have them solved. I think that the doubling of the building permit fee is fair. Has the building department been in to ensure that it is built properly?
Through the chair. At this point, no.
So we still have to wait for that information also?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so these are the things I think that we need to, I mean, I'm not saying no, but I'm just saying to bring this up so it's safe for everybody and it's the way it's supposed to be and it's good for the environment. I think we need to discuss this with the agent and just work to ratify these things and make it come up to where it could be compliance as much as we can. And I think if everybody's in agreement, I think the permit fees need to be paid. The road occupancy permit does, and just making it safe. And I trust that staff will do this, and I trust that the agent and the people will do this. So that's where I'd like to see this go back to make sure that you're on the same page, we're getting the compliances, and that it's safe for the environment and it's safe for the people who live there. Thank you.
Okay, Madam CEO.
Yep, just through the chair, just to clarify one thing, the building department wouldn't look at it until they get planning approval. So they have to go through the planning approval first. And if that doesn't happen, then the building would never.
So supplemental then, if we approve this today, we have not approved, we're taking this as information, sorry, I'm down to a minute. We can put those conditions which the staff have, which the agent has to look at before we get into anything more. Am I right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the committee? If not, I think Allison's got a recommendation there.
Thank you. So the motion reads that planning report P25-043 dated November 19th, 2025 with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment application file number Z2510 for the subject lands located at 3300 Cox Drive be received as information, and that the comments received at the public meeting be considered as part of any recommendation report for a future council meeting.
Okay, thank you. We have a mover. Moved by Member Cox, second by Member Brennan. All in favor? Carried. And we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll come back at 11. Okay, everyone, we'll get the meeting back going here. Could I ask the deputy mayor to whistle?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to item F 2.1, administration report on short-term rentals. And I think I'm going to kick it off. Our clerk has a couple of slides to show us here. If we can, we'll just give. We'll wait till the door closes and we'll kick this off. Thank you. So we'll start off with F 2.1, the report on short-term rentals, and I'll let our clerk and Director of Corporate Services speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not going to go into every detail in the staff report. It is in grand total 170 some odd pages long. But just on a highlight. So the last full comprehensive review of short-term rentals was done through the 2019-2021 period, with the final report, which is attached to the current report, brought forward in fall 2021. We did receive significant public input through that process. And as a result, when that came forward, council adopted the motion to proceed with regulatory bylaws that we call our good neighbor bylaws rather than licensing at that point in time. In September 2025, having worked with Granicus, which is the general software provider that's used by most municipalities to track and manage short-term rentals, because they have a comprehensive suite of software that searches every platform on the internet, which in itself is quite impressive. They identified 137 rental units as of September 2025 in Severn, with 178 listings. So there are some that are listed across multiple platforms. So you could see it on Expedia and you might see it on Airbnb at the same time. Generally, we receive with bylaw complaints about 2 to 4 properties per year. And often some of those receive multiple complaints. Council's familiar with some of the ones we've had in prior years. Many, though, I do want to know that we do, and you'll have seen this in the staff report, that we had 6 that received a single complaint. Following contact from bylaw staff, we didn't have a single reoccurrence on those properties. So just wanted to make sure that council is aware that most owners, that when we do contact them, are either not aware of our bylaws and then bring their rentals into conformance, or choose to keep operating, which is what results in the 2 to 4 reoccurring properties per year. Those reoccurring ones have varied with location through the municipality. So, and normally there's probably one new one a year that becomes more problematic than others. Within the staff report, there are essentially 6 options. Staff wanted to try and give council as many different avenues to try and deal with the matter that we could. And so the first one, we have a bylaw enforcement and complaints policy right now. Presently, as part of that policy, there is the requirement for 3 complaints to be received on a property before staff will proactively enforce it. Otherwise, our department operates on a reactive basis, complaints only. One item that council could choose to implement is an update to that, which would create one provision particularly related to short-term rentals, where if we receive 1 complaint rather than 3, it would then go on a list for proactive enforcement. Generally, it's still going to be for a period of 2 years, because we do have to give the ability for some of this to lapse at a certain point and close our file, and give people a reasonable opportunity to change their habits. So, and then at the end of those 2 years, we would start again, unless we're continuing to receive complaints, or they haven't complied with the orders or such that have been given. The other option is number 2, which is an administrative monetary penalty system. I'm going to call it AMPS from here out because it's a lot of words. On our existing regulatory bylaws. So one of the complaints we definitely get is that it takes too long to get fines issued, too long to get through the court process. I'm sure most of the world this time is aware that our provincial court processes are drowning. We have a lack of justices, which is why we're encountering significant delays with getting fines before judges. When it comes to short-term rentals, we have 2 options. So we call them Part 1 fines, which are set fines that we would issue, say, on the spot to a renter. To penalize the property owner, we have to go what they call a Part 3. because they're not the actual one causing the incident, right? They're not the one breaking the noise bylaw. They're still responsible for the property, but they're not the one actually doing the offense. So we have to go part 3, which is a much longer time and process. Normally involves a trial and such that can require folks who are the complainants to have to come as witnesses, which actually sometimes acts as a deterrent for people wanting to put in complaints because they don't want to have to show up at court. Through a AMPS process, so what happens is that instead of fines, they're called penalties, and that they can be issued instantly. And then if people do still want to fight them, they have 30 days and they can appeal to what we call a screening officer, which is where they could plead their case as to whether or not it should be adjusted. And then if they're still not satisfied, they get the option of a hearing officer. And typically the whole process is done in 60 days. So it's just an effective, more efficient process of doing penalties. And council would have the decision to determine which bylaws those apply to. So it doesn't have to be all the bylaws. It could be if we want to start with 1 or 2, like parking and noise, you could start with parking and noise and you can grow your program from there. The implementation attached to this at the earliest is 8 months, because there are agreements that have to be established with the Ministry of Attorney General for access to their systems. If we're going to apply it to parking, MTO for access to their plate system, because what would result is if under AMPS, if someone doesn't pay their penalty, they result in plate denial. Okay. If someone doesn't pay their penalty under the other bylaws, because parking and plates are a little bit of a different beast, it can result in a penalty that, if not collected, goes to collections. So it's a bit of a different process. The closest thing that we've implemented at this point, similar to this, is what has actually been in place for automated speed enforcement, which is where you get that penalty order and then you have the right of a screening and then the right of a hearing. So similar process that council may have seen or heard of in the last couple months. Then there's the ability to implement licensing. So licensing can be as broad or as restrictive as you want. It can cover a multitude of different items. It can cover only a few items. It doesn't, some places cover certain things because they have particular area specific concerns. If council wants to look into licensing further, then staff could bring a report back identifying what everyone else is looking at, and you'd have to pick and choose as to what you'd want to encompass in your licensing bylaw. Licensing bylaws throughout most of Ontario all come with an AMPS process. There are some municipalities that have implemented like a committee system like we would have for property standards. With AMPS, it's not actually something I would encourage. Most are switching to a screening hearing. It's more efficient. It doesn't require us to schedule 5 people to attend. People can get processed faster. Again, those similar timeline. It's going to take time to get all this put in place. If you want to go down the licensing system, you're going to need to hold a public meeting. So, and that is something that, given the seasonality of some of our residents, we would probably recommend from staff side not occur now until spring. So again, then you've got that 8 to 10 months to implement the licensing bylaw into effect along with the AMPS process. And I do not want to underscore how much work this is to put into effect. You'll have seen in other municipalities such as Tiny, where one of the local ratepayer associations representing a bunch of folks took it to court to try and have the licensing bylaw squashed. So if the licensing bylaw goes to court and gets squashed, the implementation can take longer. Implementation. Planning regulations. So this would be zoning, and I don't know if the director wants to speak to the planning piece. But again, the timeline's quite substantial.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. So in terms of the planning regulations, that would be an amendment to the township's official plan and zoning bylaw to specifically outline generically what short-term rentals mean in Severn and what regulations could be imposed. For example, additional parking requirements, no parking on the front lawn, maintaining landscaped open space, that sort of thing. So at the present time, short-term rentals mostly align with our definition of a dwelling unit. So in this particular case, if we went with planning regulations and policies, they would be more clearly defined, but would be subject to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Thank you.
And then so proceeding forward, the reason why number 5 is there is that you can do licensing with AMPs without needing the planning regulations. You do, one is not contingent on the other. So you can operate a licensing regime as we do now for, say, businesses like salvage yards and for vendor permits and stuff like that without needing the planning regulation. So if council wanted to proceed with licensing, they can. But if you want to do both, again, that timeline, it's a substantial amount of work. And that is a minimum 8 to 12 months before it would come into effect. So, and then the reason why number 6 is up there and is staff's recommendation is due to the timelines associated with this. So it's not the staff, I want to put this out there, are not empathetic to the folks that are living near short-term rentals. It is purely due to the staff time to do this and put this into place. Also, I do want to put out there that the implementation of the AMP system and the licensing system would be administered through my section. And by August next year, I switch hats to being returning officer for the municipal election. So there are other pressures that happen in this office that are very real. And while we do have other staff that absolutely can diligently be still plugging away at this behind the scenes throughout that process, I don't want council to think that there's just an open amount of time that we can work towards to getting this implemented. So then proceeding forward to items to consider, and I'm sorry, this is so small. So council could also choose to defer the whole report if they want to and put it out to a public meeting. Like I said, we have a good portion of seasonal residents that are not around at this time of year anymore. So, and would be significantly impacted potentially by this, either because they're the year-round resident on these roads, or maybe a short-term rental operator. When we had the prior public consultation on this, there was significant input from those that actually live beside or operate and were in support of short-term rentals. Licensing will not resolve issues such as trespass onto neighboring properties or party houses. Like we have a noise bylaw, but there are certain limits to what municipalities can enforce and do. We cannot stop someone coming up for the weekend who wanders onto your property. It's just not within our jurisdiction to deal with. That is an OPP issue. Regulatory bylaws we already have in place already regulate stuff such as noise, clean and clear. So that's your garbage, your long grass, other such items on the property like derelict vehicles. Compared to other municipalities, and there is a schedule attached to the report that illustrates what other municipalities within Simcoe County and our northern neighbors are doing. Many municipalities that are proceeding with licensing or planning regulations have significantly more than us. So such as Blue Mountain have over 300 STRs. We're sitting on about 127, right? Time to implement most options should be items staff would put forward as an item for consideration. Cost to implement licensing and AMPs. So if council wants to go down the route of licensing, then there is a cost to that, whether it's for the software to manage them, the staff time it will take to respond and process applications, initial applications and annual renewals. And then the staff time it will take to actually implement AMPs as well, because the screening officer and hearing officer are contracted. They are third party removed. There is policies that would have to be put in place for political non-involvement, financial hardship, such like that. So if penalties got to the point where people couldn't afford them, then they have the right to request adjustment. So things like that. Additional regulations are being considered, or should we be considering, or council should be considering additional regulations to manage, and we hear this a lot with items, to manage the few or the majority. Most of our STR operators are acting in complete accordance with our bylaws, and we never hear a single peep out of them. So similar to other instances that council's considered in the past is, are you regulating for, or considering regulation for a few or versus the many? Which is why staff's recommendation was to amend the bylaw policy at this point and also put this over to the new council. So, but staff are happy to go with whatever direction council wants.
Okay, thank you. And so these slides will be in the minutes that you've got there.
These slides, I can add them to the online
Yep.
agenda. However, all this information's in the existing published staff report.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open up to the committee, member Brennan and then member Burkett.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Great report. Thank you. Wow, lots of information. I made the mistake of trying to print it at home. I now need a new cartridge. There are lots of interesting information. Couple of questions. One of the things that really concerns me is cost. So we're having and we'll have a hard time, I suspect, and to stay below 4 or 5% tax increases as it is, I suppose, right now. We'll find out next week when we do budget. And so additional costs here means that some of the things that we've planned to do will have to come off the table. And so I do worry about cost. I also worry about, I've seen what some jurisdictions like Wasaga Beach and others have done. I would be very concerned with ideas like a 4% tourism tax. I don't think the tourism industry in Severn needs that crap right now. So, and I also believe that, these things need to pay for themselves. So the numbers worry me about any direct move to licensing. The other thing is, can you do recommendation 1 and 2? I realize there's some, I just like the amps because the amps is a little tougher, a little more aggressive. And, you get right to the point. And if you did do that, can you issue a part 1 and a part 3 for the same offense? How does that work?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So council can direct staff to implement option 1 and option 2. Option 1, like I said, I can bring that policy change to December council. Like it's a quick policy change. Amps, again, will take time. It is unusual that you would proceed with a part 1, part 3, and still amps. It's normally one or the other, unless it's such a severe infraction. We're still going to keep the ability to go to court in the bylaw. But it would have to be such a severe infraction that it reasonably couldn't be addressed through the amps process, because one of the first things the justice is going to ask is, well, did you pursue? I see you have an amps process. Were they penalized under there? What was the penalty imposed? And if the big thing about the courts is reasonable penalties in a lot of cases, if they've already paid a significant penalty through the amps process, the likelihood of success at a court process for one of our existing regulatory bylaws is significantly lowered, but doesn't mean we can't do it.
Can I just do supplementary, please? So I also want to acknowledge your comments about people being away in my ward for sure. And it's not cottagers, although cottagers, let's face it, you don't want to catch the average cottager in a bylaw. So that's a big deal. Cottagers have been renting their cottages since the first cottage was ever built. So you don't, and I've been renting cottages from those people since God knows when. So, you can't catch people like that in the net. And that would worry me, and I'm sure would worry the average cottager. The other thing is, a lot of these non-residents are in communities like Marchmount. I have lots of snowbirds in my ward, and there are some STRs in Marchmount. I've had no complaints this year in Ward 3, but there are some there. So timing is an issue in terms of a good democratic process. Just my final question, does the bylaw officer then have the ability to decide whether they're going to issue a part 1 or a part 3? Like, say, for instance, you got a chronic offender out there on the lake, and this, you can go after the person renting it, but would be really nice to nail the guy that's really causing the problem. And to me, the part 3 sounds very attractive. So is that a discretionary? How do you come to decide part 1 or part 3 if you do amps?
So part 1, I just want to correct a bit of here. So part 1, part 3 no longer exists with amps. So amps is a different penalty structure. So there'd be a different, it's going to look similar, but they're no longer called part 1 and part 3s. They're just called penalties. Okay. Part 1 and part 3 are what we currently have in our system. So right now, a typical set fine is considered a part one offense. So, you know, you've had your music going too loud, we issue you a fine. So right now, we would issue a fine to the renter on the spot, knowing that they're not going to be there for long. And then part three is how we go after the property owner. Okay, because the property owner isn't the one actually causing the offense, we have to go through court to do the part three process. Part twos are parking tickets. So the only things are called part twos. So part ones are your noise bylaw, your clean and clear infractions, that type of stuff. Part two is parking. It's the only thing that part two is. And then part three is any higher penalty or persistent penalty that's not a part one can go through part three. It's clear as mud, I know. So if you go down amps, part one, part two no longer exist. Everything is called a penalty. They still have monetary amounts like a set fine, but the term changes. It's no longer a provincial offense that goes through the Aurelia court system. It's now a penalty that comes through Severn's amps. So it's switching out one penalty system for a different penalty.
So how do you decide who you're going to penalize?
And that is at the discretion of the bylaw officer.
Okay, thank you.
They have to have significant and sufficient evidence to lay a penalty, whether it's a set fine or if you went with amps under a penalty order.
Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. Allison, we're here today because we've got two STRs that are problematic. We've got a large township, lots of water, and to remember Brennan's comments, they've been renting cottages out since cottages were built. Do we have anything in our tool chest? Let's say we go by bedrooms. If a house has 3 bedrooms, are they allowed only 6 people? And if the 6 people is something we can enforce, and we find out they had 20 in it, and the disruption to the neighborhood isn't fair, and it isn't fair to the abutting neighbors when you have that many people renting. Do we have anything today that could help the neighbors that are dealing with STRs that are doing this?
Go ahead, Ms. Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So in terms of a dwelling unit in the township, I'll just start at a high level. A dwelling unit is a cottage. It's a year-round home, and it can be either on private services. In the case of a cottage, it's typically private services, and dwellings in areas such as Coldwater or West Shore are on full municipal services. So in our definition of dwelling unit, we don't put an upper limit on the number of bedrooms. The only time that would come into play is if you're on a septic system, because the sizing of the septic system is it's completed in accordance with the number of bedrooms. If you're on full municipal services, that doesn't come into play.
No, and thank you for that. I understand that, but do we have any clout? Because the ones that are in question are on septic. So the majority of the problems are the ones that are on septic. So if we find that there are 20 people in a home that only has 4 bedrooms, is there something we can do? Is there a fine? Is there something we can go back after the homeowner for the infractions that they are doing?
If I may, through the chair, certainly if we receive a concern through our complaints policy, then we can certainly investigate that. The chief building official would take a look at that and see what the septic capacity is in comparison to the number of occupants.
I don't want to dwell on it, and I thank you for that, but from Allison's side, from a bylaw side, if we find that there's 20 people that are sleeping in a house that only can accommodate 8, is there anything that we can do to help the residents out? That's what I'm asking, because it looks like whatever option council chooses to go with, it's not going to happen overnight. This is going to take months, and I'm hearing, and I'd like some clarity on the OP, not only for myself, but for everyone in the room, how it works. How long does it take to put the short-term rentals back in our OP, and basically explain what an official plan is and what it takes to put back in. But I'll go back to Allison with the question of, can we do anything from a bylaw side to help stop what they're doing?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So with respect to regulatory bylaws, so noise, clean and clear property standards and such, there is nothing in those bylaws today that would allow us to cap the number of folks in it. That is done through planning regulation, septic capacity, which is done through the building code. So within regulatory bylaws, which is what my section deals with, right now, we don't have the ability to deal with that. Now, I do know of one instance where our chief building official was in touch following a septic complaint with the property owner, and as a result, they amended their Airbnb listing. So staff right now do the best we can within the provisions that we have in place. So, and I don't know if the director wants to speak to the official plan process, so.
If I may, through the chair. So in terms of the official plan, it sets out the overall goals and vision for the township, and it must contain the directive whereby we implement it further in zoning. So if we don't have something in the official plan, we don't have the grounds to put it in the zoning bylaw. So at this point in time, we would need to, if directed by council and based on public input, if that's the directive we take, we would amend the official plan to incorporate policies such that it would enable more regulatory provisions to be included in our zoning bylaw. So for example, clearly defining what a short-term rental is, requiring additional parking spaces potentially. And I think I mentioned before, saying perhaps a minimum landscaped open space on a property to prevent parking in front yards and that sort of thing. So the overall arching policy document is the official plan, and the implementing regulations are in the zoning bylaw, and you would need both. They would work hand in hand.
Supplementary, and thank you.
Madam CEO, and then Member Burkett.
Thank you. I just wanted to add what Ms. Woodrow said, just so that council is clear and the audience is clear. What Ms. Woodrow is talking about is if you do things in planning, it'll be about parking and landscaping. It won't be that STRs are not allowed in residential neighborhoods. And I think the neighbors want us to say it's a commercial operation and it shouldn't be allowed. And I don't necessarily disagree, but the courts disagree. Oro has been down that path and lost. So just to be clear, any official plan zoning bylaw will not say you can't operate a short-term rental, because the courts have said you can't. People's zone, is that what you tell? A house is a house is a house. It doesn't matter what happens. And I understand people think it's a ghost hotel and all of those things. And as I say, I don't disagree, but the courts have disagreed and been very clear on that. So I just wanted to make that clear so there isn't a misunderstanding of, if you go a planning route, what you will achieve.
Back to Member Burkett.
It's okay. I'm good. Thanks.
I'm going to go down the row here, if that's okay. Member Cox.
Okay. I'm in favor of number one, but I would like a report to find out how tight we can make it, how heavy we can make it, and what we can do. And from hearing what you know where I'm going for a fine, and what we can do to do this. And when Mayor Burkett was talking about regulatory, well, in my mind, you just spoke to it. If the building department, the building official says, who's the big kahuna, because nobody can say anything against him. If he says you can only have 2 people per bedroom, and your bylaw says, can we put in a tight bylaw that says, if the building official has said 2 people per bedroom, you have 10 people here and you've got a 2-bedroom, can the bylaw, and can we have something that could enforce that working together? I know one answer. I think that's something we need to look at. If we're going to talk about option 1, which is, I'm assuming from this, sorry. We are talking about fixing it so that if it's 1 complaint, and if it's 2, if it's 3, there should be some type of escalating fine. I don't know if we can. This is what I want to ask. Find out, is there an escalating fine? Can we do it so that they are noted and they are told? And I just would like some idea maybe from some other municipalities if they've done this. And the next one I wanted to talk about was, we need to have a public meeting. It's only fair to find out what is going on everywhere else in our township. Everyone deserves, in this democracy, a right to speak and to talk to this point. I believe we should have a public meeting, but I believe we should have 2 Zoom meetings, because Zoom meetings can bring in the people who are seasonal and they don't have to drive up here and be in a snowstorm, which we did one night, and poor lady had to drive all the way back to Hamilton. And that way, and I'm going to be honest about this, if we do a public meeting and we do 2 Zoom meetings in the spring or the summer, there are people out there, and you could be one of them. I am one of them. I know sometimes if I'm in a room and everybody's all in favor of one thing, I won't speak because I will feel intimidated, and I don't want people to feel intimidated. So I think if we're going to do any type of rationally looking at this, we need to ensure that everybody's had a say in it and they all know, because if we do one meeting, that word will get out. And if we don't do any more, people will feel like they haven't had the opportunity. All of these options, except for option 1, take time. Tiny Township spent 9 years. Then they had multiple public meetings. We all know that it's still in the courts. And they are still working, but they still have bad apples. And we all know the bad apples are why we're all here. This is it. We all have them. You can have a bad apple neighbor who owns the house, but this one is a bad apple neighbor who comes in and causes problems for you. So I believe that if we're going to do this, I really want to do it right. I want to know how many. The CAO, Robert Lamb of Tiny Township, I spoke to him and he said to me, you may probably do not have as many STRs as we do. You may look at it in a different way, and you may find a way to use some of our and some of yours and work on it that way. He said, but take the time. Don't knee jerk this. We did it with a tree cutting bylaw, cost us a lot of money. We never did anything more about it. I just believe that if we follow the process and if it runs in before the election, it runs in before the election, we'll just have to wait, I guess. I don't want to just say we're not. I just want it to look into it, but I really want to get this option 1 in. And I really hope that we can tighten it up and with the fact that our bylaw can go in, and maybe that will work, because we've seen it does work. We've seen ones where the bylaw has gone in and they find them. And we had one gentleman, it went on and on and on, and finally it's gone. It stopped. And it wasn't fair, but I don't know that licensing would have stopped them because he still was that type of person. And to find out now that if we make a complaint or if we let Airbnb know that there's a 4-bedroom home that's renting out to 20 people, and they say, wait a minute, you can only have 8, gives me a bit of faith that maybe there is some hope that we can all work together to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minnings?
Hi, if it's okay with the chair, I wouldn't mind going last.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
just taking a lot of notes.
Member McIntyre? Oh, sorry, member. Go ahead, Allison.
So I just want to make it clear that for December, I can have a change in policy. If council wants us to look at graduated fines and such, we can take that back. Absolutely. But for December, I can have a quick policy change to allow 1 complaint and proactive enforcement. Graduated fines take more time because then once we have to amend the bylaws and then we have to set off for new set fine applications to the Ministry of Attorney General for approval. So they take more time, but it can be done. Other municipalities do have them in place. You would have to also determine what bylaws you want them for. So.
Okay, sorry, supplemental. Then that could take place before the summer of next year.
Sorry, sir, it's not a public meeting, so the public may not speak today.
So Allison, would that be something that could be in place? Like we could do the first one right away and the other one could be in place by like June? Maybe?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so we could get the policy change in effect. I could bring it to the next meeting in December. The graduating fine piece, we'd probably report back to council in January, February, and we probably could get the graduated piece in place for spring, summer.
Perfect, because I think that's where if we have them.
But again, that does take time. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Over to Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. I agree that number 1 would be at first blush on the surface appears to be the best route to take. It can be implemented reasonably quickly. I have one comment that perhaps the planning department would take into consideration you may have a 4-bedroom and you'll set a bylaw number of 8 people, for instance. Then they're going to bring tents, and then they're going to bring pull behind trailers, and they're going to put up a porta potty. So there's that caution that I would like to have brought to the attention of the planning department when they come back with the recommendation. 4 bedrooms, they're going to bring 8, and then they're going to have 10 tents, and they're going to have 2 pull behind trailers. So that's just a thought that I had in terms of limiting the so many bedrooms, so many people. And finally, I think that a public meeting is essential. We have to have a public meeting. As the clerk said, possibly in the springtime when we've got all the residents who have, this affects dramatically, and they've got investments in their cottages and their summer houses and so on, 3-season. So a public meeting, in my view, is really critical to have that. And lots of notice and set it up for whenever it's convenient for the clerk.
Thank you. Member Jansen, if you could add your comments, please, that would be great.
Sure, no problem. Thank you through the chair. I appreciate the report that's been put forward in front of us. I think the data really speaks volumes. We have 137 properties operating. Only 9 of them received complaints. It appears from Member Burkett's comments that 2 STRs in our community are really creating kind of this fuss. In the community that I represent, or the ward that I represent, I've received 0 complaints about STRs. I know that they're operating. There is a need for STRs to be operating in my ward because there's very limited space for people to stay overnight, very limited hotel areas or hotels built up in our area, unless you go to other communities. Those people that come into our towns, of course, they become tourists and they generate revenue for the local businesses. Based on the numbers here, the 137 or the and the 9 complaints, of course, as Allison mentioned, only 6 of them, once they became aware of the complaint, came into compliance. I don't see the need for licensing STRs. I think that's a step way too far for our municipality. The option number 1 makes the most sense to me. I'd prefer just to stay with status quo. I think that if residents that are having issues actually made the complaints, it may generate more in this column of the number of properties subject to complaints. It appears maybe these complaints aren't actually coming to the attention of our bylaw department. I'm not sure. Airbnb also came in and they gave residents options to make complaints directly to their system. I'm going to imagine VRBO has the same sort of system or any of these other short-term rental sites. I'm going to see what the rest of the comments are here, but I'd be proposing either maintaining status quo or voting for number 1 with the STR complaint sections violations being added to our good neighbor bylaws.
Okay, thank you. I'll say my comments. Just Allison, can you confirm on option 2, who is the screening officer and who's the hearing officer?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So those are independent parties that are hired on contract to the municipality. They are not municipal employees.
But who are they? Like, what are they? Former planners, or who are they?
That depends on when we put out the call for a hearing and screening officer. We get typically they're folks that have been in the enforcement field or police or former retired process servers or court staff or what have you. Like there's a range of folks. You'll have encountered a lot of these folks in the last couple months with folks that or anyone who's appealed on the ASC tickets or penalty orders, same group of people that you'd pull from. So.
And my feeling in the whole thing is that the bad actors should be penalized somehow. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm kind of swaying to the AMP thing, but a progressive discipline or penalty should be applied somehow. And that's what I think the bad people should pay the consequences. Those are my thoughts. And a public meeting that we hear people. I like to see people here in person, and we can do in person and on Zoom, but this is great to get everyone's feedback here. And I'll let the CEO speak. Yeah,
Sorry, just two quick things. If we went the AMP route, I suspect we would partner with a municipality or someone that already has the screening room, like we did with ASE. We wouldn't have the volume, I wouldn't think, to do that ourselves. And I think from a staff perspective, I think we also agree that the AMP program is a good idea. During break, we were talking about the build without a permits that we have, and we were talking about, do you think we can apply AMP to that? We don't know the answer to that, but it was something we thought. I think it's just timing for us, as the clerk had said. Next year, all hands on deck in the clerk department are for running the election, and we have to do that. So we don't want to do it until after that. It's not that we don't think it's a good idea, we do. And as all of these things come up, we see other avenues that we could use the AMP for. So we think it's a great tool. It's just when we have the resources to do it. Next week, we're doing budget. You'll see on the list all the positions that were recommended for last year that didn't get in the budget are still not in the budget. All the positions that were recommended for this year are still not in the budget. You've got the planning report coming this afternoon that talks about what they need, not in the budget, because there just simply isn't room to Councillor Brennan's earlier concern about cost. So it's just resource based for us, what we can do when. So we appreciate if council considered that.
Go ahead, Allison.
Thank you. I just want to note on an AMPS process. So AMPS has been on the radar for my group for quite a while. Part of the reason why we haven't moved forward with it is the fact that until a year and a half ago, we didn't have the ability to take online payments. And there's no way we could implement an AMPS process until we had that in place. So we're getting there. Staff had intentions, and even if council doesn't go with it with respect to short-term licensing, it's actually on our radar already for 2027. Because it is the way most municipalities are going, purely due to how long it takes to get stuff through the courts these days. Even just to appeal your parking ticket can take up to 6 months now because of how backlogged the courts are, with the shortage of justices in particular. And I know the province is working on filling that, but it takes a very long time to get a new justice hired and then trained in time they can actually start hearing cases. So that is the main driver as to why most municipalities are implementing AMPS across a swath of different bylaws, whether it's just parking. There are many municipalities that have had an AMPS process in place purely on parking tickets for over a decade now. But there are just logistics to getting that up and operating and in place. So I do want to put it there, it was on staff's radar to bring back in 2027. That's why it's part of this report as well.
Okay, thank you. Member Jansen, and then Member Brennan.
I think part of my question may have been answered in what was said there. I guess the AMPS program could be rolled out across multiple bylaws, so not just to deal with STRs. Because the question I was going to ask was, what would be the cost to set up the AMPS program for STRs compared to the amount of complaints that we're getting? So if we've received 20 complaints in 2025, what would be the cost per complaint for this AMP system to be set up?
And to be honest, I would want to report back to council on that before I give that information. Depending on how much your fines are, it's relative to your penalty. If it's a ticket for parking, then there's a search in MTO. So then you get into the MTO search fee. So it's not quite simple. And just to make sure that accurate information is being provided to council, I would want to provide a much more detailed report on how that would work. But it absolutely can be applied to multiple different bylaws. So your noise bylaw, your clean and clear, your parking. It is not as anything specific to do with short-term rentals at all. It could be used just for general enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Brennan.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I'm still leaning towards 1 and 2, and I don't see any reason why we can't, even if we can't complete the AMPS due to workload, we can start. I hate the idea of starting it in 2027. I would think that we start working on it to the extent that resources allow now, so that we are in place by 26, late 26, maybe early 27 at the worst, but we're actually up and running. I mean, I think for people that would like us to have STR regulations. At least this is a little more punch, a little more fire in the interim. And I mean, hey, you know, we're elected for 4 years, not 3. We can do stuff in the 4th year. So anyway, I favor 1 and 2. The question I have though is, why is everybody talking about having a public information center? What would that be for? We're deciding on 1 or 2, then we're deciding on 1 or 2. Why, what's the public information center for?
Madam CAO, and
Yeah.
then we'll continue with member Minnings.
Through the chair, it would be if council wants to go down the licensing section or planning rules would have to go through public meetings. So for AMPS, no, doesn't have to unless council wishes it to.
Okay, member Minnings, you're up.
Thanks so much through the chair. So I just have a couple things. So first of all, in the motion that I brought forward, that's part of the report, was that staff be directed to prepare the report and what's Severn's done since 2022 and about our sister municipalities. And I appreciate, to the clerk's point, that she said that there was 178 pages or something. It was a lot of work. It's only the first 12 pages that I asked for. The rest is way before 2022, and I saw there was no value in it. So it was already available online. So I would just say that that wasn't part of the report or what I asked for. So the comprehensive report on what Severn's done since then, I don't know where that is in your report, to be perfectly honest. So that was what I was looking for. And I know we've had a conversation about this, but I still don't have an answer.
Through you, Mr. Okay.
Yeah, I'll speak and then the member Burkett.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the background of the report and the reason why the 2021 report it's in there is because it does start off the background information for the report. So since then, as a result of that fall 2021 report, council's direction was to proceed with regulatory bylaws. All of the bylaws were enacted, as council is already aware, in 2022. And since then, over the last winter, we conducted a full review of every single one of them. So they've all been updated since then as well. So council is very aware of that fact and has come forward in multiple reports in the past. So because of that fact, I didn't feel that in how recent those were. If council was looking for what we've done specifically on short-term rentals, since that decision was made, we've proceeded with the regulatory bylaws and enforcement of, and responded to complaints as they come in. So it's just been regular operations. So with respect to policy changes or updated bylaws, there hasn't been any, with the exception of updating what Clean and Clear was, or updating sections of the noise bylaw or such since then. So
and thank you. And that's what I was looking for, because we have done things and council may be aware of it, but this is the biggest public issue that we have going. And I certainly don't expect the people that I work for here, that we all work for, to have to know what council's discussed over the last 3 years. So we have done things. So it was meant to help us, help me to be able to give back information. We're all giving the same kind of information on what we've done, because you're right, we have reviewed all of those bylaws and made changes to them from the good neighbor bylaws. So, but that wasn't part of this. So I'm just wanted to make the point that I was not looking for a decision, or, you know, it wasn't about pursuing licensing or any of these options or anything. It was that we all started from the same page of what's been done, and also equally importantly, what our sister municipalities have been doing. And I do thank you for the chart. It is difficult to follow because of all the different phrases. It's, you know, it's not laid out. So there's even tick boxes, or, you know, if I want to see how many have implemented a short-term rental, I had to go through and highlight my copy and do a manual count. So just, it wasn't meant, my point is, it wasn't meant to go back prior to 2022. And so well, this is what I have to work with, are 12 pages, and thank you, but I don't think it's comprehensive. So and the other thing, I just want to like address some of your points, because you are the clerk, and I rely on you so much for things. We all do, and I know the value of a clerk. And I do appreciate, and the CEO reiterated that, you know, it's all hands on deck next year because there's an election coming. And I know you said that to me too, but may not be common knowledge, but this council approved a deputy clerk position for the first time ever, and that person starting full-time in January 5th. So even though it is an election year, no one's disputing that. In 2021, which was the background information you provided, that was also an election year, going into an election year. But yet there were all these bylaws and things that could be done. So there was effort put into it in the year leading up to the 2022 election. And I wouldn't have made that connection if you hadn't put it in the package. Okay.
Go ahead, Allison.
Thank you. With respect to how busy the municipal election gets within the office from the administration side, which is significantly more complicated and complex than the public needs to know or understand. And if I'm running a good election, they shouldn't need to be honest. They should have faith and confidence in the electoral process. Going back to 2022 from a staff resource perspective, the reason why we were able to get the regulatory bylaws reviewed and some of them brand new, like the noise bylaw, implemented was because those happened in the spring. The municipal election tends to get quite busy coming July, August, and then it snowballs through to an after election day. So from a resource perspective on the ability to move this item forward, staff absolutely have time through winter, spring, and very early summer. But by late July, early August, me and my team are very, very busy running the administrative side of the election. So I just, by way of timing as to when the last review of short-term rentals happened and the implementation of those bylaws, they all happened in the spring of 2022 before the election really got busy. Just from a timing perspective.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know what notes you're passing, and I just want to mention to the mayor that you just said the F word out loud, and I do take offense to that. And I would appreciate an apology, because I can tell from your body language, this is my turn to speak, and I'm just addressing things that I heard from other people, and I find it very disrespectful.
Can I speak?
Yeah, I think we'll give everyone another chance to, we'll go down the line, and Member Burkett.
Through the chair, and I.
Sorry, okay, Member Burkett, if you could respond.
Yes, through the chair, and I did not use the F word. I'm sorry if you heard. Okay, well, you may have heard it, but I never used it. I just want to go back to the report, and you and I will disagree. I thought the report was very well done. Thank you very much, staff, for the report, because not only the benefit for me, but also for the audience sitting here. As far as what we've done for short-term rentals, I want to go back to the official plan. So we just finished our official plan. And I want to tell you, 2 members sitting at this table did not approve the short-term rental portion, and it is on video if you'd like to see it. I won't mention any names. The other 5 of us left it in, partially, knowing that there may be a problem down the road. Why we are here today, this isn't the largest issue that the Township of Severn has. It is an issue. You are our residents. We need to respond to your concerns. Madam Clerk has come forward and has given you some options. No one phoned before, like we did our official plan, what month? June of this year when it was approved?
2024.
But when we had to go back to the county, wasn't it finally approved this year? Thank you. March 2025, we heard nothing about short-term rentals and it being a problem. Had we known, we would have acted on it. And it's complaint driven. So I'm not sure why residents weren't phoning, either telling the ward councillor, telling the deputy mayor, or telling myself that we did have a problem with short-term rentals. Fast forward to today, we've got 2 problems. We got one in Shoreview and we've got one back at Peninsula Point. We have some options that will work. As far as licensing and why we shouldn't license, I'm happy to listen if we should license or not license, but to license, we need to hold a public meeting. We have an abundance of water. We have an abundance of cottagers that need to weigh in because we need to create a new bylaw. It just doesn't happen overnight. Do I feel for you? Absolutely, 100%. I wouldn't want someone that had a party house beside me. I would be livid, as you are. But there's a process, and the information that's provided to us here in this report was amazing. We all needed to read it, and I hope that you all did, but we've done nothing because we have done oodles. We've even gone and did delegations to the province because the province can swipe this. And I think some of you were here when Kathleen Wynne was here. She was the Minister of Municipal Housing and Affair. With one swipe of the pen, she could have taken care of this, as did BC and as did Quebec. But I take offense to the fact that we've done nothing in the last 3 years. It's not right. It's complaint driven. We've heard nothing. We've heard nothing from short-term rentals and being a problem in our township. We've got 2 isolated cases. We met with the CAO from Tiny. They got hundreds that were problems, and they still have problems. They haven't fixed it, even through licensing. And to the Deputy Mayor's comments, you need to do it right. You just don't do a knee-jerk reaction. Just my comments.
Thank you. Now back to member meetings, if you can continue, please.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, the oodles. So the one thing I liked that other municipalities are doing and is how do we pay for this? Because there is a cost involved on any of the options that you've presented. And even though the first one to strengthen the current policies is the easiest, there's still the tourism tax that some of the municipalities put in that you've included in the chart is a way that municipalities can make revenue. So, and it's not the homeowners who are renting out their places that have to pay that. So I know there's a cost involved, but that is an income stream. And I just wanted to say, and then the licensing fee, of course. And I did provide a report in May, and it was part of a presentation that Ramera and Oro did at the County of Simcoe conference about zoning and licensing. So the next question that I heard was about zoning bylaw, official plan amendments, commercial use, all of that. Don't go down the zoning road. 100%, we shouldn't go down the zoning road. And that is something I had taken from the presentation in Rama from Oro Medonti and Ramera. Do not go down the zoning bylaw because the burden of proof that is without a reasonable doubt. Whereas if you go down a licensing bylaw, the burden of proof is in the balance of probabilities. It's a lower level that's required. And that is one of the options here. So I'll just pause that. So that would be something that wouldn't use a lot of time. The data does speak volumes, and I agree, but I read the data in a different way, that in 2023, there were 2 complaints and 2 properties. And 2 years later, we have 20 complaints on 9 properties. So that's like 1,000% increase on the number of complaints from 2 to 20. And like we're doubling, tripling, times 10 our numbers. So if that's the jump in 2 years, there could continue to be a jump if there's a trend in properties that are being rented where there are complaints. So what I wanted to see was, I have another question for the clerk, and it's on the attached 2021 meeting package that was part of this. There's something about, it's referenced policy. It's page 155 of 178 if you want to look at it, but it's the bylaw violations and complaints. And it's called it's the section frivolous and vexatious complaints, section 3.1D. So it confused me when I read that together with the chart on how few complaints that there appear to be. Because it says in 3.12, by the way, it was, it's one of our bylaws, that submission of obsessive requests with high volumes and frequency of correspondence, complaints that are seen as additional or repetitive complaints that a complainant has already submitted. That's under the vexatious and frivolous complaints. So, I'm reading that and then I'm thinking, well, we've only had X number of complaints. So I'm just curious if we are changing something or strengthening, what we have currently in the interim, that maybe that section doesn't seem to align with if I'm calling about my neighbor's property and then I'm calling the following weekend or twice a weekend or whatever. Is that not go against our bylaw policy here?
Go ahead, Allison.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe I'll handle that one, and then I believe the CEO is going to speak to the MAT tax and a couple of the other pieces that have been brought up. So the frivolous vexatious piece under our bylaw enforcement policy is actually a very important piece of that policy. We deal often with neighbor disputes, that once we've been there once, twice, 3 times, there's actually never anything wrong. So, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 complaints come in from the same neighbor. Again, nothing is wrong. The person every single time is abiding in complete conformance with our bylaws. And no issue is ever found. At a certain point, it is a inappropriate use of resources to be responding to continual neighbor disputes. And we've had these where none of these have related to where we've used this clause. And I do want to say we use this clause very, very sparingly. We've never applied it to a short-term rental. The issues we have tend to be more related to burning complaints, noise complaints, neighbors who just don't like their kids playing on drums or don't like their neighbor having a fire. Well, they have a fire permit. They're burning in accordance with our bylaw. Unfortunately, we can't help where the wind goes. So there are very real reasons why we need that. Maybe we can fix it up and strengthen it or clarify it. But in the handful, and I mean barely handful of instances where we've actually enacted that clause since we've put it into the policy, that means I can count it on one hand. Probably not even a full hand. Those folks are given plenty of warning that if you don't stop complaining when there's actually no issue, then we will declare you to be frivolous vexatious. Like there's a lot of preamble that goes into that from an operational perspective before we move into that category.
Fair enough. Thank you. So then if I'm just going to summarize, the option 1, where we can make some changes quickly with no additional resources. I agree with that, but I would like to see the motion say that, and a public meeting will be scheduled in April. I think we've had a lot of petitions. We've had a lot of interest in short-term rentals, and this isn't the forum where we can have conversations. It's just a listening opportunity for the residents. So I would say that, and I know that there are opportunities to do that in the spring, put dates in tax inserts, et cetera, put it on the short-term rental page. And then based on that, then maybe we could see again the report on what the options are going forward. Because today I was really expecting a report that we could look at, ask questions, get for information, and then sort of mull over some options. So it's a little bit of discounting the options that are too much of a big decision. I don't want to see this put on pause until the new year in 2027. So I would like to see option 1 and then a commitment that we do have a series of public meetings, however you organize them.
Thank you. I think I'm going to ask Madam CEO, you're going to talk about mat tax, or is that?
A couple things through you that I wanted to address. First of all, I think never in my career have I had a councillor say there was too much information. So I'm sorry if there was too much information, but council can take what they need out of it. Similarly, it's unfortunate if it didn't meet your expectations. Probably not a great idea to call out the clerk in public about that. We recently had a great team building meeting where we talked about no surprises. And I thought we had made some great progress there, but I would suggest by the body language that I'm seeing out there and over here, we've probably undone that work, which is very unfortunate. With respect to the MAT tax, if I go back to what Councillor Brennan said early on about not wanting to catch the average cottager in it, you would have to license to go down the MAT tax route, and MAT tax is for tourism promotion. So it's actually to bring more people to your residence. So you can't spend it on enforcement or whatever. And if we go down the licensing route, which we need a public meeting and all of those things, it will catch your average cottager. I mean, either you're renting your cottage or you're not. There's no provision to say, you know, if you rent it to family and friends, everybody tells you they rent it to family and friends, right? We knock on doors and that's what they say. So that's the tricky part. I just wanted to make council aware of that.
Sorry, my intention was not to call out the clerk, and my apologies if that's how it came across, or and body language too, not my intention. But I did reach out to the clerk on November 17th, and I've got 4 pages of notes from our conversation. So I did share exactly what I was thinking at that call, and it was actually the clerk that proposed proceed with option 1 at this time, because that was easy to implement, and then have staff schedule a public meeting for April to hear from the public, and then follow up with other options for council so that this could continue. And I do appreciate there's an election. It's an election year. I called you, and, you know, pure transparency was that because I didn't want the recommendation that was in the agenda to do nothing from council until January or the first quarter of 2027 to go forward. And I was very concerned about that, upset about it. So we're all on the same page, but I just wanted to say that we're not here today to have a licensing bylaw go, no go discussion.
Thank you, Allison, and then Member Jansen.
Thank you. So, Member Mannings and I did talk before the meeting, and I think I had calls from a couple other conversations with a couple others. So, like I said previously, the bylaw enforcement complaint policy amendment is fairly easy to do and to bring forward. If council does want to go down the route of, or even exploring further the potential of a licensing bylaw or planning regulations, staff's strong recommendation is to hold a public meeting. And it would be not until spring next year, which I just want to make sure council's aware is going to delay or postpone or stretch out that process for implementation further. That said, what would be useful if council wants to look at a public meeting, if there are aspects of a licensing or planning regulations that council wants staff to be able to speak to, then knowing that in advance would be helpful so that we have that information to bring.
Thank you, Allison, but I'll let Member Jansen and then Member Cox.
Thank you. When I read through this report, I thought we were talking about whether or not we were willing as a council to put forward short-term rental licensing. And my understanding or my thoughts were that we were not, based on the general discussion here, we were looking at number 1. I'm not really sure why we need a public meeting if we're not going to be pursuing short-term licensing. So if a motion is going to come forward, I'm wondering if it would be an amended motion from what's put forward in the package. If that fails, then we would vote on the motion that's put forward.
Member Cox, and then we'll see what a proposed amendment is, and then Member Brennan, is that?
Yeah, I just,
okay?
before the amendment, I just like.
Sure. Okay, Member Cox, and then Member Brennan.
Thank you. See the chair. I agree with the councillor. Yeah, we're here to decide whether we want to move ahead with STRs today. That's why I did all this reading. All right. So it seems to me that I would like to see, first of all, if there's going to be a decision on this, if you're going to go with 1 and 2, you need some time to find out how well they're going to work. So if you're going to say, oh, we're going to go with 1 and 2, and then we're going to do STRs, that's just a big bad batch of soup as far as I'm concerned. I would suggest that, like, I would like to see a motion that says 1 and 2. Obviously, some people are just in favor of 1. This idea of starting, I definitely, if there's going to be a motion on that and public stuff, fine, I guess, but that makes no sense to me. We have a decision we can make here today, and I think most of us are leaning towards 1 or 2 as the option or the combo. That's 5 you on it.
Member Cox.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that and what Member Jansen said. I think we should initiate option 1, get these tighter regulations in, see what happens when we can tighten them up after and get our fines higher. And then I think we should have a meeting to see how things are going in this after we do this. And then if we feel or we want to have a public meeting or we feel there's a need, but I'm leaning towards a public meeting is probably a good idea, but be prepared. There's a large number of people out there who really do not want regulations. They have family cottages. They rent so that they can have money to help with their taxes, or their friends have a place to go that's not totally expensive. They haven't had any issues. Those places have worked well. And I think we are coming along, and we can do, as I said before, you can go into this licensing, but you still have to have a cost factor, which I would like to know, because I looked at Romera, and Romera at one point had don't quote me on the numbers on it. Romera had maybe 1.5 bylaw officers. They have 4 or 5 bylaw officers. They have a person who's looking after short-term rentals. And those wages come out of my pocket and your pocket because of 5 bad apples. And if we can do something so it doesn't do that to us, we can be innovative and maybe do it. Thank you.
Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Allison. Allison, if we do number 1 and 2, the AMP program, we would have to hold a public meeting, correct? We don't have to?
No, I just.
Madam CEO.
Sorry, Allison can answer that. I think the answer to that is no, but I was going to suggest a potential motion for you that you go and it sounds like we're all over the map, but I think to Councillor Brennan's point, AMPS is a lot of work and you don't know what the work involved is. So perhaps your motion is you go with 1 and you ask Steph to investigate and report back on 2. I think that's what I'm hearing, at least from some, rather than just go for it because you don't know what's involved yet.
Member Minnings.
I would like the motion to include, or a separate motion, and I'm fine with that, about having a public meeting in the spring.
Okay, Member McIntyre and then Member Cox.
Thank you, Chair. At the moment, I'm not interested. I'm not for licensing. I'm at this time. We've got a long road to run with this STR stuff. I'm in favor of option 1. I do like the idea that it'll move along quickly. It gives us some teeth to start with. There's no reason in the world why we can't add to it, amend it, do more. I think we need to get started on something today. I think that's something that would be not only good for us and give the clerk a little time to do more, but it show the public that we really are involved in their concerns. I wouldn't want to live next to one of these unruly STRs either. As the mayor had said, it would make you crazy. But and it does lend to the fact that lots of the people here are great folks, but they got a bad neighbor. So I think option 1 would be for me. I like the idea that it can be implemented quickly without a lot of more resources required from the staff's side. And just as an aside, at this moment, I'm not in favor of licensing. We don't have, I don't think, enough complaints out of 137 registered people who are on the list for their rentals. So I'd like to move along with one when it comes to it.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand it over to Member Cox. Member Burkett.
Through the chair, at some point, Allison, if we go with option one and we decide we want to hold a public meeting in the spring, that's still a possibility, correct?
Correct. Actually, we're correct. You absolutely can hold a public meeting on this at any point in time. You just need to ask for one. What I can do is provide counsel. We can work through some of this one at a time. So we can do one motion to receive the report and go with option one. And then council can do a second option, whether or not they want to proceed with AMPS at this point in time, or at least have staff report back on the implementation of AMPS in more detail. And then you could have another option to say whether or not today you want to make a decision about holding a spring public meeting. Like this doesn't all have to be in one motion. It can be different motions.
Okay, Madam CEO and then Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, just to the mayor's point, though, if you're holding a public meeting, it has to be on something.
Yeah.
So you need to be clear about what do you want to hold a public meeting on, that you want to explore licensing, or what is it that you planning regulations or whatever. Like we can't just talk about short-term rentals in general. You have to have, there has to be a purpose.
Okay, Member Cox and then Member Burkett.
So my theory would be then give us the two motions, give a third motion about a public meeting, and bring back something for us to look at so we know why we're having a public meeting. We're not just opening a door so people can talk and nothing happens. So because I don't know if I want to go down that licensing road either. And I don't want to open a door with not knowing what we're going with. Back to the CEO.
Okay, Madam CEO.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. We can't tell you why you're having a public meeting. You have to tell us why you want a public meeting. So yeah, so yes. So someone call the vote. The clerk has probably 3 different motions and we'll see how they go.
Got a few more comments. Member Burkett.
Sorry, through the chair, all I was going to comment, through the planning process, if we were to call a public meeting for STRs, what would that have to happen from the planning aspect? Because I know it has to be put back in our OP. So I think I need to understand, am I not correct in saying that? As far as STRs, if we were going to hold a public meeting regarding STRs, does it have to be part of a planning process that we need to follow to put it back in our OP?
So through the chair, only if council wants to go down the road of changing planning policies, the OP and the zoning bylaw, which I haven't heard any discussion that you do. So I think the public, unless I'm misreading the majority, the public meeting would be about licensing, unless council directs it's on zoning and OP, which I haven't heard.
Okay, sorry. So then supplementary, if I may, if council wants to look at licensing, would we have to do what you just told me about planning? Would have to be part of that or no? It doesn't have to be.
No.
Okay.
One or the other, you can combine them, but as I say, I haven't heard any discussion that you wish to go down the planning process because we've seen it other places and it hasn't been successful.
Okay, so just that supplementary, if I may, just to add insult to injury, the only way that Tiny Township won was through the planning part of it. That's how they won the first round against this STR. So is that what we need to do? Because if we just look at licensing, we're going to be challenged unless we do it from a planning perspective. That was my understanding when we met with the CAO from Tiny.
Yeah, through your worship, I'm not a legal expert, but that's not my understanding. Their legal challenge was on licensing, whether they had the authority to license or not, which they do. I don't know that it connects to planning. It was Oro that went down the planning route.
Member Minnings.
Thanks. And just to clarify the motion, it sounds like a separate one for a planning meeting. Right, but there were some comments about we don't know what the meeting would be. It would be to get authority or approval from council to pursue licensing. It's through the bylaw. It has nothing to do with zoning or planning or all that the historic stuff that just a couple municipalities went. It's a more direct route, and it's something that's absolutely within our purview to do. So it's to pursue licensing.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, based on the discussion, I have three motions for council. So the first one is that Administration Report A25-032 dated November 19th, 2025 regarding short-term rentals be received, and that staff proceed with updates to the bylaw complaints and violations policy being option 1. That is the first motion. You got to call the vote.
Can we do the other two or your?
No.
No,
One at a time.
one at a time.
Yeah, just my only comment, I've waited. One thing is excellent, seeing all the municipalities and they're all different. It's unfortunate we're not on the same page, but we have to pick the best out of the options there, and here we go. So you've heard the motion. Can I have it moved by Member Brennan, second by Member Cox? All in favor? That's carried. Okay, second motion.
The second motion, that was option 1. So the second motion is that staff report back on the implementation of administrative monetary penalty system, or AMPS, with the current good neighbor regulatory bylaws. This is option 2.
We have a mover for that. Moved by Member Brennan, second by Member Cox. All in favor? That's carried. Third motion.
The third motion is that a public meeting be held in spring 2026 regarding potential, that is not how that's spelled. Sorry, apologies. That a public meeting be held in spring 2026 regarding a potential short-term rental licensing bylaw prior to council rendering any further decision on it.
We have a motion, mover by Member Brennan, second by Member Jansen. Or sorry, Member Jansen and Member McIntyre. And I'll call for a vote.
Could I just ask a question on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So at that public meeting, we wouldn't be making any decision. We would just be receiving comments from the public.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So staff would come forward with, here's the scope of what can be covered under licensing bylaw, receive public feedback, and no different than any of your other public meetings. Then a staff report comes back afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody have any comments or Member Minnings?
Yeah, and I'd like a recorded vote, thanks.
Okay, recorded vote being requested.
Okay, so again, the motion reads that a public meeting be held in spring 2026 regarding potential short-term rental licensing bylaw prior to council rendering any decisions. So recorded vote requested by Member Minnings. I need a mover and a seconder.
That's a move by Member McIntyre, second by Member Jansen.
Okay. Recorded vote requested by Member Minnings, 4 against. 4. Okay. Member McIntyre, 4 against. Okay. Member Burkett, 4 against.
4.
Member Cox, 4 against.
4.
Member Jansen, 4 against.
4.
Okay. Member Brennan, 4 against. And Member Taylor, 4 against.
4.
Okay. Motion's carried.
Member Cox.
Quick question to the clerk. Before the public meeting, you will be bringing us sort of a report on what types of questions we'll ask and how we're going to do the meeting? Just a quick question, or I can leave that alone.
I would leave us to think on that for a bit.
That's what okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we're going to take another break here. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order here, and we'll go to agenda item F 2.2. Presentation by Haley Gamble at Martin Sim Sewers Architects for the Severn Admin Center. So hand it over to you.
I can kick it off here. Chair, through the
Okay.
chair, we're here to talk about expansion of the administration center. Earlier this year, MSS were retained to provide their architectural services. We're looking at a few options that we're here to show you today. So an option just to renovate the front end of the facility here, and the larger project would be expansion of the facility by either densification of the existing footprint or an expansion to the north. So we can go through the impacts of each one, I think, after, and I'll turn it to MSS to go through our options.
Okay. Okay. So good afternoon, council, staff. My name is Haley Gamble, and I'm a project architect with Martin Sim Sewers Architects.
My name is Jason Sweers. I'm a partner and architect at Martin Sim Sewers.
So as Colt mentioned, MSS was engaged by the township to complete a feasibility assessment for the administration center. An assessment focused on 3 core objectives. So the first was understanding the existing facility and its limitations. The second was identifying a growth strategy that aligns with Severn's future. And the third was improving accessibility, usability, and the delivery of municipal services. So at its heart, this study is about ensuring the township can serve residents equitably and effectively as the community grows. So as you guys are aware, the administration center is approximately 12,000 square feet, originally built in 1990 and expanded in 2010. But since then, the township has grown, standards for accessibility have evolved, and the ways municipal staff work and interact with the public have changed. So the building no longer fully supports the level of service council strives to provide. Our task was to evaluate the building and present realistic, cost-effective options to improve functionality while maintaining operations. So as part of our process, our team reviewed the building and its systems, spoke with staff across departments, evaluated growth projections for staff, and employed office best planning practices and accessibility guidelines. And we used this information to develop a program, adjacency relationships, and ultimately the options we're going to share with you today. So in terms of the existing conditions, our assessment highlighted a number of challenges within the existing building. The first being inefficient and compartmentalized spaces that limit productivity and collaboration. The second being restricted access to daylight due to floor plate depth and layout, with potential impacts on staff productivity and the public experience. The third challenge was the significant accessibility barriers, particularly within this space and some of the washrooms. And then a potentially non-intuitive layout for staff and visitors. So from our perspective, these issues appear to reduce the township's ability to fully provide inclusive, efficient, and user-friendly municipal services. So using staff feedback, office planning standards, and projected growth, we developed this pictured spreadsheet, which you can review in more detail in the actual agenda, which defines the spatial needs of the administration center by space type. So this spreadsheet, as I say, goes by space type. For example, private offices versus workstations by department, and then communal spaces. It accounts for future projected growth, and we've applied a gross up factor, which is a multiplier we use to account for hallways, vestibules, wall thicknesses, etc. This assumes generally that senior staff will all have private offices, and then remaining staff will be in workstations. So there's an increased number and size of meeting rooms, washrooms, and shared spaces, and then increase numbers of offices and workstations to meet the growth. And in general, the result of this spreadsheet was that it yields a modest increase in overall building area from the existing from 12,000 to 12,700. We then translated that program calculation into an adjacency diagram that you see here that explores how spaces and departments should relate to one another to streamline operations and public service. The goal was to create a clear public to private transition, centralized shared spaces, and logical intuitive pathways for residents, visitors, and staff. And these relationships go on to form the base of the block plans. So you can see here, we're working from more public programs such as the council chamber, and then the community service or customer service department, working our way up to more private internal departments, starting to understand some of those relationships, which then inform the subsequent plans. And then from there, we, in addition to the building and interiors, we assessed the site constraints and zoning of the existing property. So in summary, the current lot size and zoning, as well as the neighboring properties, provide minimal constraints to expansion opportunities. So there are pretty ample opportunities to expand the building if required, which just that any proposed addition would need to be designed with sensitivity to the residential context to the north and west. We also looked at retention priorities, looking at where things are currently placed and what things really have a strong case for staying where they are versus which things would be more easily moved or benefit from moving. So the summary of this is that the existing safe or kind of archive space and the primary building service room were the two items that we were identifying absolutely not to move. And then we had a number of spaces such as the customer service department and washrooms where we're putting a medium amount of priority on keeping them where they are in order to keep continual operations and not have to relocate more building services than absolutely necessary. And then the remaining spaces we established could be relocated where appropriate. So we've used all of this analysis that I've covered so far to develop the following option plan. Oh, might not be working. Okay, the clicker is no longer. Okay, there we go. So option one is a renovation-based approach that works within the existing footprint. So essentially here, we're focusing on optimizing office and workstation counts and collaboration space counts while improving access to daylight. So some of the strengths of this concept is that it does improve the access to daylight by moving private offices to the interior of the building, which democratizes the access to daylight. It also supports the data that shows that staff who sit in workstations generally spend more of their day at their desk, whereas office users might be in there temporarily and popping out for meetings. So it's generally a well-proven strategy to put more of the workstations towards the exterior, towards the daylight. It also achieves the required office and workstation counts, which we had evaluated that we required 19, we need 19 offices and we've achieved that. And then we had 30 workstations versus 24 that were required. So we exceeded that. And then also the shared programs are strategically located for convenience and efficiency, such as lunchrooms, washrooms, collaboration spaces are located in places that work well for all staff. And then this option also minimizes new construction area, so everything will be completed within the existing footprint. So the major challenges for this option is that it requires significant phasing to maintain operations during construction, which will increase construction costs and operational disruption. And this does not provide room for longer term growth. So it's more midterm. And based on the numbers provided that we had provided, and I believe are in the report as well, we were estimating a cost around 4.2 million order of magnitude based on costing data from the past year, looking at blended cost per square foot rates for renovations in this area. And then in terms of how this option would be phased out, so option one is looking at renovating predominantly more of the private areas or areas that are not public facing is maybe a better way to say it, and doing that all in one stage. And then you'd have to have some staff work from home, or there could potentially in this renovation situation be an opportunity to bring trailers on site to temporarily relocate staff. And then you would be hoarding off that area and doing that first. And then the second phase would be renovating the more public facing, let's say, or more front of house section of the building. And then we've additionally included an area for this actual, I guess, very front portion of the building or side portion, depending on how you want to consider it, where you have council chambers and the meeting room behind us, washrooms. So this section we've evaluated could be renovated at any time because it is easy to compartmentalize from the remainder of the building and maintain operation. And essentially going forward, we would continue to work with the township to further strategize an optimal phasing plan for operations and cost savings to balance the desire to break up costs over multiple fiscal years while also keeping the costs for remobilizing contractors and hoarding and those things down. So then option two is the addition focused option. So it constructs a modest addition at the rear of the building and then renovates select or targeted areas. This is designed to accommodate both current and future growth while limiting disruption to operations through localized stations. So the strengths are that it provides the greatest capacity for future staffing needs. It also introduces more amenity or outdoor space in the form of a courtyard for staff, improving daylight, wellness, and connection to the site. It maintains the main entrance and public services during construction and offers the least operational disruption during the project. And the challenges are that it would require more planning approvals to increase the building area to establish an addition. And it does not resolve all of the issues that were identified as existing within the remaining building footprint because we wouldn't be renovating all of it. But the estimated cost for this, and it may seem counterintuitive as it is an addition, is around 3.4 million. And to explain why we're coming to a lower cost estimate for the addition versus the renovation is the added costs associated with phasing, demobilizing and remobilizing, hoarding, limitations to working hours with renovating in an operating space. And then there's also the element that this option actually requires less total area of work because the addition is about 3,500 square feet. And then the other areas being renovated, I think, are around 2,000 square feet. So in this option, you're looking at around 5,000 square feet of area of construction. Whereas in the first option, you're renovating pretty much your whole building. So that would be more like 10,000 square feet. So that's the other reason why you end up at a lower cost. So in terms of the, let's say, phasing of this, it's not so much phasing the way the renovation is. It's just that we would propose you build the addition first and we're connecting it in two key locations where it would be very easy to divide the area of construction from the area of operations and keep that very compartmentalized. And then once phase one is built, you can start to move staff over there. And that gives you opportunity to renovate in the main building. Now, again, you're not necessarily renovating this whole area, but it gives you the opportunity to then come in and do those targeted renovations such as front of house, although this area could also be done first as previously identified, and then other kind of select changes around to increase your office and workstation count. So yeah, this strategy avoids unnecessary interruptions to public access, council functions. So we've also included a conceptual proposed site plan and then a kind of massing image on the next plan. And it's important to note that this is not necessarily indicative of the exact final shape of the addition. It's more to show the rough area and possible location of it relative to setback and the existing building in the context. So just give you an understanding of roughly where it would be and size. And then here showing it relative to the building. So it's like the current proposal will be that it's pretty unobtrusive from the parking lot and from the public facing. So in terms of conclusion, our assessment illustrates there are two potential strategies to improve the existing administration center. But option 2, or the addition option, appears to best support the township's future. It is more cost effective, more efficient to construct, more accommodating of long-term growth, and less disruptive to municipal operations and public service. Most importantly, it positions the township to offer democratic, inclusive, and accessible services, ensuring every resident can confidently engage with their local government. This project is not just about space, it is about equity, public duty, and the township's commitment to providing an accessible, welcoming, and future-ready civic center for its constituents. So we appreciate the opportunity to support the township in this work, and we are happy to answer any questions. Do you have any questions?
Member Cox.
I'd like to go to the addition that can be put on at any time for accessibility. Right there. Yeah. Yep. The one, yeah, that's it. I believe that this is something I'd like to see done due to the fact that it's embarrassing when we have people come in here and they can't get up here, and people could run for election and they can't even get in here and there's no place for them. But I have a couple of questions on it. So the entrance into the existing lobby, then you go to the meeting room, that little square there. And then you have that storage room that juts out and then it juts back in. Why is that?
Yeah.
Like, no offense. I'm
Oh,
looking at something that is like, I'm trying to picture this in my mind. And I'm looking at something that now we've got two little areas of wasted space. So my theory would have been take that meeting room a bit and take your storage and just butt it right up against that other small meeting room. And then you would have a whole total area and you'd still have storage. But where do you get into the council chamber?
Yeah, so I guess first to clarify.
Well, there's
it
no
is-
little door.
It is a block plan, so we don't.
Yeah, okay. But if I decide, if I like this, then I would like just to see where I'm going.
So essentially, the initial drive behind our recognize this was
Mhm.
get as close to the existing configuration as possible, because we want to minimize having to close this lobby as much as possible so that you guys can keep your operations going.
I'm not talking about all of option 2. I'm just talking about doing the, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I just meant that kind of set.
Yeah, okay.
Space, and then the council chambers, the idea would be that you would have double doors on the side. And then probably your horseshoe would go here. We've seen other council chambers where they like to have storage behind where council sits and then kind of an AV closet. And this little 2-person meeting room, the idea is that gives staff an opportunity to meet with members of the public without having to go behind a fob access door. So, and then this gets you much more access to natural light in your council chambers.
That's what I thought you were going with, the windows back there.
Exactly. So then, and we could always frost them or do something
Yeah.
to take the rain with you. Oh, sorry.
Here online.
It's sorry about that. Yeah, so essentially the idea is to increase the council chamber space while also increasing access to natural light, which we can also mitigate any privacy concerns surrounding that through various measures. And then introduce, like, I know that you guys need more storage in this building, introduce more storage behind where council would be sitting, and then you'd have like an AV closet tucked behind and this 2-person meeting room.
I get that, but what I'm saying to you is, why can't that storage space go back and line up with that meeting room and the AV room? And then you're not wasting 2 pieces, like you've got 2 little juts there. Just a question.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely possible. Yeah, we're recessing, as I say, the AV closet and stuff behind.
And it gives more room for here.
Yeah.
But yet you would just take your storage a bit and then move back a bit just to keep it, like, because I know it's just going to be not used space. Those little things would be.
That
Just a
is
question.
Yeah, for sure possible. There's no reason why we can't change it.
Just as somebody who
Yeah.
store.
Yeah, no, of course, that gets you extra usable area. I mean, that's kind of more of a move for framing this
Yes.
space, and usually you do like a different material treatment
Yeah.
on the space right behind.
Well, it's kind of like when
But-
you build a house, we sometimes move walls,
Yeah,
as long as they're not load bearing.
yes,
Okay.
but of
That was
course,
just my thought, and I just
could be
wondered where
a
we would come in. It would be a door on the side hallway come in.
yes.
And we'd still have existing windows and then those windows.
Yes, and it's important to note that, yeah, these are block plans. All of the details of exactly where the best place is for a door and
Yeah.
how all the walls line up, that would all get worked out. And of course, we want to make sure we're
Yep.
designing it in a way that suits.
And it wouldn't be a podium,
Well, there's different ways.
or
you
it would
can
be
do
an
it.
accessible podium.
Yes, there's different ways you can do it. You can do it so that all the way around.
Yes.
Or should you have like a gradual.
Right.
Grade
I've
increase.
seen that at the
ramps
other,
on
yeah.
either side, or it can be same height. Like we'd look at all that and figure out what the sightlines need to be
Okay.
and come up with a solution that.
I mean, I know you were going to do that, but just it's questions in my head.
No, happy to answer. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Brennan.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. I kind of share, maybe not exactly, but the deputy mayor's concern. That footprint for the council chambers compared to what we have now, how much bigger is it going to be? It just seems to me to put a storage room in such a critical location, just get that out of there. To me, anywhere but there. I don't like it there. And like we use that room now on a regular basis. And there's no reason to believe in the future we won't need even a little more room. I'm just worried that we're making this tiny.
Yeah.
So like, I just think that stuff is, I just think we need a bigger chamber. And that gray stuff, get rid of it, put it anywhere but there.
Yeah, no, that's easy feedback to accommodate. Yeah, I think the intent was to keep some storage, especially for if you want chairs in reserve, that kind of thing. But certainly doesn't need to be that size. As I say, we're just identifying locations where you could get more storage, but I agree, we want to prioritize the council. So yeah, easy.
Thank you. Madam CEO's got a comment.
Yeah, so through the chair, just to be clear, the chambers is bigger because they're taking over the back space. And from staff perspective, we absolutely need some storage somewhere because we're running around to grab chairs and different things. So they've taken, they've interviewed us extensively and talked about what we want, particularly an AV cupboard. This is not workable, the little spot that we have down there. So maybe not as big. But I think we're maybe getting pretty granular right now, and we need to figure out if we're doing it. And yeah, for sure.
Member Cox, a comment, and then Member Burkett. Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. Andrew, how much money do we have in reserve for the building envelope?
If I can, through to the mayor.
Sorry, Andrew.
No, it's okay. I had the number on my screen anyways. But
I thought
Colt reminded me of it, but it's 3.4.
Okay, thank you. So here we are. If we renovate the main building, it's over $4 million. We're sitting now where we have staff in the back room. The washrooms that we have are 30 plus years old. They're pathetic. They're not even accessible. If we went with the option 2, and I'm just commenting, I'm just commenting. I want to hear from everyone. It makes the most sense. And it doesn't matter if it's an election year or not. We need to do something with the people that are working here. It's not a good situation. It's not fair to attract new prospective employees. Like just go to our lunchroom. Have a look at that lunchroom. It's pathetic. We have the money already in reserves. It's not a $15 million endeavor. It's a $3.4 million endeavor. And I think as far as the council chambers and accessibility, if for whatever reason someone was elected last year in a wheelchair, this would take no time to bring it down and make it accessible. And we could renovate a washroom outside very quickly. And we could do it over the years. We don't need to do everything all at once. I know that it needs windows on the other side, but I would like to see how this went. And part of that, and I know I'm not sure if you have it in your costing, does it include the HVAC and everything that goes with a new building, that price of 3.4?
Yeah, so essentially that's based on square footage costs that we get from costing reports that get issued year over year by cost consultants, and they take averages for new construction of various types. And so we look at that price and apply it. Obviously, there are a lot of factors that could affect it, like depending on when you tender, how many contractors bid, and even the size of the job affects it. Like if you're doing a very large job, you're going to get a better cost per square foot because the efficiency. But this is our estimate based on the costs per square foot for like new builds of municipal office space.
Okay, thanks. So the only other questions I have is that we'd have to drill a well that isn't in this costing. We'd have to do something with the septic that isn't in this costing. And I think Colt has those numbers. And you know that we get snow. We get snow and lots of it. So you've got, yeah, but that whole midsection, what do we do? Like, how do we remove, like, we can't have someone out there shoveling all the time. Like, did you take that into consideration as well when you
That's a good note. And I think we're even, discussing, like, as I said, the exact form of that addition is subject to change, and whether or not we open up one side of it to get access. Essentially, the main focus here was that we wanted to do an addition that wasn't right up against the building to make it darker and harder to construct. We wanted to kind of pull it away from the existing building and get a kind of efficient shape there. But yeah, it's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be an enclosed courtyard. It doesn't have to be that exact placement. It's subject to change, and we can work with you on figuring out what the best solution
well, it's
is.
actually nice because during the summer months, it'd be nice to have picnic tables out there where you could go out and sit, right? It's a great idea. Well, but they have their lunch breaks, right? And I don't know if the other members of council know this, but they're eating in here because there's no room. Like their staff are eating in this room. And, we just we're going to spend over $4.5 million on a culvert on Wayneman Line for one house, which I still will never get over. Anyways, those are just my comments. I'm just thinking the only other thing that isn't in here that I would also need pricing on is we'll need a new generator because the generator is right out there as well. So, and it's done anyways, its time is over. So I think I'd like all those costs so that I know how much we are. And those are just my comments.
Yep.
Thanks for that. Nice drawings.
Member Minnings and then Member McIntyre.
I thank you through the chair. Thanks for your presentation. I have a couple questions. So with option 2, which is up here, that's the addition 3.4. I wrote down, you said, but it doesn't include updating the existing office space. Is that correct?
No, that does include updating the existing office space, but to be clear, it doesn't mean renovating the whole building. Like I didn't get into all of the details while presenting because it just would have taken too long. But for example, anywhere where there's this diagonal hatch, that's an existing space that would be unchanged. Now, when you get into the granularity of it, maybe more spaces get new carpet, new paint, but those are places. So all along the back here, and then the sides, we're leaving those all as is to keep your costs down. But it would include the cost of, say, we're renovating here to introduce the lunchroom, renovating to introduce the council chambers, renovating to kind of get more workstations in this space. But again, it's much more targeted, which is why the renovations costs would be lower, but we are budgeting that into that number.
Thank you. My next question is, I'm assuming that the 3.4 million you're quoting is for the structure, the infrastructure, that. So we would still have the desks and the furniture and the couches and the meeting rooms and the lunch tables and all.
Yeah, I did provide some numbers to Colt on estimates for it wasn't full FF&E costs, but for furnishing costs. Because that's important to note here because we are proposing some smaller workstations from your existing to help you fit more people. And also workstation technology has come a long way, so you can get a lot more efficient and still have the same.
Thanks. So just 3 more questions. Hoteling spaces, are they built into this floor plan at all?
Yes, although we didn't identify like a large need for hoteling spaces. Yeah, we were basically just accounting for some extra workstations based on anticipated growth. And I think understanding that there's sometimes students or things like that. But again, like as we develop with this, we would continue to finesse, adding another workstation here or there. But yeah, there was some discussion of that, but I think we determined that largely it's going to be dedicated workstations, but there may be some hoteling.
Okay. And then because of crosshatch spaces, there's no change to them. Seems to me that under the AODA, that once we start a renovation on site, that we have to make the washrooms accessible, like accessibility then has to be upgraded, for lack of better words. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm not too concerned about that in terms of where we're showing it. So as an example, these washrooms behind us, it's crosshatched because we would leave the existing footprint, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't renovate that washroom, but we'd be approaching it in a way where we're trying to do it efficiently and not have it closed for an extended period of time. And would be more like replacing fixtures, partitions, and finishes. We wouldn't be like, we would be trying to avoid larger renovation work that requires relocating water lines or stuff like that.
Thanks.
So yeah, but and also the other offices, like you have large offices. So I'm not actually concerned about the barrier free aspect there, and your corridors are good sizes. You have pretty big doors. So I think we're comfortable that we can make it work. Well, yes, we are adding washrooms. I guess I didn't highlight that, but both options add washrooms because you guys do require more washrooms.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. My last question was also around the courtyard. So winter's been mentioned, but I'm just wondering about the practicality. I've worked in office buildings in the city where there are courtyards, and unless there are trees in there and shade, no one's going to sit there in the summer. And is that the best place for it? I understand you want to put light on either side of the offices that people would be working from, but we have such a pretty broader yard and area that I just wonder if just for that, getting some air and making it usable space, if there wasn't another way to incorporate that.
Yeah, we can definitely explore that. Yeah, I think there's a very good case for pulling the addition off of the main building, as I say, from a daylighting standpoint, from a logistics of construction standpoint. But whether or not it's enclosed on all sides, like whether or not it's a true courtyard or not, that can be discussed. Like maybe it's not. Maybe it's open on one side and open on the other side, so it's easier to access. And but in terms of the courtyard itself, if we were going ahead with the courtyard, that would include a landscape like design for it, and we'd work through what would we introduce there to make it functional, but also, to not be something overly extravagant, but how could you strategically add some plantings and some furniture to make it effective? But we would look at all that.
So then, in the interest of keeping as many windows as possible, I get that. Could the addition, and I don't know how much land we own, but could the addition not swing so that it goes out that way? And then you create like an L-shaped area for a courtyard that the lunchroom could be there, et cetera, and just make it, bigger windows and way more light. So I'm just wondering if we could use better space rather than mushing it all together.
Yeah, so you can see here, this is the available space just for reference. So you do still have more room that way, but you wouldn't necessarily be able to put the same footprint fully rotated. But again, there is flexibility in that area. So we would, look at what is the exact right way to introduce exterior space in a way that's going to actually have people use it and be easy to maintain. So yeah, that's definitely noted, and we'll be taking that into consideration going forward.
Then let Craig make a comment.
Through the chair, just to add on to that, in the future, we do see a need for expanded parking too, and you're going back behind the buildings at that point, probably. Because you have the septic on the other side of the building, so you're not gonna be able to go that way. So those issues would come up by swinging it that way too.
Thank you. Member Minnings, Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. I presume you've done other municipal buildings before? Recently?
Yeah, I mean, I worked, for example, on City of Guelph City Hall a few years ago, so yeah.
Okay, what's the likelihood of an overrun when you have 3.4? Is that likely to turn into 3.9 or 3.8?
Well, as I say, at this point, this is basically order of magnitude, like class D-ish level costing, because the reality is each decision you make informs the cost. So, I mean, that's part of our job, is to make decisions that are cost effective going forward and keep that number in mind. And assuming the project goes forward, like we've allowed for cost consultant involvement throughout. So that's kind of a checkpoint. So we go, you know, as we get a certain stage through, we start to give them, because you can never have, you know, a high degree of certainty about the cost when it's at a conceptual level, because there's so each decision from here makes an impact on cost, which finishes we pick, what mechanical systems, all this stuff. But we would be making those decisions with the idea of keeping the cost down. And then we go to the cost consultant when we're certain ways along, and they'll tell us what the price is at that time based on what we've shown them. And then if the number's coming up, then we make changes to help bring that number down. And also, I mean, we would provide advice on how to tender a job like this to try and get competitive pricing, because that can make a huge difference too, depending on when you tender it. If you just have like one contractor that bids, you're not going to get a competitive cost. Whereas if you could tender at a time where there's a number of companies looking, then you're going to get better pricing. So that's part of our job, is to work through that process to figure out how to keep the numbers where you guys can afford them.
Okay, Adam CEO comment, and we'll come back to you, Jim.
Thank you. I was just going to respond to Councillor McIntyre to say, you know, we'll if council decides to proceed, we will finish the design based on the feedback that we're hearing. But eventually we'll go to tender, and so it's not, you're not deciding today to spend 3.4 million. We'll go to tender, and we'll bring the cost back, and you'll have to approve it. So just to give you some comfort there.
Okay, back to you, Member McIntyre.
Kind of ties in with from your experience, that Member Burkett brought up about a well and a septic, and that would have to somehow be brought at the tender process when we get tendered, how much it would cost for a well and how much for us, and with the big lot we have here, we could relocate it and so on. That would fit in with Mr. Belfry's comment about parking. So that all, Madam CEO has made it clear that that's at the tender process. And then I sense that 3.4 is a figure to work to, not work from. I mean, work up to that. And then anything additional would be right into the tender process, and you can try to hold the line at the 3.4.
Mm-hmm. Like essentially, when you're starting a project, you have kind of a range of what the potential price might be. And as you further develop it, you get closer and closer to what the final price is going to be. But yeah, obviously the point is we work towards budgets. So we have to always keep that in mind with decisions we make. And that's what we would do going forward.
Thank you. There's lots of information brought forward. We can we kind of absorb it as we go. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Cole.
Just through the chair on the topic of the well and the septic. So we'd probably be looking at close to 100,000 on the new septic, and maybe 15 to 20 for the relocation, drilling a new well and decommissioning the existing one that we have here, just to give a general figure. And that's not included in the estimate here today, but
what about the generator, Cole?
through the chair, likely 150,000.
Okay, Madam CEO.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that some of those costs aren't fair to tag to the addition, though. We already need a new generator. Our generator is done, as we found out during the ice storm. So whether we renovate or not, we will need a new generator, and our septic is probably pushing its capacity. Although we're not going to ask that question because we don't want the answer from the CBO. But we've increased our staff far more than the capacity of what it was built with. So don't ask them that question. But regardless of whether you would do an addition or not, we're eventually going to need a new generator and a new septic system. So that shouldn't factor into your decision.
Member Cox.
Respectfully, I think it does, because if we're looking at doing something all at once, we need to know all the costs. So whether we decide to do this or A or B or C, we still know that we need a well and we need a septic and we need a new generator. So those are just costs that will be absorbed into this as we go. And we need to have all the numbers around us so we all know. And it wouldn't stop me from doing it, because those numbers are minimal compared to what the overall cost is. And they were going to have to be done anyway.
Colt, to jump in there.
Just through the chair, just a comment, I think back to Councillor McIntyre talking about the well and the septic being in that main contract. I think we would likely proceed with that ahead of time. Knowing that this project was coming, we would likely go and solicit bids for a contractor, hopefully local, for better competitive pricing as opposed to a large general contractor that would likely do the major upgrades.
Member Cox.
So here's a question. When a hospital is being built, there's two, or maybe there's only one now, but there's only two contractors in Ontario that do it. Is this something that a local contractor could bid on?
Through the chair, there are local contractors who would be capable of projects such as this.
Perfect. Thank you.
Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair, the 4 washrooms that you have in option 2, are they accessible? The ones that are there?
The intention, we did show locations where there was universal washroom.
Yeah.
Those ones it would depend. We would figure out the counts. But generally it's based on the number of washrooms, how many of them need to be accessible. And accessible is there's multiple different versions of that. So as I say, you would need a universal washroom here, which is a washroom large enough to accommodate an adult size change table, plus all these clearances. But then in clusters of washrooms, I remember offhand, I think it's 1 every 3 needs to be barrier free. And that is not the same size as a universal washroom, but essentially like at least one of those would end up being accessible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Member Minnings.
I thank you through the chair. So because there were some comments about going to tender, et cetera. So approval of option 1 or 2, where are we at in that broader process?
I mean,
Through the chair, I option 1 or 2, we would need to continue design into 2026, and I don't think we'd be prepared until likely a winter tender to be constructed in 2027.
Okay, because it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, because it's been a while since we had this come up, that once we go to tender, it's almost like a legal binding promise by the township, right? If the people, so we're not at that stage yet. Okay, thank you.
Member Cox.
Yeah, that's interesting. So can you give me that timeline again? So let's just say we picked option 2. We would have to do the well and the septic, and then we'd have to get into the more specifics. And then you're saying that probably it wouldn't be till 2027 that we dig for the building addition?
Through the chair, I think based on the detailed design that would still have to be completed on here, we're trying to get the concept dial in before we go into the detailed civil and mechanical engineering that would be required of this project. It's never, it's not always great to tender in the middle of summer. It could be done, but it's not nice starting a project like that all the time in the fall. We do like winter tenders, to be fair.
So you probably do a 2026 fall tender and to start in the spring of 2027, but we would get the well and the septic looked after first.
Through the chair, that would
Definitely.
be appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if we did decide to do something here, it said that the 500, if we just did the 500,000, what would timelines be on that?
Through the chair, I believe if that were to be completed, I think that could, I'll leave it to MSS, but I think that work could be prioritized and we could go full steam at that type of project. That wouldn't be as lengthy of a renovation that we're talking with option 1 or 2.
Right.
But obviously we would refine that pricing even more before we would proceed with tendering.
And just supplemental then, is that 500,000 then taken off the 29, or is that because we're going to do it ahead of time? And then by the time we finished let's say the accessible renovation would be ready for the fall of 2026. When we went to do the 2027 build, that part would be finished. And would that affect the 29? just curious. I like timeline.
Through the chair, and I believe this is why option 1 and option 2 were not presented by MSS as said, so that
Yeah, on your report. right.
yes, so the 500,000 would be included in the 4.2 million for option 1 and the 3.4 million for option 2.
Okay.
So I was trying to figure that out when
Yeah.
they presented that, and now I've connected it.
Now
I
you got it.
purposely
Okay, I
took
was
that out.
wondering. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I like those timelines. I like what you're talking about. I like getting the basic in, like the septic, the well, the generator. And then the accessibility to me is very important. And then we would just continue on. It would be like with phase 1, phase 2, and away we go. Okay, thank you.
Madam CEO.
So I'm not sure if, because I've only heard from one member really, but I'm not sure if council's thinking about prioritizing this section first, which is absolutely fine and doable, except that we would also want a commitment to do step 2, because if you stop at step 1, then we've lost 4 offices and the mayor's office. So we can do this first, but it can't be a stop. Then that will become a problem. The next mayor may wish that the current mayor is pretty flexible, but the next mayor, whoever it may be, may want an office, and we took away that boardroom to make more office spaces. So we're pretty tight.
So, but just supplemental.
Member
sorry.
Cox and then member.
That's why I wanted those timelines, because it would roll. If we decided to do the accessibility, we do the well, we do the generator, and if we make a decision to do the addition, then it all rolls in one right after another. And that's just what I wanted to get into my head. Okay, thank you.
Member Burkett.
You through the chair, but I think you'd have to do the outside building first before you could start renovating here. Like you can't, like, and this would come second after the outside building is done. And you could staff people because you have, is there 5 that are in the back here? I think there's 5. 4 people. And to your point, there's no mayor's office if you start renovating this. I don't know what kind of time frame it is to do this section and fix the washrooms, but like I would do the one and then the other right after.
Yeah. Or yeah, I can address it.
Did you really give up the mayor's office? You gave up the mayor's office?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's a very reasonable suggestion for sure. I think anytime we can add space, that's part of the overall project. That's critical. So you can utilize that space up front and then do renos. I think that's really your best strategy with adding an addition.
Okay, supplemental, if I may. So if council now, and I don't know how they're going to go, but if they were in favor of option 2, what happens? It goes back to you because you said there would have to be drawings done. What kind of time frame? When does it come back to council for us to have a look at? Like if we're going to do both parcels, if we're going to do the outside building, option 2,
Yeah.
and then we look at renovating this after that one is finished.
Mhm.
And of course, to member Minning's comments, if we could have some sort of price as to what the furniture would be as well. So we had all the costs right up front before we
Yeah.
made a decision.
So I guess first of all, yeah, I did provide, as I say, some estimates on furniture. So I think those could be probably shared with you at some point, but so that you have a better understanding of that. But essentially, like, yeah, we had proposed that the addition be done first, just to give you the most flexibility and simplicity in sequencing. I think you could renovate this section first, but yeah, there'd have to be some temporary provisions, whether that's, say, downsizing some of the workstations in the customer service area to fit more workstations there temporarily or something. Just thinking out loud, but we could look at some solutions to do this section first if that was the priority. But in terms of sequencing, like, it would be ideal if you could tender all of it to the same contractor. But the only way you can do that is if it is kind of going back to back. So that would be something to think about. And in terms of timeline, like, yeah, as Holt said, it is kind of optimal if you tender for the addition or for the largest part of the work next winter in terms of getting the most number of people putting in prices and competing for it. However, like we could have drawings ready sooner than that and tender sooner than that, but you would have to go into it with the understanding that it might not be, you know, the most competitive climate for it. But yeah, in terms of timelines for the drawings, I believe originally when we put together a proposal for detailed design, I think we were looking around 6 months. I mean, it's also dependent on the kind of your internal planning approval timelines for adding an addition, kind of like for your own staff review of all that. But that's what I would say.
Okay, member Brennan, then member Cox.
Yeah, I didn't realize I didn't catch that. I'm not the mayor or anything, but when I was a senior manager in the civil service, I had an office bigger than he had now. At least you could have a small table in the office and you could meet with people. I think the mayor needs a little bit of dignity, should have an office. I don't know, it just seems crazy to me not to have a spot for the mayor. I think that should be built into it.
Sorry, through the chair, he
where is it?
does just temporarily. I think it's just not identified. The office space isn't identified, but he will have an or whoever is the mayor will have an office for sure. It's just while this piece is being renovated, if we started here, there would be.
Yeah,
But will it be bigger than what's there now? Really?
Right now I have senior staff sharing their offices with their staff because we don't have space. We're pretty low profile here.
Aiming low here.
Cole, can you jump in and help us out here on this one?
Through the chair, just trying to understand here. So it sounds like there may be a consensus to complete the I think it would be best to complete the renos in here and the expansion from a cost perspective altogether, rather than expanding the footprint and coming back here. We would prefer to lump that into one contract, I believe, but it does sound, maybe we need to hear more here, but it sounds like you prefer not to complete the upgrades up here due to the shortage of staff space and the elimination of the mayor's office. Just if we could get a bit of clarity.
We start here. Member Minnings, and then we'll come down. I think Judith had a few, but she'll have another round after you.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. So this may be, I don't know if there was supposed to be an option 3 as far as timelines. I'm still not sure about, it's option 1, it's option 2. Has council decided that we're going ahead with this renovation? Because there isn't an option to delay it or to do something either. So I just need to be crystal clear as to what we're approving today, or if that's been the direction, because I'm very comfortable with the amount of money in reserves, but it doesn't say. I would assume that money would be drained or used completely for that. And I'm assuming that reserve money is for the administration building only, and it's not, there weren't other pockets of projects that could have been tapped into that money. So I just didn't know we're at the point where we're approving the administration center, and that was just my own coming into it. It was more of a, here's what we're looking at in the future if we were to do this.
Okay, I think Madam CAO, and then we'll let Andrew speak to the reserves.
Yeah, I guess as with any report, council has the option to approve it or not approve it. So we don't typically leave an option that says, or we don't go forward. So you pass one of these options, or it fails, or receive for information. So that's always council's option. It sounds favorable that we're proceeding, but we haven't heard a vote yet.
Andrew, can you comment on Member Minnings' reserve?
If I can, through the chair to Member Minnings, that reserve ideally, I think, was originally set up for the future replacement of this building, but it has also been used for some of the other buildings that we do have, because we don't have a reserve specific to other buildings. So it is kind of you're right, it would be depleted. So if we wanted to use it, certainly we'd have to dip into a different reserve for any other building.
Okay, thank you. And I haven't worked my way through the whole budget binder, but I know there's a lot of projects. So I'm all for using reserve money to get things moving regardless of the different projects we have on the books. I just didn't know if this was a go, that then there would be something else on the wish list that would have to not be considered. And that was just my thinking around, is this reserve money specifically for capital projects of buildings and things? And I think from your answer, that's a yes. Thank you.
Okay, going back to Colt. Whether we do this first or in coordination, we are not looking at putting shovels in the ground until 2027. Yes or no? Thank you. That's all I needed to know for a timeline.
Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair.
Sorry,
Let
may
Lauren
I,
speak.
may I just interject? That is correct. However, we would be looking for council to approve a contract in 2026.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, I'm talking about.
Yeah, I just didn't want to move the decision off, because if we get caught in an election, you can contract.
Exactly. That's why I'm asking this question.
Yeah.
We
I
go
just want to make sure
ahead
everybody understands.
and shovels don't go in the ground and we don't start but the septic and the well. We will do that in 2026, or will we wait to do that in 2027?
Through the chair, we would bring that back to council for approval before we would proceed. I don't believe we have construction budget to go and do that today. We would bring a report forward before we would do that.
Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Andrea, what kind of timeline as far as plan, like what would we have to do? I thought even as a township, we still have to go through the planning process if we were going to do a building.
If I may, through you, Mr. Chair, so certainly we would put ourselves through the same building permit process that anyone else would go through. And that does include planning and zoning review as well. So standard process is someone else.
And supplementary, if I may. So Colt, you said that the tender would be for this side as well as a new building, but would they be working on both of them at the same time? Would they tear this apart? Wouldn't they finish that one first and then come back and do this one?
Through the chair, it would be up to how we structure the contract. We could put timelines on how we would prefer the construction to be done, or we would evaluate their schedule based on what they would like to do.
Supplementary, if I may, through the chair. So part of the tender process is if we put something in the tender that would have to be done first. And when that's done, because we need the office space, otherwise we're putting them somewhere and we don't have a council chambers because they have it ripped apart, then we could say that then they can go ahead and do this part.
Through the chair, we could write that into the contract with milestones that the expansion would have to be completed before they come in and reno in here. But still keep in mind that there will be transition areas when we do start connecting the new structure to the building that will be affected for a brief periods of time.
Member Cox.
Do a milestone for here. You can do it from about mid-June to the end of July because there's no council meetings. Just thought I'd throw that in.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you, through the chair. I don't know who's gonna, if this isn't even a good valid question, but what's the likelihood or probability that we could use portables or small trailers or something to staff, at the side of the building or something whilst all this transition is happening? It would make sense to me that we have, a school portable out there with accommodation for 6-7 people maybe in there. Isn't that in your scope of thought when it comes to moving people out, moving people in and so on?
CEO speaking.
Yeah, through the chair, it shouldn't be required because they're looking at doing that backside first. And then people from there can move into the other place. And we'll make it, you know, staff are excited that a project is coming. So if that means we need to juggle and share and do whatever for a while, we will make that happen. Similarly, when we renovate council, we may do a roadshow. We may do some council meetings from Coldwater, or from Washago, or whatever. Lots of municipalities don't have their, or not anymore, but in the past, municipalities have had their council chambers not in their admin building. I used to drive from Springwater to Elmville 3 times a week for where their council chamber was separated. So it's not unheard of. We will make it work.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just add to the comment on the trailer, that is a great point. That is certainly something that's part of option 1, where we would likely speak with the contractors to sequence the work in such a way that you would be able to decant from this building, work more aggressively within the building so you keep your timeline shorter. And then once the facility's ready, you can move folks in. Whether that's option 1 or 2, I think option 2, you could equally benefit from trailers in that scenario as well to speed things along, for sure.
Through the chair, just a supplemental question. Is it your experience to have, when you're doing a renovation of this nature that you did in Kitchen or Haley, is it likely that the contractor would have these sort of facilities available to just pull in and leave it for a time when then, I mean, I like what the CIO said, we just transition from here to there and so on. But I guess if we were stuck, we could always fall back on that position, you know?
Yes, I would agree that you could fall back. I think the space in question here is the chamber. We don't have, let's say, a secondary space where you could hold meetings at this scale. So that's the real trick, I think, with this exchange. Building this addition element, for sure, you could get that done. You could move staff, but again, your council chambers would be offline at that point. Although mid-June through the end of July, you have a bit of a pause, right?
Okay, Madam CEO.
I was just going to say through the chair that staff learned to be pretty flexible during COVID. So we can work from home, we can work from the arena, we can work from the community center. We can make it work. I'm not too worried about that part of the process.
Member Cox.
Okay. I'm just going to tell you how I feel. I like option 2. I like doing that and then doing this, and it's all done at once. The only problem I have is that courtyard. So if there's something we can do to do something with that, I'm fine because it all works out. Timelines are good. We can work on the other things that need to be done, but that's where I'm going now. Before I wasn't, but now I see if we do it all at once, it will work and the building will start in 2027. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in and give you my comments, but I think option 1 would be too disruptive. It'd be just chaos here. I think we can work with option 2. And the mayor pointed out the courtyard snow. A few of us went to the high school and Aurelia here was built in the 60s. It had a courtyard in the center, it had natural light. So if you can make that work, I would be for option 2. Do you want to just go down the row here? I'll start with you, Member Brennan. What do you think?
Yeah, I like to. I mean, the courtyard, I'm sure there are ways to winterize it. I like the idea of the courtyard, especially your picture with the trees in it. It's a good bonus for me.
Member Burkett.
Option 2.
And Member Cox, option 2. Member Minnings. 2. Member McIntyre.
I like option 2, but I do like the courtyard idea, whether it's Perigo or whatever, to give some relief. I mean, it's going to be 5-6 months a year at least. The staff could use the facility out there. I like the idea. Option 2 for me.
Do you have any other comments from staff, or do we have a motion, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. The motion reads then that Administration Report R25-015 for preliminary options for Administration Center upgrades be received and for the staff proceed with option 2.
Mover for that, please. Moved by Member Burkett, second by Member McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Safe drive home.
We saw the check out the roof they put in at the House of Parliament for their temporary thing. It's amazing. They got whole buildings covered.
Yeah. Maybe.
It will be. You're probably right.
Are you guys from Guelph? Okay, I went to University of Guelph years ago.
Yes, yeah. Then worked on the City Hall. So,
Oh, very good.
yeah.
Good. Okay, okay, next agenda item. We're going to go to F 2.3. F 2.3, presentation by Christy Kent, GL Richards and Associates, and Emily Hazel. She's going to, Andrea, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just make a couple of quick opening remarks. I'd like to introduce our two consultants that undertook the planning and building customer experience review that commenced this past summer. We have Christy Kent, a senior planner with JL Richards, and Emily Hazel, co-founder and managing partner of Darwin Pivot. And the project was undertaken in support of the Customer Service Directive in Council's strategic plan and builds upon our organizational review that was undertaken in 2024. So thank you very much to Emily and Christy for coming today, and I'll pass it over to them.
Thanks, Andrea. So we'll pass it over to Christy. Let's you speak first. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. So as we move through the presentation, we want to stress that the observations and findings of this investigation do not reflect on any individual or staff as a whole. It's really a signal reflective of rapidly changing times across planning, building, development, and systematic challenges that extend well beyond Severn. So we've used this insight that we've collected to understand the gaps, misalignments, and opportunities, and from that developed recommendations targeted specifically to Severn. Next slide, please. Oh, are we doing it? Are we doing it? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So within their council package, there was a number of reports. So there was a high-level summary report that provided a really 30,000-foot overview of the whole process start to finish, as well as the recommendations. Also included within your package was the current state analysis and detailed recommendations with the implementation plan. So we're going to fly through this as quick as we can, but we are going to pause once we're through recommendations and before we go into the implementation plan to take questions from council. So with that, and providing a quick overview, we started this project in July with township staff, and we undertook a current state analysis. So this was really the background phase. We wanted to build our understanding and awareness of what was going on at the township. We looked at workflows, we looked at the organizational review and the recommendations, we mapped customer journey, and started looking at your neighbors and comparable municipalities across the province. At the same time, Emily was engaged in stakeholder consultations, which included all of you, but also extended well beyond this horseshoe. Overall, I believe it was 37 individuals participated. And when we sent out an update to let them know that this was proceeding to the meeting today, we received really positive feedback that they were looking forward to hearing the outcomes and recommendations. So it's been a very engaged process and greater than what we were anticipating. Also included in your package was our full recommendations and implementation plan. And this is really the roadmap for staff to implement the recommendations, but to also understand the activities, how they're connected to the observations, cost implications, effort implications, and really how we move from these recommendations into implementation. So For the scope of our review, we started to break down service delivery and customer experience into a number of buckets. So we focused on planning in the environmental, as well as the roles, responsibilities of staff, the systems and tools that are being used, as well as the benchmarking exercise. We wanted to understand who was delivering the service, what processes and tools were being used, how the service outcomes were being achieved, and why change may be required to address certain gaps. And again, those gaps extend well beyond Severn. And this is becoming a more frequent exercise, and there are municipalities across the province looking at how they build faster, deliver service better, and really meet those objectives that are coming down from the provincial government. All this was synthesized and analyzed into a matrix that evaluated the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges, and that is included in the back of the current state analysis. So at a high level, our current state analysis had a number of findings associated with each of these buckets. We wanted to recognize that Severn is changing within a changed landscape that includes legislative change and reform, demographic change, and overall rising customer expectations. This requires a response that is coordinated and compliant with the provisions of both the Planning Act and the Building Code. So as we go through our current state analysis, we started to think about what are the responses and how do we drive action in measurable, incremental, but manageable ways. In terms of roles and responsibilities, we really recognize that some of the changes that have been made to date, including the customer care assistant role, have tried to centralize and provide that stronger entry point. But there's still systems and roles and responsibilities that remain in transition. Processes are functional. They're obviously working, but they could be working better and not fully embedded and consistent across the two departments and integrated within the broader organization. From a benchmarking and competitive standpoint, fees are fairly reasonable, but staffing and that cost recovery element needs to be evaluated. Through our recommendations, you'll see that the actual cost recovery and fees analysis is our last recommendation. And our rationale for including it as the last recommendation is really based on there's a lot of work that could be done to change things, and undertaking that exercise now would not be as meaningful as at the end of the process once some of the other changes have been made. So from our findings, we developed opportunity statements, and these are really what drove our recommendations, the activities included within the detailed recommendations, the objectives, and the intended outcomes. Within the detailed recommendations, we do include intended outcomes as well as metrics, and we included those for the purposes of evaluation and performance measurement. So we want to be able to reflect back on what were the outcomes of these changes? Are they achieving what was intended? And what could we be doing differently if the intended outcome is not being realized? So I'm not going to go through each of the opportunity statements because we've got a lot to cover, but really what we want to, the overall message was faster, better, more transparent, while being competitive and maintaining that those factors that really make Severn to both our current residents as well as our new developers and the changing environment out there.
Thanks, Christy. So I'm going to just walk us through at a very high level what we heard through the consultations. As Christy talked about, we reached out to more than 45 internal, external stakeholders as part of this process over 6 weeks. We were really pleased that more than 80% of the folks that we reached out to participated, which gave us a really comprehensive understanding of that complements the current state, where we could understand the experiences both internally from community members and key stakeholder technical groups as well. So we really got a very wide-ranging perspectives on how some of these services are being experienced and those different perspectives. 3 kind of general categories of our consultations would be the internal stakeholders, so staff and leadership within the township. And some key themes that emerged from those was that there was a strong collaboration and commitment to service, but modernization efforts and aiming to streamlining processes would really help to reduce administrative burden and improve that internal coordination. From technical stakeholders, we heard a lot of opportunities in terms of improving that coordination among the different parties that are involved within all of these files, opportunities to improve predictability and communication throughout the application and review process, as well as opportunities for modernization were noted within this stakeholder group as well. The final group was the community stakeholders, and this included members of council, as well as township residents and business owners as well that have actually experienced the process firsthand from that lens. And so there was an appreciation for the staff dedication in order to move these files along. But again, it was echoed in terms of, are there opportunities for increased transparency, clear timelines, more predictability, and clear communication were the three kind of key themes that we heard throughout. Perfect. Okay. So why this matters and why we kind of layered on looking at both the current state to understand those key processes, systems, roles, and responsibilities, and then layering on how people were actually experiencing the services that the departments were actually providing to them, led us into defining a future state. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit in the next slide. But just for here, knowing that we're looking at something that is more iterative and continuous improvement over time. And so the recommendations that Christy's going to go over today is taking us from something of a current state into our targeted future state. And so that we can continue, it's not a one-time deal. There'll be opportunities for continuous improvement and something that we can work on together kind of over the years. Oh, Christy, do you mind actually doing that? There we go. Thank you. Okay. So this, the organizing framework of how we're, before we get into the recommendations in our future state, is what we call the customer service maturity model. So this is a framework that's used, sometimes it's called the target operating model as well. But the maturity model illustrates how services, people, process, tools, technology, all of the different aspects that go into providing these great services to the citizens of the township. How can we move them from the current state into the future state? And I'll actually just go to the next slide. So we have kind of 5 buckets that we're including here. So 5 kind of phases of maturity. So if we're looking at the lower end or the starting of an ad hoc and transitional, moving from a defined and developing, standardized and customer service, integrated and proactive, and then optimized and trusted. In doing our current state analysis, as well as the stakeholder consultations, we mapped the township's planning and building services to mostly be within that second bucket there. So the defined and developing. We probably won't have an opportunity to go through each one of these, but the opportunity here is that we're trying to move into more integrated and proactive. One thing that I do want to note on this customer service model is you'll notice that the green line, so the red is our current state and the green is the future or our target state. We didn't move the township right into the final state, and that was on purpose. What we're trying to do with our recommendations for this first round is to make sure that we're providing incremental, realistic and attainable actions that can be implemented right away so that we can actually move along the maturity model. Obviously, if we're moving forward and we continue with these, our continuous improvement and all of the kind of building off of the good work that's already been done, then down the road, we can always target that optimized and trusted, but wanted to make sure that we were having not being aspirational, but making sure that we are being realistic in what we're asking the township to implement. Thank you. Okay. So in terms of framing the recommendations, and then Christy's going to get into those, one thing that we just wanted to call out here is that a guiding principle or a North Star for all of our recommendations is that we're aiming to help the township foster a culture of clear communication and collaborative spirit. And we're talking about that both internally and when we're going out to the public and with key partners. And so all of our recommendations are guided by 2 complementary priorities. The first is improving communication. So strengthening how information is shared, how expectations are set, how feedback is managed throughout the development process to build that trust, reduce friction, and promote transparency. And the second is modernizing operations. So using internal systems, roles, processes, tools, all of those great things to support cross-department coordination, make more timely decisions, and a culture grounded in accountability and service excellence. So all these two kind of complementary priorities are threaded throughout all of our recommendations that we're going to be going through today. The next slide. Thank you. Just quickly, there's a lot of information within this presentation, but the implementation of recommendations and one of the documents that was provided does provide more detail than what we're seeing on these slides today. So there is more detailed recommendations and implementation plan provided. But what I wanted to call out on this is that we have structured the recommendations in terms of short, medium, and long term. We have put some timelines related to that, but more importantly, from our perspective, is the ones that we're bucketing within short term are ones that are foundational in order for us to move to medium and longer term or more of those aspirational goals. And so the implementations, there is some timelines on them, but for a project like this, that requires the resources and the time and the change management internally within, we need to make sure that we're realistic in when it can actually be implemented. And so for us, it's the short term is making sure that we're setting those foundations so that we move into medium term, we can build off of that. And then the longer term, is set out a little bit further in the future. So just wanted to set that kind of expectation at the beginning in terms of our recommendations. And before I pass it over to Christy, the recommendations as you see them ordered right now are ordered within that implementation. And so they're ordered on how we see them moving through the short, medium, and long term.
So the first two we've included are 1A and 1B, and we've included them as number one, both number ones, because they're actions that are already in progress. Through this report development and this overall review, we've been working really closely with Township staff. We've been offering feedback, and staff have been really receptive to undertaking some initial actions. So the first one, assess workforce alignment and task allocation between planning and building staff, was an idea to give planning staff more capacity by removing them from some of the technical review associated with building permits. So we probed the building department and asked how much of permit activity could be done completely with building staff. And they undertook the review and indicated about 30%. So that's 30% of certain types of building permits that planning staff would not need to be involved in. That helps planning free up some time to attribute to some of these other priorities. So while it's a recommendation, we do want to acknowledge that it's something that there's already been some progress made with the intention of continuing to advance this. Similarly, 1B is conduct the post-implementation evaluation of the 2024 organizational review. And in conversation with the leadership team, we learned that there's a report forthcoming within, I think, the next month or so. And really the core objective of this recommendation is to look at that customer care assistant function and to assess and determine whether that centralized service delivery and first point of contact model is working as intended. So we heard through the review process that there are multiple customer care assistants providing services in different ways. What our recommendation is really based on is taking a step back, pausing and understanding if that is different than before, if that's working, if it could be enhanced, but also looking at the roles and responsibilities of the customer care assistant. Some of the intention was to reduce back and forth or reduce workload or shift workload. We want to make sure that there's that measurement and again, that continuous reflection period. The other portion of the organizational review, post-implementation evaluation, is associated with additional resourcing in terms of people, but we're going to get more into that in a later recommendation. So as we present these recommendations, you can see on the sides that there are buckets associated. Those reflect the initial buckets. We've also indicated the timing, so those short, medium, and long term, and then we've connected them to those key themes. So capacity and resourcing, service standards and transparency that relate to those objectives and opportunity statements. So we've tried to summarize a lot of information into a very small area for digestibility, but we want to ensure that council understands that there are varying levels of effort, cost, and impact associated with each of these recommendations. They are not ordered in the effort, cost, and impact. They are ordered in terms of implementation. So as we go through, there are some that are certainly more resource intensive, and we can certainly discuss that more. But again, recognizing that township staff have really made some great headway, including some recommendations within your budget, including some background work that's already been done. So with that, I'm just going to go to the next set of recommendations. And these are where work, again, has started, but not so much as what we saw in the 1A and 1B. So the second recommendation is develop a planning procedures manual and a development guide. An internal procedures manual would be to help guide staff, whereas the development guide would be external and publicly facing. And the intention of that is to really enhance accountability and transparency, giving people the information that we heard that they want, and to standardize and ensure that everybody's reading from the same book. So we see this as something that could be done in-house and have a moderate impact. Additionally, through conversation with township staff, we recommended a number of existing planning procedures manuals and development guides that they could look at to get an idea and understanding of what they do. And we did learn that some of the standard operating procedures are already in place. It's just taking them from that working draft, seeing what others are doing and building it to a Made in Severn type document. So that recommendation is really centered on the service standards and enhancing that transparency. The next one is begin to implement an e-permitting solution. And this is one that is within the budget or proposed within the budget for this year. And that's really to start this movement to a digitized system. One key observation that we saw is that the processes in planning and building are highly manual. A lot of people are involved in them, and the way in which applications are moving through the process is not as organized or as optimal as it could be. So the benefit of these e-permitting systems is a centralized access point, but also it starts to enhance your tracking, your records, your reporting, and allows you to reflect on those metrics. So this is one that is focused on the tracking and measurement. Unfortunately, a higher cost recommendation, but it's one that we felt is really necessary to advance the modernization and leverage technology to provide that centralized system to enhance the responsibilities and the processes associated with progressing both planning and building applications. So our next recommendation, still in the short term, is implementing consistent internal service expectations for the circulation of planning and building applications. So planning and building are both driven by legislative requirements that have review timelines and opportunities for appeal for non-decision. Through our review, we did note that a lot of the planning and building applications take longer than those legislative timelines. And that's because township staff are busy. And there's so much interdependency in terms of circulation and collection of comments that these circulation processes take longer. So we're recommending that the systematic approach to review is enhanced by defining these pathways and really coming to a common agreement that these are the approaches, or these are the timelines, and they can be achieved through measures such as the planning team and building team providing checklists, focusing scope, just taking actions to focus the time of the others, but while increasing that accountability of the other departments. So this recommendation is related to the service standards and the transparency, as well as starting to look at the leadership and oversight to make sure that those legislative timelines are being met and that comments that may be highly impactful are collected in a timely and appropriate fashion. Recommendation 5A starts to get into the medium term. So this one looks at updating and the planning and building fee schedules, not necessarily updating the fees, but rather looking at how the information is being communicated outward. The two schedules are quite contrasting. One is fairly low complexity, being building, and then there's planning, which is high complexity, high number of fees, lots of deposits, and it's really hard for the public to understand what the fees are, when they're being paid, and how it relates to the process. So looking at how that information is being communicated is a critical consideration, but also not just the fees for this year, extending that out to what a CPI adjusted fee will be for next year, so that when our community members or developers, residents are starting to plan their projects, they have an understanding of where those fees will land and they're able to access that information. So we're not quite moving into cost recovery yet, but changing the way we communicate this key information. Again, fairly low cost effort, but we do see this as having a high impact, particularly based on the feedback we received through stakeholder consultation. 5B is an update to the township zoning bylaw. Thank you, Emily. So this one, again, is on the radar within the budget package. Updates to the zoning bylaw are required within 3 years of an official plan update, and having just gone through that, it will be on your short-term radar anyway. But we did see that many of the applications being received by planning are related to minor variants that are seeking relief to performance or development standards. So because time has elapsed since your last comprehensive update, development forms, typologies have shifted, and legislation continues to change. So that full refresh to the zoning bylaw is something we see as being an opportunity to modernize, but also to reduce overall workload and volume application. And this would support the policy and regulatory alignment, but be more of a medium-term project because there is a multi-step process associated with undertaking such a process. Number 6 is one that we went back and forth on quite a bit. So we looked a lot at how Township is communicating outward and to council, to residents. And what we saw was there's a high volume of applications, but the analysis does not in several cases does not provide the depth or independent opinion that we would see in most other municipalities. So this recommendation is to move towards a township-led planning analysis model and really clarifying what the expectations for submissions are to the development community, to the applicants, reducing the need for full planning justification reports, and instead providing really specific instructions that then puts the township planners in the seat for undertaking that independent professional opinion and analysis, and providing that interpretation of what township policies and regulations are. So while this is a bit of a shift, we did see this as a really pre-positioning for that delegated authority, which will be one of the last recommendations from the County of Simcoe. Within their memorandum of understanding, it's quite clear that this is an expectation. So not only are we looking to improve the customer experience, but we're also moving towards another objective of the township and municipal staff to get that delegated authority and retain that control in-house over the variety of Planning Act applications. So we did have some quite a bit of dialogue on this recommendation in particular, because it is going to be a little bit more work and it is going to be a significant change. But overall, staff were ultimately supportive of changing how the planning analysis is undertaken and how we communicate that analysis through a professional independent opinion to for the recommendations to council and committees. The next one is the tiered service delivery. So this one is more focused on application type and complexity. So based on conversations, we learned that planning staff and building staff currently use a first in, first out to ensure fairness. However, this does create a bit of a one size fits all type approach where applications are generally processed the best that they can as fast as they can, but there's similar level of efforts and resources being applied. We did learn that application types such as minor variances are processed a little bit faster because they're easier and typically less timelines associated. What we're hoping to do is extend that approach across other planning application types. So to site plan control, to zoning bylaw amendments, where possible, trying to gain those efficiencies and moving people through the process rather than going back with comments and moving them back to the bottom of the pile. So we want to maintain fairness and equity, but we also want to realize that not all applications for building or planning are the same, and some can be processed much quicker than others. So that is really about capacity and resourcing, but also maintaining that service standard and being able to communicate transparently to the applicants. The next one is strengthen external service provider accountabilities and interdepartmental coordination. So this is the one related to the post-org evaluation process, where we really see that because Township has a lean complement, it's a small staff doing a lot of work, there really is a gap that is currently filled by using external consultants, particularly in planning and building. So the org review did recommend a new position being an engineering technologist and a GIS analyst that was also initially not supported by council. However, we're looking at longer term and how that role could be used to support in more of a coordination and accountabilities role. So right now, when a planning application goes out to the consultant for review, staff don't necessarily have the time and capacity to continuously check in. So we're hopeful that this type of engineering role will provide the opportunity to have a resource internally that speaks the language, but is also able to support public works, GIS, planning, building in a kind of multi-dimensional approach. The hope is ultimately to continue to utilize this person in a various way. But as we continue to see legislative changes regarding standardization and streamlined municipal approval process, we see this as a centralized person to really be the quarterback of the relationships with the external service providers, making sure that it's not the external consultants are not getting lost in the process and delaying the overall outcome. So this is, again, another big ticket item in terms of budget, but the impact and effort is considerable and likely a significant return on investment. The last two recommendations that we have, we've touched on briefly. The first one being pursue delegated authority from Simcoe County. We recognize that the Township of Severn is the only lower or area municipality that does not have the delegated authority for certain Planning Act applications. And really everything leading up to this point is intended to position or assist the township in moving closer to that objective. So achieving that objective would allow the municipality to have that autonomy and manage its own planning approval processes for a number of additional Planning Act applications, including subdivisions, condominiums, local official plans, recognizing that the township staff is already doing a lot of the work and it's really just going to the approval authority for stamping or for finalization. And that's adding extra time and cost to the applicants. So again, there's a very templated approach and way to achieve or way to move towards this delegated authority. And we used the requirements of the memorandum of understanding to help us position staff through these other recommendations to get closer towards that target. The final recommendation is to undertake a comprehensive review of fees and achieve a really cost recovery model. Through this exercise, we did note that there were opportunities that could likely increase revenue and really support cost recovery, particularly in the building department. However, because there are so many interconnected and moving parts, it wouldn't be fair to undertake a fulsome analysis and recommend changes to fees based on the current state. So our recommendation is to make some progress towards the target state, make those changes with who's doing what, the systems in place. So hoping to gain efficiencies through modernization and technology, and then step back and take that more fulsome assessment of what the true cost of service provision is. And we see this as really positioning the township to be investment ready. We have both new developers and existing community members looking to invest in the community through economic development, through small business. We want to make sure that it's a process that accommodates the broad range of needs of all the stakeholders. So looking at that from more of a cost recovery model is kind of like the penultimate or the concluding statement is that we see that there's a lot of opportunity for change and movement. And we want to make sure that cost recovery is associated with customer experience and that you have the staff resources that you need in place to be able to continue on this journey of enhanced customer service. So with that, I'm going to pause for questions. I know we threw a lot at you and we talked a lot longer than I think we originally intended. But before we move into implementation, we'd welcome questions from council. Thank you. Each turn.
Okay, well, I'll open up to the committee if, start with Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. I'm not going to ask all these questions, but very, very well written. I wasn't sure what to expect, but there's a lot of information in here. A lot. You said in one, which intrigued me, was the GIS person. Can you just elaborate how that would help, like, our planning department move forward? And I like the one about the 30% that the building department can take over, but what's that going to do to our building inspectors? Like, what does that do to poor Jeff if he has this extra workload? Like, that it's taken away from planning, but if it's going to speed up the planning process, like, I'd like to know those answers. But also the theme in the whole thing was communication. There was a lack of communication back to our residents in a timely manner, which I have concerns. I think I got that from reading through the whole thing. And I don't know how we fix that. I know they're busy and maybe they just forget or they just haven't got time to phone back. But how do we, like, even a phone call to say, hey, your application is, I know that you haven't heard from us in 6 months. There's nothing new that I can provide, but we haven't forgotten. Is that something that you would recommend?
Well, yeah.
There's nothing personal. It's all good information that I think we.
Maybe to start with the last one first, if I'm not sure if that makes sense, mostly because it's the one that I remember for the communication. I think there's a few things. So I do think that we need to recognize that customer, like broadly this term customer, they do expect a higher level of communication now than in the past. And so that does put added pressure on anyone that's providing customer services. One of the ways and why we actually put in implementing some of those e-permitting software and other pieces is because softwares and technologies like that can actually help facilitate more automated, more standardized, and more timely communication. And it allows for the process to be less of a black box, and they can actually kind of see the process. So oftentimes for people, you know, if you're just submitting something in and you don't get the response right away, but if they're able to kind of see where they are in the process, that can alleviate a lot of the uncertainty around that. And so I think that, you know, we don't want to add more burden onto the township's departments in terms of having to do, manual communication all the time. But I think that's why we want to make sure that we have smart systems in place to help aid with that.
Supplementary, may I ask, when you say that what you just talked about, is that something they just log into so they can see where their application is at rather than have them actually phone?
Yes.
Is that part of the system, Andrew, that we bought some years ago? Would that have done that? Never mind, we'll talk about it later. Thanks, Andrew. That's pretty interesting that they could just log in at any time and look. Oh, wow.
Yes.
I pay with a check.
Yeah. So that would be part of it, right? So we're trying to make sure that there's smart systems in place so that the communication is still coming from the township and they can layer that on, but we're just trying to alleviate some of that by having, smarter platforms in place that can help with that. I think too, I mean, maybe I'm touching on a couple of the recommendations, but things like the recommendation number 2, I want to make sure I have the right yes. So things around developing that planning procedures manual and development guide external, there's opportunities where we can actually just be communicating, publish, on the website or wherever it happens to be, where people can also see some of the process laid out clearly as well. So I think that can help. So it's trying to think of opportunities where we can give information in different formats and different ways so that people are able to get that kind of, for me, I'm definitely somebody that would first go online and see what I can find before I pick up the phone. But, there can be opportunities for both of those to lend themselves to.
If I may, through the chair again. People, like residents' hopes, their dreams, when they apply for an application, like their whole life hinges on getting some sort of feedback, whether it's negative, positive, but a timeline as to when they can start, because that's what they want to do, right? They've moved here, they want their building permit, they want to build their dream home. And then if they're not hearing back, well, then, they blame us for whatever reason. But that's like, that system's amazing. If we could implement something like that, that's wonderful.
Okay, member Madam CEO.
Sorry, yeah, so the mayor doesn't lose his train of thought, and there was a lot of questions in there, but there were two that weren't answered. One, the GIS, and two, what is shifting from planning to building due to buildings workloads. Just wanted to.
If I may through you, Chair. So related to the technologies and the systems that Emily was referring to, lends really nicely to a GIS or a tech type role. So not only would this person be assisting with internal review, typically GIS capabilities have databasing, have data management, visualization, and we could Severn could move towards more of a visual output. So instead of having manual processes, it could be an update on the website that shows the distribution of Planning Act applications, or when a notice goes out, you can see who was circulated on that notice. So it's again using technology in ways that a lot of the neighboring municipalities have started to use, some with greater success than others, but it's about really showing the community that what is going on in the background. We heard that multiple times. I think the black box idea, and even having an indicator or a regular update email after comments are received, it takes that administrative burden off of staff to manually put together the email, consolidate the comments. When it's a click of a button or a scheduled send with some automated workflow, there's just opportunities to be able to gain some efficiencies there, while also outwardly communicating broader planning and building processes. It will also make reporting a lot easier. So right now, everything is very spreadsheet based, email based, text based. Having these potentially dashboards or other visualization outputs will help communicate where you're at as a municipality. Again, introducing those metrics and performance measurements, and being able to see year over year how these investments and change are really being actualized and realized within the community. In terms of your question regarding a shift in capacity, staff certainly recognize the same thing. Are we just shifting workload from one person or one department to another department? And really what we're overall trying to do is put systems in place that reduce some of this. And I don't want to say busy work, but there's a lot of people involved in a lot of processes. So making sure the right person is doing the right job and leveraging their specific skill sets and expertise in the best way possible. Planning provides, exceptional service, but their expertise is very specialized. So do they need to do a standard zoning review for a setback? Probably not. When it relates to a septic, it really has very little to do with the planning process. So instead of, one of your building inspectors having to navigate that process through a planning review, through public works review, being able to internalize that is going to result in a net savings of time, and hopefully not just be seen as more work, but really getting to the end goal on a faster path. So I'm trying to take out some of the middle people that are not necessarily needed. There's still a role for planning in the building review process. Planning provides some really exceptional interpretations of the nuances of zoning bylaws. And because your zoning bylaw is a little bit older, there's different standards now in how we interpret them and apply them. Planning provides that point of consistency and additional expertise in addition to that building code and more technical lens that the building department would provide.
Member Minnings had her hand up, and then Member Brennan, did you want to speak? Yeah, Member Minnings first.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. I loved it. I thought it was excellent, and I liked your review of it because it answered some of my questions. So I see this because it's coming to council. We're not really for a decision, right? We're getting a presentation on the work that's been done. Is that staff, and I'm looking at the department heads, is comfortable with some of the internal stuff that we don't get involved in, process, those kinds of things. And that now we can really see the link between that and gaps. So whether it's resourcing, costs, technology, all of that. So yes, so I thought you did a great job of painting that picture for me, because I think that's where, well, I think that's where everybody wants to be. My question was, and you answered it. Is it true we're only the township left that continues to have Simcoe be our delegated authority? You said yes. So is that a council decision? Will that be coming to council? Is that something, it's number 9 or 10 on yours. It's in 5B actually, but how quickly can we move some of these on? And because you've laid them out 1 to 10, is that a linear process of you have to do this before you can do this? I just saw that as a quick win, but it may not be.
Through you, Chair. That's a great question. And I think originally when we put this together, we had pursue delegated authority as a low-hanging fruit that could be a quick win. It's the legwork to get to the position where both council at the local level and county council are comfortable delegating that authority. And what we really saw was this need to enhance the independent professional opinion of township staff. When you receive some of your reports, the statement is, I concur with the planning justification report. Well, that's not providing a township position. It's agreeing, and we're not necessarily confident that not all planning applications require a planning justification report, and staff fairly say, well, we don't tell them they need a planning justification report. That's just what they provide. So really defining what is the requirement for submission and what is applicant's responsibilities versus what is planning's responsibilities. So the other area municipalities within Simcoe have gone through a process which does require local council endorsement, but it also is accompanied by a memorandum of understanding. I believe it's linked within the recommendations report. But if you go through, you can see the different commitments that the township would be making to the county. And we don't feel that that's something that could be achieved quickly or overnight. It requires some update to templates. It requires some training and some succession planning and some leadership and oversight. So it's more of like that medium term going into the longer term, probably not within this term of council, but you could start to lay the groundwork for that significant change and align with the rest of the area municipalities within Simcoe.
Okay. And I know that there's costs going to be involved, and I really like this. It's such a important, I know nothing about planning, but I've grown to appreciate that so many of our residents use it for various different things across there. So I do appreciate the work, and I hope it ends up being a bit of a roadmap that we can get through. When you say short-term, medium-term, long-term, as the consultants who now have a very comprehensive understanding of how we work, what does that mean in months or days or years?
Apologies, my computer is. So we did lay out at a high level in the detailed implementation and recommendation document. You will see kind of more of a Gantt style for that. We talked about it briefly at a high level, the implementation of recommendations, short, medium, long term. We did put kind of short term within a year, medium 1 to 3, and long term 3+. But it is important for to add that caveat on that this type of work that involves a lot of change management, internal resources and time to do it properly. It's more important to us that the ones that we put within the short term are to set up that foundation to move into the medium and long term. So we did add some high level timing to that, but just want to, make it clear that it's more about kind of phasing them in so that you can build off of that momentum and make sure that you're not, doing anything twice or going back on something. And so that was more of the goal for the implementation plan specifically. Some of them too, when you actually go into the detailed recommendations, you'll see that we have some of them starting. So even though we've maybe said it's a medium term or a longer term, there might be some components of it that would start earlier so that you can kind of concurrently work on these recommendations, because there's so many interdependencies within a lot of these recommendations. And we want to recognize that and acknowledge that, these types of recommendations involve not just the planning and building department. It will be something more broadly across the township.
Madam CEO.
Thank you. I think that's a great answer, but one piece that might have been missing is it's resource dependent. So right now, the only piece that we have in the 2026 budget is the technology piece. So it will depend on council decisions on what kind of resources you want to put priority on to this. So
Member Minnings, okay, Member Brennan.
Thank you. Through the chair. So Jeff, I assume you're going to bid on a job in planning?
Absolutely.
All right. I like the report, but there's two things I'd like to do. I'd like to direct a question to our director of planning. I'm not a planner. Thank God I couldn't write this stuff in a million years. You planners got a way of torturing people, but if beautiful nonetheless, but it's painful. I would want to know that your department is on board, building is on board. So that would be the first thing I'd want to know. The second thing is I'd like to note is that your item 10 is incredibly timely in my view. Municipalities are having our butts kicked left, right, and center. We're being attacked by the private sector developers. We're being attacked by our own government, our provincial government, with regard to fees and those things. And as much as we may not be able to charge the proper fees, if you read Bill 60 and other things, it would be great to know what the real cost to the taxpayer is, and to be fair to anyone who is proposing to get involved in permits and building. So I think that's fabulous and an important part of this. Other than that, I leave it to you.
If I may, through you, Mr. Chair. So in response to your first question, Member Brennan, the process that we undertook as a team, our consultants and our staff and the senior management team, was very collaborative right from the start. Regular meetings, open communication, and we had a really great team. And as Christy and Emily had mentioned, maybe we didn't agree on something at first, but we worked through it, and we were hugging each other on other things because we agreed. So we went through quite a bit of iteration and discussion, but we all landed in a position where we're comfortable. So hopefully that gives you comfort. And in terms of your second question, now I just gapped on what it was because I was so excited about the collaboration part.
Oh, no, it was, I was just talking to the recommendation 10.
Oh, recommendation 10.
The collaborate. Well, I'm assuming the building department is in line.
We're going to get Mr. Plunkett to help us with recommendation number 10 because Andrew in the past has helped us sit down with other departments and figure out our fees as they are today in terms of other departments and their time and contribution to the planning and building review. So again, it would be another collaborative staff project in the future. We would require the assistance of all staff, including Mr. Plunkett.
Okay, any other Member Burkett?
Thank you, through the chair. So I think page 6, number 6, it says transitioning to a township-led planning analysis model. What does that mean? What are we doing now that you want to transition to this?
Okay. So as we mentioned, one of the precursors for achieving that delegated authority is township staff providing independent professional opinions that follow through the tests of the provincial policy statement, the county official plan, and the township official plan, as well as the regulatory framework. So is this consistent with the PPS? Does this conform to the intent of the official plan of the County of Simcoe? Does this conform to the intent of ours? And then providing that policy interpretation. So when you receive a planning justification report from one of your regular consultants to support a planning application, that they do include those tests and they provide an opinion, but it is an opinion that is in support of a particular development or a proposal. What we are recommending here is staff step back from that planning justification report provided by the consultant and undertake those tests independently. So what is the township's position on township establishes the policies of the official plan? So they're your policies. You want the township's position on those policies to be held consistently across a number of different developments. So while the objectives may be the same, it's And it could be seen as a duplication of efforts. There's often times where the interpretation of the township and how the township has applied that policy is different than the intent and objectives of a certain proponent of a certain type of development. So it would be
Now, I'm totally sorry. I'm totally confused, supplementary through the chair, but I was always under the impression that our staff were not allowed to because they needed a second. Okay, now someone's got to explain.
Sorry, if I could maybe simplify a little. If I give you a simple example, typically we do a lot of work with Josh Morgan and we respect Josh's. So you'll get a planning report that says, I concur with Josh. That's not typically the process in most municipalities. You don't ask for huge planning justifications. You form your opinion. Yes, the confusing piece is they have to form their opinion on professional reasons. So it needs completeness, which is where the average applicant struggles. So we can't help them make their application complete, but we can render opinions once it's complete. So it's just changing the process around a little bit. But that's a sort of a typical example of where they see a change.
Supplementary through the chair, but this transitioning to a township-led planning analysis model, how does that differ from what you just said to me?
Planning language.
Through the chair to Member Burkett's question. I think for those of you who were on council a long time ago, we used to write a fulsome planning report on every application that came in. And as Christy mentioned, sometimes that's seen as duplicating efforts. So there became a point in time where we were so busy that we thought, why, and actually it was something we discussed with a lot of our other Simcoe County planners, why, when it's a relatively simple application, are we writing a fulsome planning report covering provincial, county and township planning policies when we agree with the opinion already put forward by, for example, as the RCAO said, Mr. Morgan. So we started saying just that. We don't disagree with Mr. Morgan's planning opinion, and therefore we didn't create our own planning opinion. What Christy, I think, is talking about, and believe me, we had a lot of discussion on this point. What Christy, I think, mostly is talking about is that it's better customer service for us to be doing a full planning opinion in writing, because as I think the CAO is trying to say, we already are evaluating it. We're just not putting all that in writing in a public facing forum. We have to evaluate the application still in order for us to say we agree with someone else's planning opinion, but we didn't take the time to write all that down and talk about all these policies. However, if we do that, then you're showing the outside world what exactly we did in the background. However, what we discussed, and we've discussed in this forum many times, is that takes resources. Right? So it takes time for us to write a planning report that evaluates the provincial, the county, and the township policy. If you think about all your kids' homework and my homework when I was a kid, you have to show your work, right? You can't just write down the answer. So we started just writing down the answer instead of showing our work. But then that's not as transparent. And then that doesn't put our opinion and how we evaluate ROP policies or our opinion on how the zoning bylaw is interpreted, it doesn't put that out there in writing into the public forum. So it's not as customer service focused, but it does save resources. And because we're short on resources, which is what the org review told us, it's what this process has told us, it's basically a shortcut we've been taking to save on resources.
So thank you, Katie, through the chair. So the resident now has to pay money to a person like Josh Morgan to write that report for planning to approve it, correct?
Through the chair back to Member Burkett, that may not change. So essentially the province says here's requirements to make a complete application. And that's what our CAO is trying to say, is that they still have to form a complete application. But for example, right now for a minor variance application, you don't need to tell us when you apply for a minor variance how you meet provincial, county, and township policies. Some people do that anyway. Some people go and hire someone and submit a full planning justification report. We don't ask for that. but some people submit that because when you hire some of these local consultants, that's the package you're purchasing, is them to do that report, them to come to council or committee of adjustment and make that presentation. What Christy has suggested here is that we perhaps could ask for less. So not a full planning justification, but there might be a memo or there might be a letter or there might be something smaller that may save the resident money. But then on the flip side of that, as I just explained, you're passing more of that onto the general tax base because now us as a planning department is spending more time on that application. So it may mean that our application fees are increasing, but then the fees they pay to the private sector are decreasing.
Okay, I've got it now. Thank you for that. I do have one other one. The last page of your summary, embedding accountability in the daily operations. What does that mean? Because that's very troubling. So are we crooked? Is that what you're saying?
Oh,
Embedding accountability in daily operations. One reading.
Oh, we haven't gone there yet. No, that's what.
I think it's on.
Oh.
I can, okay, sure. So for that one, it's more of just a, in closing as a reminder that as one of our guiding principles for our recommendations, we're looking at, modernization and clear communication. But a lot of that is just making sure that when we're talking about roles and responsibilities and processes and customer service, that it's just making sure that we're always embedding that accountability in. So it's not to say that there's not accountability embedded right now. It's more so to say that this is something that as you move through the change management framework, that we're keeping that in mind to make sure that, again, a lot of these processes they rely more broadly on township staff when we're getting into review cycles and things like that. So things that are outside of the control sometimes for both the planning and building teams internally. And so we're just making sure that when we're talking about this, to make sure that we can kind of champion and move through that change management framework, that we're talking about accountability from all pieces so that we can, or all parties, sorry, so that we can make sure that we're improving and continuously improving that customer service lens.
Any other comments from the committee here? Do you have any closing remarks for us? Yep, good. Well, carry on.
Yeah, I think we're probably done. I was just going to say thank you to the consultants. So the reason that this particular group was selected is they were a mix of planning and customer service. And that was really helpful to us because planning is very complex and it's hard to see past it sometimes. So they understood the planning lens, but they put a customer service focus on it. So I think that was very useful to us and they did a great job.
Member Burkett and then Member Cox.
Thank you to the chair. So the different municipalities that you visit and do work for, how does ours rate as far as what you've heard from residents, what you heard from council, what you heard from our staff? Like, are there similarities or are we?
Do you want? Through the chair, I think everybody's approaching it differently right now. We're in this period of rapid legislative change. And I think across the board, municipalities are scrambling. There's not enough time. There's not enough money. How they're approaching it individually, it's a variety of different ways. We see a lot more outsourcing. We see a lot more all hands on deck type approach. But what we do see consistently is municipalities asking for help to take that outside objective lens and apply it and see where they can start grasping some of those low hanging fruit and do whatever they can with the resources that they have available. Bill 60 received third reading yesterday. It focuses on streamlined municipal approval processes, and they have said that more changes coming before the spring construction period. So What that means, we don't know. When that drops, it will be a reactive process. And to the planners and municipalities, they're like the last people to know. And it's hard to adapt when you're working in a policy environment, a regulatory environment, and that between municipalities is very different. So it's not a direct comparison at all.
So having said that, like the brunt of the blame that gets put back on our planners, whether it's a time or they can't do this or they're not able to do that. And again, as I said before, when someone comes forward with an application, it's their hopes and dreams. They want to get their permit. They want to get it done as quickly as possible. They don't understand why it has taken so long or why there's roadblock after roadblock. And I don't know how, from a customer service point of view, how do you make the resident feel better? Because it isn't fair, right? And it's not our fault. We get calls as well. And it's totally out of our hands. Just to your point, the premier, God bless him, has come through with all these different rules and not understanding the impact that it's creating, the chaos that it's creating for someone that has these aspirations, hopes, and dreams of building their home, right, or doing what they need to do. It's sad, but thank you very much. It was a lot to read, a lot to retain. It was very well done. You're very good at your job.
Member Cox, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, through the chair. I like the part where you said that the GIS and the technology would be for other departments beside this one. And I think that we needed to hear that. I think we thought that maybe it was just for one department. And now I'm seeing it's for public works, probably for building and for planning. Is it for anybody else?
Finance.
Okay. Then the other one I'm interested is the organizational review, and we're 1 year into implementation. It's important to evaluate our effectively. So that will be a beginning step from what I'm gathering. How is that done?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So our supervisor of customer care is coming next month with an update presentation to council.
Thank you very much.
Where we were, where we are, where we're pushing.
Okay, and then there was what the mayor was talking about, hopes and dreams and people not. I'm gathering that you heard from a lot of people said, can you not give us a guide? Can you not give us something in clear things that when you used to be able to come into an office and there was a guide, you could pick it up. If you're building a house, this is what happened. And I think if we get something like that and people can have that in their hand and they see the process, that they will understand it better. And once we have those in people's hands or online, it will be marvelous, because then they're going to say, oh, okay, this is what I have to do. Because I've been through ones and I try to explain and then they try to explain and then we get past that step. And then the next step is they try to explain, I try again. So I'm really looking forward to the guides and the ones that just lay it straight out so people can see. And I think that will take a lot off us and planning staff, so people can actually have almost like a to-do list manual, which people like to have. And I also want to say thank you very much. I really enjoyed this. And I really think you've hit the nail on the head on it. But we also have to remember that we have to always remember communication is the key, and especially to our residents, because planning is a whole different ball game than even building or anything else, because there's this and then there's change and then there's this. So it's really nice to see that you've cut right into that. Thank you.
Chair, may
Okay.
I just follow that up for 1 second?
Madam
I just
CEO.
thank you through you. I just wanted to tie together Member Burkett and Member Cox's. We absolutely agree on the guides. It's a challenge because of the ever-changing landscape. It's really, really tricky to make people listen when it's their hopes and dreams. I saw it this morning because someone said, oh, so when you say yes, it's approved, when you very clearly in the preamble said no decisions will be made today, this is a public meeting, we'll come back, but they just don't hear it. And if they could solve that problem, that would be lovely. But I watched it this morning and it happens all the time.
I can give you example. Sorry. It's like going to a specialist. You have to take somebody with you, because that specialist is going to sit there and tell you what is going on, what is wrong, and the other person has to be the person who sits there and goes, okay, and they do it. Because when that person who's hearing is so involved with thinking about other things and how am I going to afford it or what I'm going to do, that when you come out of there, you have to have two. And I recently said that to a man for planning. I said, you go see your planner you hired, but take somebody with you because you're so busy going, oh, the other person has to be there to hear what is being said because you're just worried about when they say one thing like, oh, you're going to have to do this. And automatically your brain says, how am I going to afford that? And then it becomes, so I think really that's how I look at that it's just, you have to have almost two people because everybody's not listening all the time.
Okay, Christy and Emily, thanks for your presentation. And if we got a motion for clerk.
Thank you. So the motion reads that the presentation by Christy Kent, Jael Richards Associates Limited, and Emily Hazel, managing partner of Darwin Pivot regarding the planning, building, customer service experience review be received and the staff report back regarding the implementation as necessary.
Do we have a mover there? Mover by member Brennan, second by member Burkett. All in favor? Carried. Great. Thanks for coming. So can we go? We can start.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, we're going to go to 2.4. Joanna Park, Baker and Tilly, welcome. Nice to see you again. If we'd like to hear from you, carry on.
Perfect. Thank you very much for having me today. As requested, I will not go through the whole presentation unless I hear otherwise. I am here to tell you that the financial statements that you have in your package will be accompanied with a clean auditor's opinion, which is what you want to see. We say, in our opinion, the consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the township at December 31st, 2024. So that is what you want to see. That is attached to the draft audited financial statements. Some overall highlights. The audit, as council members, you've seen the presentation, but I just want to reiterate the audit went really well. Appreciate Andrew and his team for all their help during the audit. We didn't have any difficulties or any disagreements with management during the audit. So really pleased. And with that, the statements are almost ready for approval, or final, I should say, once council approves the financial statements. And we have one legal letter waiting to come back of the two that we send out. Overall, just flipping ahead just to look if there's any real highlights. You've got an overall strong financial position. Your assets have increased, your liabilities have decreased slightly, which has accounted for a positive net financial asset trend. Overall, your revenue, you were sitting for an operating surplus, you were sitting with about a $681,000 operating surplus, which was transferred into reserves as per a prior council motion. So that is all reflected in the accumulated surplus. I guess the only other thing I'll touch on is I quite often get asked whether there's enough reserves. And, this is for your finance team to look at the asset management plan, look at the future, the requirements of what you're going to need for assets down the road and making sure that you have the amounts on hand. But it's really kind of just that capital planning, which I know you're doing. All in all, that's pretty much all I have to say. I'm happy to go through the presentation, but I know it's been a very long day. So I don't want to keep you any longer than you have to with this, since you have had it ahead of time.
Okay, Member Burkett and then Member Cox.
Thank you through the chair to Joanne. You deal with municipalities and lots of them, correct?
Correct. We have 40 municipal clients.
So the reserves that we have in Severn, how do they compare to others?
You're in a strong position. It's hard to compare because you could have all the reserves in the world, but your roads could be crumbling, but you've been doing a lot of capital replacements. When you look at your overall slide, when you're looking at the total capital compared to amortization, you're consistently putting more into your capital than you have been the amortization. So I think even when you look at that, you're in a strong position. I think I calculated you're about 25% in reserves compared to your total asset base, which is very strong. What's the normal?
What's the normal number out there?
It will just vary depending on kind of the state of your assets. Sorry, through you, Chair.
Right, thank you.
Member Cox.
Yep, through the chair. I have a question. I was at a meeting recently and the comment came from someone that if we put aside 2% for our asset management, like we put money aside for asset management, right? And this person said there's no need to do that. It's a long time away. And what if we only put aside 1% and we'll be just fine? Is that really good planning?
Through you, Chair. I don't know about you, but I do my own personal budgeting a little differently than that. I think you really need to look at, I guess if you just replaced all your capital and you had all brand new capital, that'd be great, but.
His rationale was those buildings and everything aren't going to be needed for a long, long time. So why would we worry about it now when we have other things that we should spend money on or make our tax rate lower? I just didn't know that. I didn't think it was a very good financial thing, but I thought I'd ask you.
Through you, Chair. I think I'm with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any comments with Andrew, Jennifer? Have you got any issues with him?
Is that to me? Sorry.
Okay, we'll have a motion.
I think he was kidding, but thank you for being brief. I threw you off your presentation, but that was awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so if you're ready, the motion reads that the presentation from Joanna Park, Baker Tilly, Katie Ann LLP regarding the Township of Severn's 2024 audited financials be received and that the 2024 audited financial statements be approved.
Moved by Member Cox, second by Member Mennings, all in favor? Carried. Okay, now we'll go to the pulled consent list, if that's okay. The first one was 3.4. I think Member Cox pulled that.
Yes, sorry, push my button. There we go. I just didn't know if council had any other ideas, or if I could ask the treasurer, should we be we did put some into the police reserve, right? Like, you clarified that you took some and put it somewhere, and I just didn't know that if we're putting it in the right spot, no offense against you, or did we have any other ideas where we should do it? Because this fire one is going to be a kicker. You and I have talked about the cost of fire vehicles. They're astronomical. And we've got a couple coming up.
Okay, Andrew.
So if I can, through the chair to Member Cox, I have recommended, I mean, and it's not one of our larger surpluses to distribute, but I have recommended that the first 300,000 go to the fire vehicle replacement reserve, because that is what our 2024 tax rate bylaw requires. Our 2025 tax rate bylaw changed that number to the first 800,000. So if we do generate a $1 million surplus, the first 800,000 will go towards fire vehicle replacement. And oddly enough, the reason I actually picked these is because while preparing my budget, I actually looked at which reserves were not going to have sufficient dollars in them in order to accomplish what we were proposing for the 2026 budget. So that is why that's one of the reasons I put 200,000 back into the taxation reserve, because we are proposing drawing 100,000 of that out again for this year for the budget to reduce the proposed tax increase. And then there's 100,000 in there for the computer reserve, which I've intentionally done as well. And that is partly because of the asks for the additional software solutions for the different departments that we do have proposed in the budget for this year. As you just listened to the presenters talk about, we do need a solution for planning, but we also need one for if we want to modernize, which is what we attempted to do. We'll get to that report later. But if we want to modernize some of these departments, we do need to bring in software solutions, which we have not had in the past.
Sorry, supplemental is, so what you're saying is you put these into these reserves, so this will help not have to go on the levy, or just to help pay for what this is and not make the reserve go down too much?
It's a combination of both. It does keep it off the levy, but it also ensures that these pieces, or these reserves in particular, maintain a positive balance.
Thank you.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, I think to answer your question too, it's important to remember that these are discretionary reserves. So if 5 years from now, you've got $3 million in the fire reserve and you decide to buy a new arena, the numbers don't work, but that's council of the day's prerogative. Just because it says fire reserve, it's all essentially one pot of money. And council, we're trying to save responsibly for specific things, but as priorities change, council can move those money. So it's just an allocation. The money in a pot is all in the right spot to be spent.
Oh, thank you.
If we have a motion, Allison?
Thank you. The motion reads that Corporate Services Report C25-008 dated November 19th, 2025 regarding the 2024 year-end surplus distribution be received. And further that 300,000 from the surplus be transferred to the fire vehicle replacement reserve. And further that 200,000 from the surplus be transferred to the taxation reserve. And further that 100,000 from the surplus be transferred to the computer reserve. And further that 80,000 from the surplus be transferred to the recreation vehicle reserve. And further that $1,883 from the surplus be transferred to the working capital reserve.
We have a mover. Moved by member Cox, second by member Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Bill 3.9, Phil's had brought that one forward.
I appreciate that. All right, I just got a quick preamble. I only 4 points and I got 3 questions for planning, which I sent to them in advance yesterday. But I thought it would be worthwhile. So, I pulled this forward because I think to do our job properly, we must visibly hold other orders of government. Oh, sorry. I pulled this forward because to do our job properly, we must visibly hold other orders of government accountable. The mayor, we must represent the interests of our citizens, even if that runs counter to federal or provincial parties that one may support. While there are political and personal ramifications to any course of action, those ramifications are not more important than ensuring the well-being of the people we represent. We have a duty of service and we were elected to carry that out. I did not write that. That is from a municipal guidance book called The DNA of Great Leaders for Municipalities. So let me go forward. Bill 60. United Way states the charges to the residential tenancies in Schedule 12 of the bill move policy in the wrong direction and will serve to escalate homelessness crisis across Ontario. The focus of the legislation should be on keeping people housed while new supply comes online. This means maintaining reasonable grace periods for arrears, ensuring tenants can raise legitimate health and safety concerns about undue barriers, preserving fair compensation and clear standards and no-fault evictions with consequences for bad faith cases, and keeping review and appeal timelines workable so disputes are solved on their merits. These measures protect due process, prevent avoidable evictions, and steady the system as we build. The feds are saying they're coming online, but the province hasn't been doing it. So Bill 60 is going to worsen the homelessness crisis in our communities. 2, Ontario Nurses Association. For-profit clinics can arbitrarily refuse to treat patients with complex needs or pre-existing conditions, taking only the easiest, highest profit cases. Investors, not public health care, are the only winners. Nurses and healthcare professionals witness firsthand how private healthcare is an absolute failure for patients and clients. They see it vividly in our long-term care and home care sectors, and now in derailing public hospital care. 3, there's a coalition called Keep Water Public. It's a campaign by the Council of Canadians, the Association of Physicians for the Environment, otherwise called CAPE, Acorn Ontario, Ontario Nature, and CUPE. They warn the legislation risks making water less affordable and less safe, eroding public health protections and allowing corporate control to raise water rates. They say that taken together, Bill 60, 56, and 68 represent the most significant dismantling of our water protection measures since the Walkerton tragedy, when 7 people died and more than 2,000 became ill from E. coli contaminated drinking water. So the point that I'll add to that is the new proposals as written in the document that we received for this meeting, especially the ones for dealing with DCs, will almost certainly mean that some developers will walk away from paying, leaving the new homeowners vulnerable and leaving us to go after the new homeowner for compensation. What a way to welcome them to Severn Township. So those points I make, but I have 3 questions around the exact preparation of the article. Number 1, can you please, and this is to planning, can you please provide a few more examples of what as of right variances are? I know we talked about height in the thing, but I don't know what they are, and I'd love to know just a little more about that. Do you want to answer one at a time or just throw it all 3? All right, one at a time. What is as of right?
Let Emily one at a time.
Thank you through the chair to Member Brennan. So the legislation contemplates a number of changes to a number of different legislation and acts and things like that. And part of that is contemplating and expanding those permissions for as of right minor variances. council and committee might remember earlier this year with Bill 17, they contemplated as of right setback variances. So now through Bill 60, they want to expand that to other zone standards or zone requirements. So that could be setbacks, lot coverage, height, those types of items. The province hasn't specifically identified what they want to expand that to. So that's part of the comments that staff had included in the report, that we kind of need clarity on those items to be able to kind of understand the impact that that might have. But the planning department has put together some examples of what an as of right variance might look like. So shown on the screen here, using the residential 1 zone, which would typically be seen like a residential lot downtown Coldwater, for example. So currently the residential 1 zone sets a maximum building height of 9 meters. The as of right minor variances would automatically allow that person to build to a taller height without having to get a minor variance, essentially. So it automatically allows someone to deviate from the provisions of the zoning bylaw. They haven't released the regulations as to how much the deviation would as of right be allowed. And again, they haven't specified which zone standards that could be applied to. The province specifically highlighted lot coverage and height as specific sort of examples, but the wording of the bill kind of defers to future regulations to set out what they might actually apply to.
Just, is it fair to say then that if these provisions are brought in place, I know there was a big discussion when they were building down on the Aurelia waterfront. So up in Washego, someone could build a building to block your view of the lake and we could do nothing about it? Is that what you're saying? Or is that one of the possibilities?
Thank you through the chair. This is a kind of a difficult conversation where you don't necessarily own your view. However, the zoning bylaw does set out sort of standards. So you can anticipate what the development around you might look like. The as of right minor variances would allow someone, without having to go through the public process, vary that and increase to a taller height than what is sort of generally accepted in the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. That helps a bit there. If MZO authority was delegated to certain staff, as is written, who might that be? And could they require environmental studies and mitigation? There's a comment in the note that what are the consistent set of requirements that are now in place for MZOs per the spreadsheet that was provided? And do they include environmental items?
Thank you through the chair to Member Brennan. So I do have some notes here on the MZO agreement, so we can kind of go over those. So the province, I will start to say that they haven't set out who that delegated staff person might be. The wording that they used is that it would be delegated to certain officers, employees, or agents of the municipality. But again, they haven't said who that is. So it is a bit difficult at this point to kind of answer that question. Again, it does, like I've identified, the province still intends to use their framework that they implemented in 2024, which sets out specific requirements for someone to qualify for an MZO. So that would be number 1, projects that would support a provincial interest, or 2, alternatively, are works that are supported by a single tier or lower tier municipality. So with respect to the current framework, the minister themselves are supposed to examine possible benefits and impacts resulting from the MZO. But as you will note in the staff report, ministers' decisions aren't required to comply with the provincial planning statement. And that document, as you're aware, contains various natural heritage policies and climate change direction. So that is sort of a consideration to keep in mind. Based upon staff's research to date, it's our understanding that when the agreement for an MZO actually reaches the township, the minister ultimately still sets out the terms of that agreement and kind of limits what the township is allowed to ask for as part of that agreement.
Wonderful stuff. Just wonderful. I love it. All right, my last question, and thank you. Limiting green development standards seems to be a clear attack on fighting climate change and frankly supports only the fossil fuel industry. This appears to be a very serious effort to stop the use of solar and wind energy and to incorporate and to stop energy efficiency tools being used by municipalities in development. So I'm just hoping, I have no problem with your recommendation, but I'm just requesting that in your response that you note that we will at least spell out some of the concerns around the limitations here on green development standards. I know Toronto has gone through different things. No green roofs aren't allowed. You're probably not allowed to ride a bike anywhere in Toronto today. So things like that, you know, but these green development standards have been brought in by other municipalities. They're going to affect anything we want to try to do to bend the emissions curve. I have great concerns with this bill. And I just wanted to add one more thing on the water issue that we noted where I was talking about Walkerton. All the jurisdictions that I'm aware of in the entire world that privatize their water systems, and you can go to Europe, you can go to South America, you can go anywhere you want, were gross failures. And the taxpayer ended up buying back, to get out of these things, buying back these water systems at exorbitant prices. And it was just a disaster until they were brought back into the public domain. I just want to make that clear. No wonder a coalition is upset. Thank you, and I'm done.
You've responded, Emily, or it's okay, you're happy with Emily's? Okay, let's have a motion then.
Okay, the motion reads that planning report P25-042 dated November 19th, 2025. With respect to Bill 60, Fighting Delays Building Faster Act 2025 and associated ERO and MMH posting numbers 25-899, 25-1097, 25-1099, 25-1100, 25-1101, 25 MMH 018 and 25 MMH 030 be received, and further that staff be directed to make an ERO submission, including the matters discussed in the staff report P25-042.
Moved by member Brennan, second by member Cox. All in favor? Carried. Then we'll go to 3.6 West Shore Treatment Plant Optimization Project. If Colt and or Derek would like to speak to this.
Through the chair, thank you. So approximately a year ago, right around this time of year, we brought a report to you about the West Shore plant. We had retained Ainley and we came and approved that contract, and we had also applied to the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund. We've recently been approved for that funding that we've put in, as I'm sure you all know. So a condition of the funding here is that council does need to pass a bylaw for us to execute that TPA. So I think we're all pretty aware of the project. We have issues with flows, and we're looking to put a new headworks and equalization at the plant. We've had some recent geotechnical work done. We know that we do need piles, just like the original plant was built on. We don't have great bearing capacity in our soils there. And I think we're looking at internal financing for this. And I think I would pass that along to Derek or Andrew to talk about that portion.
Yeah, through the chair. So, you know, with any project, there's a grant portion in this project, but then we got to make sure that we have suitable funding mechanisms, you know, before we go too far and get to a tender ready status. So while we were preparing the budget, we looked for a couple of options to fund the remaining portion of the works that's not covered under grant. And we identified that since we do have a fairly large reserve fund allocated in the DCs, or a statutory reserve fund, that an opportunity exists to use that specifically for this project, and then incur interest, which would then basically pay back the DC account. It's an opportunity, and it's something to discuss here for consideration.
I'll open up to the committee for any questions on that. Mayor Burkett.
Thank you. And through the chair, just so council understands, Derek, how much more capacity will this give West Shore, please?
Yeah, through the chair. So the amount of capacity that is sort of recovered, if you will, is approximately, I think it's a little bit over 390 cubic meters a day, because we artificially derated the plant to about 990 cubic meters a day. The rated capacity of the plant, as was designed in 2006, is 1,390 cubic meters per day. So in equivalent terms, we might recover approximately 400 homes worth of servicing. And then, of course, the next phase of expansion, there's a number of components in this project that set the stage for the next plant expansion, which would significantly reduce the capital costs of the next plant expansion. So between now and sort of final, those numbers are into the tune of the thousands of homes. But in this particular project, we are recovering to our existing or sort of rated capacity.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's the reason I wanted you to speak to this, because I think we need to have this, and if anybody needs to ask questions, it's here, and it's clear where, why, and what we're doing, and it will help us in the future. So thank you very much.
Okay, a motion, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Motion reads the Public Works Report number W25-031 dated November 19th, 2025. With respect to the West Shore Wastewater Treatment Plant Optimization Project be received, and that council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the transfer payment agreement TPA with the province of Ontario, and that a bylaw be prepared for execution. Further, that council approve internal debt financing for the portion of the project costs not covered by development charges or grant funding, recognizing that the municipality maintains adequate reserves to self-finance the balance. That staff amend the development charges background study following construction contract award to incorporate final costs and grant values.
Okay, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Cox, and a question by Member Burkett. No? Okay, I'll vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. That leaves us 3.1. Or sorry, 3.7. Signage. I think this was pulled by Member Cox.
Okay, I pulled this because I don't have a problem with the Washago LED, and I don't have a problem with the complete the remaining components. What I have a problem is with, let's go here, is that when we did this initially, we said that further any approved quote is not to exceed 112.5. We've exceeded 112.5. We also picked a sign that staff did not recommend for us to pick, and there's a rational reason behind it, but we didn't get to that because we didn't let them tell us. So I would like to refer this back to Cole on his, I want this to be split. We'll approve the other two, but I like this one to go back. But I'd like Cole to speak to the option 2 sign that we had was recommended in the December 2024 and the rationale why, because I have talked to him about it, and there is a really good rationale on it. Thank you.
Sorry, if I could just frame that for council, because I'm not sure everybody followed you. Council Member Cox has an issue with the gateway signs. She didn't say the word gateway signs. She's good with all the rest, and it's cold.
No, the gateway signs, this is what I'm going with. We had 3 options. Council picked the most expensive option, which isn't the most functional option. Staff recommended option number 2, and now option number 3 has come in higher than the 112 that we said. So I would like Colt to speak to it just quickly, and then I'd like it separated and deferred to a report to come back in January.
Through the chair. So I would say that we're not over the 112.5, and we actually believe that's 122.5. I think we had 10,000 carryover from the year before that wasn't included in that value. But that being said, staff did recommend that other sign. Council gave direction on the other sign to proceed, and we did go ahead with that design, and we've had permits in at MTO, and we've had approval for 2 of them. The rationale for recommendation of the alternate sign that was on posts, it was more cost effective. It was going to cost less money for that sign. And at the time, we thought that it would look better in the winter months being elevated out of the snow. Now, there's some differing opinions on whether it would affect the welcome or not. It would be on a concrete slab, and it would be raised a bit out of the ground, but it was from a cost perspective and even replacement, if that sign was damaged, that it would be more cost effective to have the the other alternate sign. And that's why staff did recommend that.
Okay, through the chair then to the clerk, can we have two motions on that? Thank you.
Madam CEO.
Sorry, I have a question, not an answer, and it's a question for Colt, but I heard we've already submitted our designs to MTO. So if council changes their mind with MTO, that's going to further delay you probably significantly. If you're fine with that, I just wanted to point that out because that tweaked me.
Absolutely. There likely will be delays with MTO and some additional costs with consulting to redo the wind load calculations and specifications for that other sign. But that's council's prerogative if they're open. Yeah. Through the chair, that could be brought back in a report. We can continue with our signs that are in the queue right now at MTO and the two that we have approval. And if we can bring a report back, and we likely will, if we do end up being over budget for the 5 signs, we may ask council how they want to proceed. If they want to cut one of them to be within budget,
Okay.
we will bring that back.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have another question then. Sorry, I should ask these questions beforehand, but I'm not sure what I heard there. I don't think council wants to consider different signs at different locations. Like I think if Tracy was here, she'd say, pick a brand and stick with it. So I think what member Cox wants us to bring back is you chose X. If you want to move to Y, here's the ramifications. I don't think she meant move ahead with the first one signed. Correct?
She says freeze the project in
Yes.
January.
I just want to make sure that
Yeah.
everybody was on the same page.
Through the chair, but understand that we will likely be delayed
Yes.
in implementation if we go to that.
We're already delayed.
Yes.
I think they're okay with that, but I definitely don't want different signs. in
No.
places.
And I want signs that are reasonably priced, reasonably can be fixed, and there's no landscaping or maintenance. And when they're done and they match our other signs we have. Thank you.
Okay,
Motion.
so splitting the motion, which is what member Cox has asked for. So the first one is the first 3 paragraphs of the original motion. So it's that the administration report A25-033 dated November 19th with respect to signage implementation strategy be received. Further, that the proposal from Everest Signs in the amount of $144,800 for the remaining facility signage be accepted. And further, that the quotation from Everest Signs in the amount of $58,450 for the Washego LED message board be accepted.
If a mover there, moved by member Cox, second by member McIntyre, all in favor? Carried.
Next motion will be that a report be brought back on the gateway signs in January 2026.
Moved by member Brennan, second by member Burkett, all in favor? Carried. And I think that wraps up committee of a whole, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, so the motion will be that committee rise and return back to formal council session to receive a report on the proceedings of the committee of whole. I just need a mover and a seconder.
Yeah, moved by member Burkett, second by member McIntyre, all in favor? Carried.
Next motion is that the recommendations of the committee of the whole for the meeting of November 19th, 2025 be adopted as resolutions of council.
Mover there, moved by member Cox, second by member Brennan, all in favor? Carried.
Notices of motion, we have none. County council boards, association and committee summaries. Do we want to do that for the sake of time, or can we just, does anyone have any, just move on? We all okay with that? Perfect. Okay, so we're close. How do you feel, council? Do you want to defer a closed session to the next meeting?
Yeah, I don't want to be rude. I am going to leave it for, but
Okay,
We got 2 more.
yeah, Dan's not here either.
Okay, so we will take that as direction to just move the items to the next agenda.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion?
Okay, motion is that bylaws number 2025-75 to 2025-78 inclusive are hereby passed.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? That's carried. Is it just adjournment? Oh, combination. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That's carried. In adjournment, moved by Councillor Taylor, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Long day. Long day.
This is what it's gonna be like. Good job, Mark.
Good job, Mark. Good luck down at Springwater.
Thanks.
Oh,
Watch
man.
me. I think it's on YouTube.
I've watched when we went to